broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Nice job, Miss Aubrey Van Briesen. Well, boys, you ready? Mr. Callis, Mr. Simon, Mr. Tenyas, Mr. Lemonager, paging Miles Tenyas, paging Miles Dylan, Miles, Dylan and Miles, Dylan and Miles. I paged Dylan Miles, Miles Tenyas and Dylan Lemonager. To the ring, please. All right, second day, new facility. Same goes. If you see anything that needs changed, would like to give any of the staff, Mallory or Jenny or even myself, if you follow me on Snap there at Jay Bradley 7434, just snap me.
Well,
so
morning,
far, obviously the footing, we've been
morning.
working on it, trying to get it as good as we can. We'll get her figured out. The patches that you see there, evidently there was a little, I don't know whether there's a hole or a soft spot when they put it down, and I hope.
There we go. Is that better? We're all good to go. There's the Gryman family. Gryman Angus just walked in. Mary, Mr. Ted, they're walking in. They're here to watch. They probably have, you got a couple Angus running today, Ted? How about that? Good for you. How many? Several. That's good. Their boys doing a great job from Garner. Good to see you guys. Welcome again. Welcome to the Beef Expo for morning. Yep, here we go. Mr. Johnson's here ringside. Again, the first one was Class 1 was Peyton Busing. 24 carat. And here we go. Next class in, Class 2 of Angus, will have 11 head in it. Big group here. Big way to start. We're going to move through this pretty good today. There's 17 on one side and 21 on the other today, so we're going to move through that. Anticipate having probably Supreme at shortly after lunch, 12:30, 1 o'clock, probably getting ready for it. So make sure you tune back in for that around the country to come see these awesomeness. So we started off, what an awesome set of cattle coming in here. Chad will be coming in here pretty quick. Had a chance to talk to the judges last night, in the evening and this morning when they're coming through here. We had the steer guys on the show or Mike yesterday, and they talked about how good and how deep it was. Had a chance to talk to Brandon and Ferris this morning, and they said they didn't have any trouble sleeping last night. That they were tired and worn out, but it was an awesome day. We both of those guys just talked about the quality and how good it was and how deep it was and the appreciation for coming here and doing this. So again, another great day. Looking forward to it. Chad and I went out for supper and met up with some fellas. We have a few guests come on and say hi today, but we met up with a few guys last night. And they were first time to the Beef Expo. Some guys from Oklahoma City, from the Cattlemen's Congress and California Youth Expo and the such. And they were nothing but complimentary to the Expo crew, and to the exhibitors and the kind of cattle that they had up here. So here comes my partner in crime, Chad Holtkamp. He had a good evening, I think. We had a nice supper last night when we went out. So I screwed that up already, Chad. I already screwed up my turning them down and turning them off this morning. So that was my bad. So I'm on probation. I'm the newbie. I don't do that. I run the TV. Chad runs the controls.
Good morning, everybody out there. Glad to be back here with you. Hope you guys are tuning in. I jumped back there and watched the makeup ring as he's getting these in there, just to kind of get my bearings of how impressive they are.
And
I'm telling you, you know, as close as we are and on top of them, but it's still different. You drop ourselves down on them and see them. It's good.
That first one was way good, just by herself as a single entry. And the two young ladies, of course, they're no strangers to this Angus deal out here, but Shelby Griman and Katie Collison were the first two to come in there. And I'm not taking anything away. I have no idea.
Right.
Them two were wolfy right off the get-go.
I did. I watched the Griman heifer there, and
And she's a blue chip.
Slim was clipping on her with his little cordless up there, and I was like, it's all good.
It's going to be deep today. It's going to be good, so that's all good.
Yep. Yeah, they said that first one, that Phyllis, that's that first goal that Paulson Kinnick would have showed that had a lot of success here, too.
Is that right?
That's a daughter of hers. Yep. And
It'll be interesting to see what's going through here right now. We have the typical players on the sire side here. Blue chip, 24 carats. There's a Luton, a Casino, Good Times, and Stag Good Times. There's some good cattle coming out of that bull. That's that Stagmeyer bull.
No, I know exactly. Yeah, we used some of them. They did well.
Yep.
Hey, we have got celebrity sighting already.
Get up here.
Oh, my goodness.
Get up here. We have celebrities already. It's cool.
I don't know if this guy necessarily is going to be our Angus guru to
but he's
us
a guru.
in
That's
what
the thing. Good.
Corey Thompson, how are you?
Congratulations on Scimitar show last night.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, that show was yeah, I think it was way good. Yeah, she's nice heifer, did good. Yeah.
New facility.
Oh,
what do you
isn't it
think?
spectacular?
What do you think? You've been to
down
this.
there and
You've been
out
here
there,
for a
ain't
million, in and out of here a million years. What are you thinking? Yeah.
Way bigger. Spectacular. Yeah.
Yep. So you were on the. So we have, as I call him, Bobby Boucher, junior national. Corey was the water boy and
Wood chip specialist.
Wood chip specialist. Where was that at? Where were you?
Sioux Falls.
Sioux Falls.
Yeah,
Sioux Falls.
yeah.
Pandemic year, COVID year.
He was.
When we had to re-scramble the junior. Main Key Junior Nationals. Corey was up at Sioux Falls, and we were watering stuff and wood chipping up and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, great guys. So 605. So you were on the genetic pathway down here, or whatever it's called. How'd you guys get along?
Got a booth set up, and it was good. Yeah,
Good.
the way this building's set up, having a show ring kind of on half of it, and I mean all the vendors on the far end, and about all the the semen companies were in town, and
right.
it was good. Great cattle show. Quality's just good
quality's
as
way
ever.
good.
Yep.
What's all happening up at 605?
You
Tell us
know,
what's going on. We'll get
we
you a
are.
little pitch.
We
Are you
are.
full?
We're full of bulls, and collecting bulls. Cow flushing's kind of hitting full steam ahead here the last few weeks, and going to start getting into that. But yeah, it's been going good, and yeah, trying to get that semen distributed to make next year's calf crop.
Yeah, and you keep her busy on the sexting gender sorting machine.
Yep.
Pretty
Sexing,
busy, don't you? That's just like
it's really changed the industry more and more every year. Being able to pick what sex you want out of a bull, and you know, a lot of people, you know, I don't know what the average size in terms of the show cattle industry is, but I would guess it's going to be a double-digit number. And when you've got 20 to 40 cows, that making sure you get the right sex you can sell is a big deal.
Yep.
And,
especially on the heifers. Are we talking more of these club calf guys into making
absolutely.
semen that's going to be priced affordably to AI too?
We got to work on the affordably.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, pick on weight. I'll pick on weight because I'm in pop for one. See, my current about 1,000. It's like, we got to.
Yeah,
but I tell you what,
them boys are still selling it, and until
I know
until
they
the
are.
selling
It's a demand,
slows
isn't it?
down. It's a supply and demand for sure.
It's good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very cool, man. Well, thanks for
Yeah,
stopping
you
by.
bet.
It's
Hey,
awesome.
thanks
Good to
for
see you,
having
Corey.
me. I just seen you up here yesterday. Thought I'd holler at you.
Glad you did.
Safe travels, man.
Take
Have fun
care.
at
Take
605.
care,
See you,
boys.
brother. Oh, great dude. Great dude. Soul of the earth guy.
Corey? Oh, gosh, yes. Yeah. Incredible.
Very cool.
Known Corey for quite a while. We've got change. I didn't ask him. What change is coming is up there at 605.
Is it? All right.
Yep. We had him. We made some sex heifer semen, and then he just stayed there.
Good.
We've been trying to keep up.
So it's pretty cool. So I asked Margot this morning, I said, how many people were listening yesterday? 5,600.
5,600 had tuned in.
Yep.
Yep.
And that she said that's rounding. She's a math whiz. That
There
was
you go.
rounding.
We only know how to deal in round numbers anyway.
Exactly. We round up, and I said round up. We sounds good.
We round
So
up down.
I just thought that was cool. I didn't know if there would be 22 or
that's a good,
55 or
yeah,
whatever
that's a
it
good-
was.
That's a good
But
round.
5,600, I think, is a nice number. So welcome
bet.
again. I put it back out on Snapchat. Tell your friends and stuff. Text them that liveauctions.tv to come here. Margot and her crew are
Did a great
awesome.
job.
Doing
Yeah.
a great job.
And depending on what side you tune into, the steer show is going to be off the charts good as well. But on your Angus, where you've got follow along, we've got four of them pulled out.
Once again, if you've got a youngster here showing or your showman, don't forget the entire
Looks like we're down to 5 over here on our heifer show. Boy, they look good
Are my
too.
two still in there? I haven't even paid attention.
Yeah, the first 2 I think are
Yeah.
right up there.
Yeah.
Yep.
That one's sporty.
What's that? We'll have to see if these guys want to put these things in motion already, because my goodness, I know they're trying not to keep it in there, but man, these 5, they get it on. So what do we got? We have this in there. That'd be that Kennedy Burns. Do you know the young lady right there ahead of that? I can't read. I know the first 2 be Shelby Griman and Kate Collison. Would that be that Will girl there, the second from the end?
I'm not going to go out on a limb. I can't see that far, honestly. Can't see the numbers. I'm not sure.
Yep.
They're all kind of down behind their cows.
I think they get their bearing. They're going to put them in motion. I think sometimes you got to with the quality this good. We'll try to get you some numbers of who's still out there. As they get coming down here around us, we'll get a little better look. I just love the camera angle. You guys can see them things, I think, really well. To be very enjoyable. Okay, you've got Yep.
By us. This one's Katie.
83.
Michael Weaver, 683. Morgan Will.
Yep. Morgan Will is.
That's
Yep.
24 karat.
The-
Micah's is a Good Times.
She's a good times to be from Young's, who have always done a really good job making Angus cattle in here.
Katie, yeah, that's a good one.
And then Kennedy Burns right here in the bottom.
Burnsboro, yeah.
Coming on the backside there, that's a Blacklist.
Yep.
Which I'm a Blacklist fan. I would imagine Brandon would like the extra power of a Blacklist as well.
I talked to Brandon and Ferris real quick this morning. We were back there having a
You
cup
did,
of
yeah.
coffee and that kind of stuff. I asked Ferris, I said, how'd you sleep last night? He goes, it didn't take me very long to fall. He said, I was tired.
Ready to put a feet up.
He said mentally long day and great day. I mean, he was
But it is
super, super good.
Yeah.
But, you know, they were out here 12 hours. And,
Well-
and we talked about that last night at supper. You know, they didn't sit down.
No,
I
they
mean,
didn't.
just-
Yeah.
Which they had cattle to judge all day. You don't do it sitting down. But, I mean, they trudged hard for
But when
12
you
hours.
get the quality that we have at this show, and you're bringing in some of them 9s and 10s, I mean, once you get through one battle, you gotta hunker down and do it all over
you
again.
can't rest.
And all
Yeah,
over again.
yeah.
You got to do that. You know, they
Yeah.
did that 91 times. Now some of the classes were a little easier than the rest of them,
Right.
but you know, like this here, you got to dig right in here first class today, basically after a single
Yeah.
entry, and you're back into
the
full,
fire,
full-
man.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
back to full speed. And like we talked about, this might be the. Don't know where we go from here, but you want to make sure you get this right because one of these
Yeah.
could sure be in the final.
One of these five are they can darn sure be
Yes.
one of the final ones. I mean, you would think there's going to be some more really good ones coming. You would just my
you would assume they
assumption
would,
be
yeah, right.
that. But having said that, though, like you said, being a judge, you never know. You think
And
they're
they
coming.
don't necessarily know that for sure. Now we've been here in the past knowing that each class
Yeah.
winner is pretty well, a high end heifer. How about our boys over there? Did you talk to them?
I did just briefly, yeah. They're still on cloud nine. They are still jabbering like little chipmunks. They are.
That's Miles every day, though.
That's Miles every day. But him and them, you talk about two guys that are just grateful for the opportunity.
Oh, yeah,
and
they're tickled
they
to
are
death, yeah.
sucking in every moment of it.
Right.
I'm so happy for them. They're all about
good.
it. So,
And Miles has had his fair share of judging big stuff.
yeah.
I mean,
but
he's
still,
he's
it's
judging
still-
the biggest.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's a
He
good,
understands how competitive
Yeah.
Iowa Beef Expo is, and yeah. I always laughed when you get out here. In here, when you get them kids to actually park one, if you ain't got figured out when you put them in motion, these showmanships are so good. Like you look down this 5, they get every one of them got their top down, got their tail back, got their feet just right, and it's hard to break them things down when
Yeah.
these kids that can show them things, get them out here and get them stuck.
And these 5 young ladies have been up and down the road a few times. I mean,
You bet they have,
They're
yeah.
in there, even little Kennedy family's been in it for a long time, and they do a great job. I mean, this isn't their first time out here. These
No,
these
well, that's
little-
like that. I wasn't sure that that Morgan will, but I knew I recognized her face before where she had done well and had good stuff, and I couldn't quite place it there. But that's a family that's had success, and then obviously your, the 2 to the front, 2 to the back are diehard Angus folks. And they get some debate going right now. Oh, you guys got it on your screen there. They're looking and talking, and Ferris pats him on the back and said, "Hey, you're the man.
You're the
You're the
yeah,
man."
We don't know what he says, but I bet he's going, this one's you, boss. You go.
Kind of like Dylan said yesterday. Dylan's like, I can't say it as good as you, so we'll just let it go. So we got that one is 3.
Shelby,
2.
Micah, and Morgan are left.
Nope. Shelby wins the class.
Does she? Yep.
Yep. Udell Ellie.
Well, I'm glad I went to bed early and got a good night's rest, and I drank my coffee this morning because the stock here in this class of Angus cattle is nothing short of impressive. But with that said, for me and Brandon, I think we come to this class winner in a quite logical fashion and a pretty quick fashion. She was the first one in the ring. She was the first one to grab our attention. And the longer these cattle are out here, the more you like her. Big feet, big bones, sound structured, comfortable on the move. She's laid back good at her knees. She's soft bodied. She's stout. She's balanced looking. Now, she is just rocket fronted as the one right in behind her? No. But is she, plain necked by any means? No. She's a really nice heifer. Look forward to seeing her back here later, as well as more cattle of her quality. Heifer comes here in second is really good, and these are hard to make cattle. She's tucked up in her chest. She's good looking, high necked, really feminine about her head, and that she goes from a really shallow chest into a really deep, soft center body. She too is good structured, but relative to the one right in front of her and relative to the one right in behind her, she's the narrowest of this top three. She's probably the frailest at the ground. We'd like to amp her up in her bone a little bit. When you get off to her from a front three-quarter and when you get in behind her, you just kind of wish there was more heifer there. But, man, that's a really, really nice animal. Tons of quality. Like to watch her move just like this from the side. Like to look at her from the side. Like to pull her apart just a little bit more to move her up. The one that corrects her, and for us is the logical one to go third, is this kind of powerhouse heifer that we have in three. Really bold rib. She's really stout when you get in behind her. And even though she's so powerful, she still lays her shoulder in pretty smooth. She's still pretty feminine about her neck and head. She's got a really big and bold rib cage. We need to correct this one's foot shape and the way she hits the ground. We can make her feet bigger. And I think if we make this thing's feet bigger and make her bones a little bit bigger, make her strike the surface with more comfort, we might be able to move this one up one spot in class. I don't think she can beat our class winner, but she can go up one spot. If we didn't have to walk them, this one right here might win the class. She might be second. She is killer looking from the side. She, too, is a bold rib. She's really good looking up through her chest and her neck. It's when we ask this one to lead where we want her to be better. She wants to duck her pins, kind of get outside of herself. I'd like her to flex her hock. But, again, this look right here, beautifully presented, beautifully shown. Love her standing still. It's right here we want her to be better. Similar things can be said for this one here in 5, and it's really a shame cattle of this quality have to be here, but it is tough. It's competitive out here, and I guess that's what makes shows like this special. Deep-bodied. She's bold. She's attractive up through her face and her head. This one wants to separate in her loin when she moves, and kind of like the one right in front of her, kind of wants to waddle off her rear wheel. I, too, question this one's mature size. We all have different environments that we're going to turn these things out in the cows. I kind of wonder, how much gas this one's going to have relative to her current body condition. Very nice heifer. Like to correct the way she moves, maybe lay her back in her shoulder ever so slightly. I was telling Brandon before we started pulling them, I was like, man, there's going to be ones that are about 5 and 6 that are really good cattle, 7, and that's what we're getting into right now. These are practical cattle, deep-bodied, bold rib, got some flexibility, got some balance, got some look. This one and maybe the one right in behind her, same kind of story. Just don't have those extras to move up into that 2, 3, 4 spot. Really, really nice class. Again, same thing here, big-bodied, bold. She's sound. She's got some look. Just doesn't have some of those extra pieces, some of those wow factors to move her up any further. Another bold, deep-bodied heifer comes here. She's high neck. She's so feminine about her head. Just need to give her more bone, more foot, let her hit the surface with some more comfort. Stouter one that comes next. She's got some foot size. She's got some bone. Just like to tuck her down in her tail head a little bit. Just make her a little more smoother and feminine throughout. Another nice bold-bodied one here. Would like to lay her back in her shoulder, but she does flex good out of her rear wheel. And a soft-bodied one to round out the class, just like to make her more flexible off both ends. I hope this is a premonition for the rest of the day because it's been fun. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
All right, there we go. Second class of Angus in. Shelby Griman wins that. She was the first one into the ring when she came in. She was one that I thought was going to be a contender, Chad, just from the standpoint coming in. I've no idea, not taking anything away from the other ones, that she was just a nice heifer. Listening to the fellas talk about her, it sounded like it was a good deal. Second in that class. Oh, I didn't even pay attention. Who was second? I have to go back and look. Either Micah or Morgan. I wasn't paying. We were jacking with our microphones again. Either Micah Weaver or Morgan Will they were second and third. Fourth was Katie Collison, and fifth was Kennedy.
Brad let us know here.
Second class Angus breeding heifers, first place, Shelby Gryman. Second to Michael Weaver. Third to Morgan Will. Fourth to Katie Collison. Fifth
Michael Weaver was second.
To Kennedy
with,
Burns.
times,
Sixth to
Shelby.
Lauren Phillips. Seventh to Leah Kastner. Eighth, Kayla Frederick. Ninth, J.D. Brimmer. 10th to Darby Moore. 11th to Jackson Heindel. And that is your placings for the second class of the day there in the Angus.
Yeah, let him get them names out there on those. Here's a little more workable class. Not that they're not good, they're just not as many of them here in Class 3.
Class of Aprils.
Have a Gryman, Four Corners, RJ, Curtains. We got some prefixes in here again.
Yeah, well, ones we know anyway. Yep.
Yeah.
A couple of dignities, a 24 karat Insight Primo money earned. Fairly common and popular gnomes.
Yep. Dignity's sure done a good job.
Has he?
He didn't show. Yeah, he didn't show up across the multiple breeds, but he's actually working in the crossbred stuff too. It looked like. But I do know them are good. He's at he's an inside out of Primo's full sister that won the Watsky one.
Oh yeah.
Everything with her years ago.
Yep.
Doc Anderson here in Iowa owns part of him. So you got the 24 karat walking across you right there, and then we got that Four Corners Insight. Should be that young man's heifer right there. We got a Primo right in front of you, and then the money earned there, young man's got there on the back end. Yep, nice set of heifers. So they got a few less classes on the steer side today. Not that they'll get done any quicker than us. I would imagine we'd be pretty close pace.
They said 17 and 21.
I think
I don't know
so,
which
yep.
one switched. I don't even know. I haven't
we're
looked.
21.
We have 21?
Yep. They're right in the crossbreds, but our Angus show ate up a big part of that, and I know we got quite a few crossbreds. But so what do we got total for Angus? I guess I could look at
12 classes.
Yeah, 12 class Angus. Or it'd be 12 out here for champion. They've got some debate here as they're panning down.
Over on the steer side, third class, Division 1, crossbred steers, first place again.
77. Appears to be about just fast adding. I don't know. I might have missed one. 70, 71 Angus heifers. That'd be a pretty big division. It looks like Simmental's a big division last night. Foundations, but looks like we got 12 classes of Angus today, and there'd be about 70 heads, 71 head maybe.
I think would drive in terms of Iowa.
That would make sense. Yeah, there's a lot of Angus breeders.
And a lot of Simmental breeders.
Yep.
That's what I always liked about Simmental side. It's a lot of, I call them the mom and paw breeders.
Yep.
Do a good job.
Two more classes in Division 1. Now entering the ring is Class 4. Crossbred.
Still, after a full day of watching them, I cannot tell what they're thinking when they're looking and putting and talking.
No.
I think because they look at both ends and He's got, yep.
There you go.
Another pretty solid class and pretty comfortable and easy with this class winner. She's actually got several advantages, and probably the one I'm the most excited about. She's probably the leanest of this crew out here, but yet still built the best, still handles herself skeletally the best out here. I like her squareness and true just shape that she has when you get in behind her. Her neck set's still wild and good. She's got to take a shoulder, and maybe you could lay that onto her body just a shade more there, and maybe, again, smooth her up just a shade compared to some others, but that goes with her leanness and maybe her composition where I like her. So nice effort here, leads off this class. This one in second, just think she kind of fits there. She's deep. She's got some relative soundness out here amongst this crew. Shot plainer maybe up front relative to your class winner. Not quite the genuine width up top as we get to sorting those two, but still good kind of cattle. I like this one on the standstill for the most part. A lot of belly, a lot of body shape to her. Pretty good out through her hip. I want to modify her hind leg and the way in which she handles that. She, too, starting to push a little more condition for her size and age. I like to bring her together in her front skeleton. Pretty basic and fundamental one here. That's coming next. Her range of motion is good. Her length of body is good. There's just a lot of practical things to her. Just nothing that just screams, though. I think she could be better looking. She could be stouter. She could be deeper. But just right there in the middle of the road and all of it, just wish there was a little more wow factor to her. Big-bodied one here that if you think there's just a shade more look of quality in her with her presentation over that one ahead of you, I wouldn't argue with you. But to me, I want to lean her up. Want to set her back in her shoulder and her knee, strengthen her up at the ground in terms of her frailness. One we close with, her length is good, her depth is good. She's probably the one I want to open up the most from one end to the other. Also like to modify her hind leg in a way in which she utilizes it. But a good class, very, very solid class winner up top.
Get that good class out of here, and we just roll right in here to bring in the next ones. Come right in here. Kind of watch those. Well, these Angus guys sure stepped it up. It's, they come in here and they got some quality. Right on in here. It's like we're going to have 8 of them in this class, class 4. Blacklist Primo, Dignity Alpha. We haven't seen an Alpha yet, I don't believe, have we?
I don't believe
that
so.
bull does a good job. Conley Express, 24 Karat. Pendleton would be the Ward brothers. And then Schroeder Milestone.
Charlie Rave won that last class with a Primo. RJ prefix.
I got you. Yep. Primo had a big day here. He's been well represented.
Keys, Main Angus, semis, foundation semis.
Right. Yeah. Yep, he done well.
Done a nice job.
Crowd's gathering up around here, I think, Tim, as we kind of go. We're starting to filter in here.
Yeah, I've seen.
Talked to a handful here this morning and talked about how great the seats are in here, how comfortable it is, and a few I talked to, anybody wasn't quite ready to go back. They want to make sure showmanship's moved back over here, and they sure enjoyed it.
Again, I think we brought it up there yesterday. I know we brought it up when we were just chitty-chatting, how much quieter it is without that aluminum and the banging
around.
And you don't think it's that big of a deal, but just there's always kind of a dull thud tone in the pavilion.
Sure.
And there's nothing in here. There's you just don't hear anything. It's awesome.
And it's not echoey or nothing. The sound system sounds good.
No, they've done a wonderful job. This natural light, this skylight that's in here, it's I think it's just perfect as far as they got it filtered a little bit. It's not just glaring bright. Today's a sunny day. It's just it's a natural light that they have in here. I think it's outstanding.
Yeah, real good.
No shadows. So it looks like they did a little work to the ring last night. It's always a work in progress. When we had Mallory talking up here yesterday, she's the executive director of the Beef Expo, the whole Beef Expo, not just the junior show, but
Right.
the whole thing,
brand of the
both
Expo.
weekends.
Yep.
Yeah, they're learning. So as you're going through, I mean, you know, it's not considered a bitch if you've got a solution, but they're
going to want to make
they want to make it better. So if there's any suggestions, feel free to reach out.
You can see some of the color they're trying here on the ramp, a different size of chip.
Yep.
There maybe some complaining on the size of the chip out here, and take a look at that. Holds up pretty good today, and see where they're at.
Yep.
But you know, like anything, you got to know where you're at. You got to try where you're
Oh,
at, and
absolutely.
then make improvements from there.
I think they said they were talking about they were maybe, I know, like when they have the horses in here, they put dirt down, you know, in
Right.
the arena and then and stuff.
Right.
And I think cost-wise that was very prohibitive.
Yeah.
I'd say these chips.
And I personally like to not go to dirt. I like them on shavings. I'd like to see it on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the State Fair Hawkeye Wood Shavings, whatever, playground, you know, the typical
Right.
bedding mulch, and which is nice, you know. But I think they can play with how much they need, and you know, this will be easy. They can
Right.
pick it up, sweep it up, put her back out, and be ready to go again.
I even told somebody they could even do like a Iowa State Cardinal red or the gold, or have the color on here. I think the colored chips, maybe not just strictly the green like Louisville, but I think some colored chips in here would
That'd be very cool.
Way
Very
cool. Then if we do that, maybe we'd have Brock Purdy. Maybe we could get him come in here and christen it or start us off.
That would
or
be
whatever
awesome.
he'd
Yeah,
do.
wouldn't that be good?
I bet we get him in here. We could fill the house.
I bet we could fill her up. Back up, right? Yeah, for sure.
Have to put all the bleachers down on the other end too.
I am an Iowa State alum. I know you're I got a little Stillwater. I got a little Oklahoma State stuff on for you today, Chad.
I see that.
But all great universities, all good educations. But
it's good.
I do like. I'm a Brock. I just like his story. He's got a great story.
Well, you know, if you talk about, you know, you look at him and what he does. I mean, he embodies, even though he's from Arizona, but he embodies what a lot of, I think, Iowans are. I mean, he's humble. He's a smart guy, but he just handles himself so well.
Yeah, and if he hadn't had his face plastered everywhere, he just looks like a regular dude.
He does.
You
yeah,
know, he's
right.
not.
Yeah.
He's
Give
big.
a Carhartt coat
Yeah.
and a seed corn hat. We could probably blend him right in.
Yep, he'd fit right in.
Yeah, I did like that story on his off week where he come back and combine corn.
Yeah.
And enjoyed that. I think that I thought that was good. So
Sumner, Iowa, up there in the middle.
is that where they're at?
That's where his fiance's from.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
And that's more central Iowa than I would. For some reason, I think she was western, but no.
No, like northeast Waterloo in the area.
Oh, right
if
there.
I remember right, back in the day, and I'll say this and probably be wrong, but I think that's where the Snyder, like Tanya Schneider, Arlen, they were Sumner up, and that's up around Waterloo, if I
Gotcha,
remember right.
okay.
And
Yep.
I think Sumner was Tanya Phillips's hometown. I think that's where she went to high school. So
I think they still have. I think she still has the farm up there that she. Yeah.
she's aged way better than me. When I went to college with her, Tanya's aged way better than I am.
Really?
Yeah.
She's one of the ones that graded up a long way. She was advanced.
She's a super nice lady.
Yep. Good people. All right, we're down to 3 here on your Angus show.
Yep. I'd say Brandon knows what he's going to do, and he's just going to go tell Ferris this is what's going to
This is
happen.
where it's
That's
gonna-
got to
it's
look
gonna
like
be.
today.
Would that be the Collison girl, I'm
I was gonna
assuming?
say, wouldn't that be? Yep.
It looks like her. Yep.
That one's pretty good.
You
That's a
bet.
nice one.
Four corners Phyllis. She's an alpha.
Alpha.
Back over here in the breeding heifer show in a top pair of cattle that are both sound structured and high quality and balanced and look good looking from the side. The young lady here that's going to win our class, her heifer just does it with more power, more punch, bigger feet, bigger bones. She's more impressive at every angle in terms of just mass and power when you get in behind her, get in front of her, and she still does it in a very fresh, youthful, and eye-appealing fashion. Nice heifer to win this class. And that's nothing to take away from this one that's here in second. Man, she's good looking. When we get her put together, she's attractive. Relative to our class winner, we could lay her back on her shoulder. We could punch her up a little bit when we get in behind her and probably give her some more foot size to compete with that one. But it's a very nice heifer, well-presented heifer to be second. The rancher in me, during the drought season really appreciates cattle like this one that comes here in 3. Moderate frame, sound structured, looks like she can get out and cover some ground, go find the feed as it's coming in. But for me, and I think Brandon the same, would like to maybe a little bit too moderate. We could freshen her up a little bit, correct her in the way she uses her front skeleton every so slightly, but that's a very good practical animal to come in 3. Similar things can be said for this one here in 4. She's deep-bodied, she's smooth-shouldered, she's feminine up through her front end. Maybe give her some more flexibility off both ends to compete with some of them top couple in the class here. Deep-bodied one that's definitely functional in her center body here. She reaches pretty good out of the front end of her skeleton. We need to correct the way she uses her rear too just a little bit, give her some more comfort at the ground, but that's an easy flesh and broody-looking cow from there up. Good-looking one coming next. This one's really stout, and I appreciate that. She's really wide when you get in behind her. She's really bold in her upper rib. We need to just relax all of her angles to give her more competition up there with some of them other ones. Long-sided, feminine face one that comes here next. She's got some reach off both ends. Just need to mass her up a little bit everywhere, but certainly a good heifer and a nice, easy-doing, soft-bodied one here that just needs some more of those extras.
We ran that. That was a really good class. Angus is watching that one. We got a little closer to Collison Alpha, shown by Collison. So the bull they raised at Four Corners there in Illinois has got their prefix on. I'm not sure what cow they are, but those guys over in Illinois, Four Corners do a really nice job. I got a really nice set of black ones. Look like we're rolling right in here again.
Yeah.
Some of the same sires that we've been looking at.
As we, we're pretty good public service announcements chat on here, so we're put out there. IJBBA, Big Point Show. This is the kickoff for the season, obviously.
Okay.
So if you have a IJBBA show coming up, you can either text Chad and I. We'll tell people about it. Tell them about the dates.
I got you.
We're not,
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
care.
you pull up the website. Yeah.
Hey,
we
pull up the
do.
website. Go to the
Yeah.
website. Davenport, Iowa, April 6th, right? What is it? Schrader Showdown, Davenport, Iowa, April 6th. Mississippi Valley Fairgrounds. She'll tell me about it, but she won't come on the microphone to say about it. So anyway,
Hey, that's a good
But again-
fairgrounds right there. That's a really good Mississippi Valley.
yeah.
That's
So
good.
anyway, that's all good. So or maybe go to the IJBBA website and look it up. Who's judging your show? Jennifer and Dan Scheich, and who? Eric Ray and Tyler Patterson.
No, Kylie
Patterson. Kylie, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm old. You've got to pronounce.
I think just bringing Eric along. She's very talented. You know Kylie?
No, I do not.
Yeah, she was on a national champ team at Oklahoma State. Talented. Does
Good.
a lot of there. She's judged at different states or countries as well. I know she's went to some South America ear stuff.
Cool.
Yep.
Nice.
She grew up in Texas.
Yep.
So very talented. That'd be good. That'd be good too.
Cool. Good
And
judges.
then we got Jennifer. Did you say Jennifer Scheich? Yeah, We're lucky to have Jennifer. She'll carry the load for Dan.
Oh, yeah.
Pick
Good
on
young
him a
ladies.
little bit.
Yep.
That's a good pair. That's a good judges.
Yep.
Very good.
And I know next weekend is Afton. It's my home stomping grounds. There's two shows
that's
down
next
there.
week. Is that the 4-ring show or is that later on?
They split that up this year. There's got to be two shows down there, 2 different weekends. There'll be 4 rings in
Yep.
Afton, but not at the same time this year. So next weekend is the Glenn Memorial, Peyton Glenn's
Yep.
tradition, or showing the tradition, or family tradition show. So, and
We'll start into quite a few of them again now.
I'll find out who the judges are for
That's
that
a
one.
That's a neat facility they did there at Afton. I
Yeah.
like that too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I was on the fair board when we did that, and it was
you?
big undertaking, but man, it is nice. It's
I just
we're proud of
wanna-
it.
One of those rings, like in 20, they're right pre-COVID, right there before the end
Yep.
of COVID, we did that.
Yep.
Had a 4-ring, did a ring in there. It was neat.
Yeah,
It's fun.
it's not as nice as this, but it's
Not as
but
it's,
for a
it's,
coun-
as, it's as nice as this. It's just not as big as this.
right. Yeah, but for a
It's
fairgrounds,
nice.
for a
It's
county
nice.
fairgrounds, it's pretty cool. Yeah, they did a nice job, and I'm not on the fair board anymore, but our fair board has done a really, really nice job of keeping it going and keeping it up, and a lot of stuff. So, another good class of Angus. Sorry, we got a little sidetracked on that. Hope that's okay.
Oh, that's
with
all right.
everybody,
We can get caught right back in here.
but, it's a
Hey,
good day.
there's some heaters in this class. As I watched them go through, and you can pick some names out, but I'm telling you, have them things walk in there. Here again, we're going to have a 6th-place heifer that's going to be really nice.
Yeah.
It's going to come up a little shy, but as you guys watch them go around, that's that reckoning heifer. We got the Primo heifer Brady Reynolds has right there in front. Third one in is Sloan Curtin. The Dignity heifer, she looked nice. Simon Thorson, that family's done really well with that Stag Missy of Dignity. We gap in there behind. You got a PVF Marvel heifer of Phillips. Expressway 24 karat should be right there, just leaving your view. Blacklist should be right there, and then our last one in there would be that Plum Creek Tulsa King. Tim, I know we talk about being old people and kind of going through, but there's a lot of folks that paid attention to them stock show you fitting clinics.
Yeah.
I mean, there just is not a poorly presented one that comes out to the show.
Not
I mean,
at
up
all.
and down the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These young people, they do pay attention.
Class 4, first place, Madison Collison. Second to Justin Bodeker. Third to Jack Weil. Fourth to Leah Anderson. Fifth to Hannah Gabulai. Sixth to Carly Mananak. Seventh to Steele Manfred. Eighth to Theo Bauman.
Yeah, that
Again, that was placing some class 4 on the Angus breeding heifer division.
That Collison heifer that wins that last class, that alpha deal, that's nice. That was a nice heifer. That's a nice heifer. There's 2 or 3 or 4 in this deal, in this class too, that look really good out here.
Farming steer side.
Yep.
Class 5, final class, Division 1, first place, Ellie Neal. Second to Jack Walter. Third to Kevin Huberty. Fourth to.
As we get, did you get your Mike Sorensen text?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
He must be talking about you. He said, yeah, he's enjoying it.
I was like, yeah, he enjoys us.
get-
It went to both of us,
I
so
get
I guess
that,
it's
yeah.
maybe both of us. So
Mike, if you're here, I don't know if we've seen you, but you'd be more than welcome up here. He always talked to us. So we did he would buy that time when we do the final at All Iowa
Yep,
with
yep,
Midtags, and
yep.
we'd come in there and he did talk. We have a good time with it.
Yep.
And we never know what we're going to talk about, don't you?
never know. His
Never know.
grandson put 1,000,000 miles in out here, Tuck, yesterday.
He
He
did.
was on the steer side. I don't see.
No, we had him on this side because one of them heifers got away, and he
Oh
was
yeah,
helping.
he came over here.
come
Yeah,
out
he
here.
came over the
yeah.
upper side. Yeah, so Tucker's put 1,000,000 miles in.
He's a
out
nice
here,
young
so
man.
He, is a good
always
one,
will look
yeah.
you in the eye and say hi to you, and I don't know him real well, just enough to say hi to him, but
He has done
good
very
fella.
well. So Tyler was blessed. He won the FFA Creed for Iowa as a freshman.
Yep.
When he did the freshman Creed and went to Indianapolis and stuff, and then Tucker, I think, is a year, probably 2 years maybe behind Tyler. But anyway, so he came out. They went to high school together,
Yep.
same high school, and came out. And Tucker's done really well. He won the Creed, represented Iowa, and I'll screw it up a little bit. There's Miss Tina, but he also won like. Public speaking,
Sure.
and extemporaneous speaking, something along those lines. A talented young man, does nice.
Good. Had a good football season too. If I follow along
yeah,
on social media, it
yeah.
looked like he did. He was passionate about that as well.
Yeah, that senior class and those group of kids, they had a really good year. They were undefeated, one game short of the.
Is he senior already too?
He's got to be. I think so. Yeah.
Yep. Well, we're down to 5 on these heifers.
He's been around
And a
long
lot of
enough. You think
debate.
he'd have been graduated 2 years ago, but yeah, he's a junior or senior. Yeah.
Yep. Kind of forget how fast them kids grow up on a
Dude,
on a
I'm
guy.
telling you, we've talked about that out here yesterday.
Oh my goodness.
I remember some of these kids when they were little, not very big, and they've
Right.
all grown up. But there is a bunch of little ones. It's good to see. It's good for the industry. It's good for the expo and our state fair and county fairs. There's been a lot of little people, a lot of little kids out here.
A lot
to that.
of them, yeah. Hey, the health of our show industry in the state of Iowa, I believe, is real good because we've still tried to keep. I think the Showdown series has allowed our county fairs to be significant, to have them to be able to move on, and the state fair is state fair, and Beef Expo is Beef Expo. We love the thrill of competition in Iowa. So they got 4 of them going in motion. All right. So we got Brady Reynolds, Sloan Curtin, Simon Thorson, and we get this young lady here. Centerville, a PVF Marvel. As they look.
Speaking of somebody that's grown up, I've known Sloan since she was about knee high. She would be older sister and older brother, and she's never taken a back seat. She's gotten tall and really grown up. Does a nice
seen
job.
Brooklyn walk by, and I can still remember when she showed. She just started out.
She was at?
little. Brooklyn, her sister.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right.
And
yeah.
now she's
She's graduated. She's a big
yep.
girl now.
Right, exactly.
She's in the working force and out. Yeah.
Yep. So we got Thorson.
Sloan
Gonna win.
Sloan wins that.
Looks like Brandon's gonna talk this class.
And they keep coming here on the Angus side. A really neat pair to get to study. And there's obviously one that we like a little better just with the extra that she has. But I'm not going to disrespect the other one because I think both of them are very, very high-quality animals, just different in what they like. And so you could flop this pair just based off the little things. But for us, we didn't think about it. This one's body shape, this one's stoutness, and probably what the real deciding factor for me, that much bone, that much foot, she lays back better in her knee and her shoulder. Just a little better bend to her when she gets and goes. Still able to have a good neck posture to her. Just a lot of broodiness, cowiness, soundness, and just still a lot of good and fundamental there. Here's your sharp-fronted. Here's your neat necked one. I love her shape still. Like, no, she don't have quite the wolf on her that one has, but there's still some shape. There's still some boldness to this female. I love the way her back leg addresses the surface and the way she sits there. I just want to park her a little differently in her knee and her shoulder relative to that one. Just not as big bone, not as big footed at the surface. That was a sort for us, but two very nice cattle there within that pair. Heifer that comes here next in 3, big square hip, dense in terms of her middle there as well. She wants to push out of her front skeleton a little more than I'd like her to. I like to see her just a little more secure and stable from that regard. But boy, when she gets her stopped and set up there, that's a neat looking one that still has some width and some product. Ran into a tough pair of them. I love the greenness of this one. I like her look. There's some future here. Boy, really elegant up front, long-sided. She's still pretty loose stepping off her rear skeleton and has some foot and bone. She too, though, her heart, forerib, knee conversation, we got to change that and make her just a little more correct in that regard. This one's just a shot and arrow for us. She's deep, she's smooth. If you think she's opened up enough, you can move her up a place there. But for us, we wanted to open that one up quite a bit more, relax her in her spine. Another heifer here that's got some length and really neat up front. She, too, I like to park differently and square her there in terms of her knee, make her a little stouter there at the surface as well. Modern one here that's got some body shape to her. It's got some shape all the way through and width. Just gets a little plainer and coarser as you study her. Big bodied, easy doing one we got here. Just a little plainer up front. One to change her out of her spine and her rear leg. And then the short tail one that closes our class. Incredibly big pinned and big up high. Her boldness is very good. Just not as attractive up front as what her classmates are. She too's pushing just a little more condition than you'd call ideal as well. But really nice class, interesting, cool pair there up top.
Again, powerful class right there. Cruzy's Annie Lou sure wins that class. She looked really good. Thought the Thorson heifer's nice. Well, we turn
really
right
good.
around and come right back in here right at him again, don't we?
Yep. False rod, another 24 carat.
Now, would this
There's a
be
style.
would that PCC would that be Pembroke? Would he have the Angus on there, or would that be different?
I
than
don't
that?
know. The name Pulse Rod, it could be Pulse Rod too. It could be a home
Sure.
race deal. I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
Now we know Moffat is Moffat. So
I'll see if I can look them up.
hey, there you go. Give you a project. And this is Class 6. Class 6 Angus breeding heifers. March the 7th to March the 14th. 7 head in this class. And if you just tuned in, which I can hardly believe it, but you could today. But on the heifer side, we've got Brandon Callis from is it Minco, Oklahoma? I got it here somewhere. I think I would know that. Minco, Oklahoma. His wife Kelly, back home with Braden, Kylie, Cambry. He is at Redlands Community College. He coached the judging team there for a lot of times. Now I think he just helps those. Spencer Scotton runs that program. Macy Gretzka helps him down there as assistant. His family raises show calves and scimitars. I know he always talks about John the Baptist. You see him on there. And he has judged about all the major shows. Definitely a major show judge in several species.
Oh yeah.
Brandon Callis.
Yeah, he did. Tyler texted me. T-Bone texted me yesterday. He did the goats at Fort Worth. We talked about that yesterday.
We knew he did something.
We did something on one of the majors.
We're still cow guys. We don't pay attention
Yeah,
to the goat field very much.
I kind of do the goats a
try
little
to,
bit,
but we don't do very good.
Yeah,
or I don't do very good.
So Tyler said Fort Worth is the major, the goat show that
Kinda
he
blends in
did.
there.
So
Yep.
you were talking about this Jillian Pulserod. That heifer, the first one in here out there, is was bred by Tri-K Cattle Company of Waverly.
Oh, gotcha.
First owner, it looks like maybe they bought her as a bred, maybe. First owner was Jillian, so she's
Yep.
not quite bred known, but first owner. So
Yep.
so that's the, I would say, Pulse Rod Cattle Company from Cherokee. Where they're from. So we just kind of
Right.
look this up, random stuff as we're going. So
Yep.
you can also go to IJBBA page, scroll down to the yellow box and click on it. There's a show program on there. As the classes are placed, there won't be a 1, 2, 3. As an example, class 5 will have the first name listed will be first, second name's second, and so on and so forth. So
Yep.
have everybody go there and look. So
Look good.
again, so we probably should make another shout out. Oh, I'm sorry. You were
No,
doing
I was
the
going to
judges.
talk
Go
about
ahead.
that.
Sorry.
I was asking, did you talk to them? Would Ferris's wife Natalie be with him on this trip or not?
I
you
talked to
see-
him. I do not know.
And he
I
has,
didn't ask
yep,
him.
one girl, Josie. It looks like out there. Ferris from California. Show steer breeder, and we talked about yesterday. And he's a cattle breeder. He makes those things, and has some other businesses I don't know about. But Texas A&M has a Shoot Side podcast. I've been doing a great job. Couldn't say enough about him. Accurate on the reasons when he's talking them, and handles himself well. Those two have got along as good as you could. You could tell they're having a great time out there. Just been fun to look at.
I did ask him a little bit ago if there was a breed that him and his family was so. He said not really. They just like to make show steers and good quality cattle.
Good
He said
stuff.
if there is kind of a breed, it's kind of mains a little
Yep.
bit, but not. He wouldn't.
Sure.
He didn't really classify himself as a main breeder
Right,
per
yep.
se, but
He's just a
likes to
cattle
make good
breeder.
cattle. That's what he was saying. So, nice job, well spoken, nice young man, nice young man.
Oh, talented. He did a good job. I mean, not only there does he have his footprint. I mean, he had a lot of strength in terms of success in California, but it didn't take long for the Midwesterners to fly out there and figure out that them cattle come back and transmit back here too.
He said that he ended up with a steer from you out there a couple years ago
did,
and
yeah.
wins California State Fair,
yeah,
right? Is that correct?
For
Yep.
Brody Leo.
Yep.
Matt Leo's boy. Yep. Yeah, he was a good calf. Yeah, they called Brody called him Mr. Incredible. He was a good calf. Yeah.
Good for you. How long ago would that have been, Chad?
That would have been time flies a little bit. I don't know if that's 5-6 years ago, probably.
Yeah, very good.
somewhere in there.
Yep. Do you remember what was he? Do you remember what he was?
Oh God, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was. He was a Walks Alone Olivia.
There you go.
So
Yep.
that was the same cow we had that had reserve at Fort Worth.
Okay. Yep.
So that was a good calf. And
Yep.
Ryan Rathman judged that show, and I know talking to him even a few years later, he said that was still one of the better fat steers he had judged.
Cool.
Now in here in the last few years, he's seen a few better hammers, but that one was
Oh.
a very, very, very good steer.
Hammer's a hammer, man.
Yeah,
That's when they show up.
He was a good calf. Yep.
You see some of those things, you go back through, and some of those cattle that stick out with you. That's how I got into the Shorthorns when I was on Iowa State's livestock judging team. We went around.
Yep.
Dave DeWello was my coach, and I was on Dave's first team. And I'm telling you, we drove all over, but that's when I got enthralled with the Shorthorns. Was we went to Hamilton, Missouri, the Alden Farms.
Yep.
Ronnie, Robert, their father George, who's passed, but Ronnie and Robert Alden, super good people, and they had a cow, AF Alden Farms, AF Fantasy Girl. I don't know if you remember her or not.
Nope,
She was the first. She was the first one. She was Triple Crown winner. Back then, we didn't have near as many shows, but that was like Louisville, Fort Worth, and Kansas City. I think were the three majors.
Right.
Or Denver, Louisville, and Kansas City. And she was the first Triple Crown winner in that deal. That was one of the most incredible. I remember like it was yesterday.
Really?
But that's what got me into the Shorthorns was seeing that heifer. It's like I got to try. I never made one that good.
Right. Yeah. Right.
But
yeah.
I mean, that was just the one that
Hey, it's pretty rare
just
to do that, too.
stuck out like a sore thumb.
Did you pay attention at all? Who's that young lady there in the very front?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't know.
I know the one in the middle is that Bryn Young. She's there in
Yep.
Washington County, Iowa. She's a great show person. Always fun to watch her show. And I would say this Ingo girl is probably right behind her with the Moffats.
Colfax, yep.
So then I'm guessing we've got, I don't know.
Not sure who that young lady is. That's a pretty nice heifer.
That's a good heifer. This is a good trio. This is real good. There is no layups in the Angus show here today. We're going to figure out if she goes ahead and wins that class. We're going to figure out who she is, though.
While we have a second here, these guys are finishing that out again. A big shout out to Vermeer. He went through the judges, but Vermeer and Mark Core and his group down at Pella came up and helped make this show ring possible. Here's Ferris.
I think what makes it competitive is these top 3 cattle really all have things you really, really like about them. And for us, when we're talking about this heifer that we're going to use to win the class, does so because she actually collects herself more when she's on the move. She'll kind of bring that shoulder in and stays flexible and balanced when she gets going. When she's standing here, she maybe wants to open up in her shoulder and kind of duck her pin just a little bit. Maybe it's because she's got less tailhead hair than the one right in behind her, but it's a really flexible bovine, and really kind of the deal sealer for us is when you kind of get off in front of them at the 3/4 or behind them. This one is significantly more opened up underneath. She's more impressive when you get behind her, and she too is really lean and probably better right here in her throat latch than the one right in behind her. Now the one in behind her, she can move. I mean, she can get it. I don't know if you saw him come in. She ran over there, kind of a little bit of a track star, if you will, deep-sided. She's really high-necked. She's really good-looking. She's very balanced. I would say she's the most flexible off both ends of her skeleton. However, I think she's probably the flattest of the top 4 or 5. So she should be extremely flexible. Good looking, beautifully presented, beautifully shown, high quality heifer. If you want to flip-flop those two or like them a little bit different, we won't argue with him too much. We're just kind of relying on our preferences. Love the breeding pieces in this 1 and 3. She is so bold ribbed. She's so impressive when you get in behind her. She still lays in her shoulder pretty smooth and is really good in her forerib. But even though her shoulder lays in smooth, we want to redesign the way she is up front. She kind of wants to kind of open up in her chest a little bit, be a little straighter. We could set her back in her knee. And then really for me, I'd like to make her foot bigger and more desirable shape. But we get her parked like this. She's balanced too. Really nice one to go 3. Deep-bodied, practical centered one that comes here in 4. She's long-muscled. She's smooth. She's really feminine about her head. She's got a nice balance look from the side. Need to improve the way she uses her rear wheel and to move her up anymore. One here that comes next might be bolder ribbed than the one right in front of her just ever so slightly. She's got some body depth too, kind of the same story. Could amp her foot up a little bit, amp her bone up, and move her up a little bit further. And then these final 2 that round out the class, they are stout cattle. They got some muscle. They got some power and impression when you get them behind them. We just need to make them more flexible off both ends to get them up any higher. Really nice class.
Yeah, there's an impressive trio of heifers there on that group. So then we get into Class 7. Look at that break. We have 4 days break, March 2nd to March 6th. That's a tight break in here of these Angus cattle.
Should have 8 head, I think.
Yep. 8 more of these as they come here at us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, we're just saying as this class comes in, another deep set of heifers. Same kind of sires kind of listed out here. 24 karat, a Casino, Primo, Good Times, Schrader. milestone. That's kind of a new one, but again, nice set of cattle out here. So again, shout out to Vermeer and their support out here for making it available, making it possible to come down here to this Jacobson building. Now, not a nice, again, what a nice addition to the expo. A nice.
Oh, we did, yeah,
facility.
too. Talk about there, Vermeer.
Vermeer,
We haven't
yeah.
made a shout out to Vermeer yet today, have we?
No, well, just what I was doing. I just did. Yeah.
I'll be quiet. I'll pay
No,
attention.
you're fine. No, I don't have the rundown, but Vermeer, Mark Core, and his group, super good supporters of the beef industry, but the junior beef industry in Iowa, but nationally as well. I know we're looking out here. There's some banners around, as you can see on the website. Got a frisky steer. Whoa!
Hey, give the Jeff Boddicker, give him the quote of the day over
yeah,
here on this Vermeer.
I love
awesome.
JB. Jeff Boddicker and I've been friends for a long time. And he goes, I love my cows, Amy, my Vermeer baler, and a few other people.
Yeah.
And I don't know who the few other are, but I think that
Yeah.
depends on the day, would be my guess. But
I told you
having said
I
that-
wasn't asking. I don't want to know.
I don't
might
want to
not be
know.
the
I don't
few
know.
either.
I don't know where it
We might
is.
assume we're a few, but we're not going to.
yeah, I like
And
it.
that probably changes day to day as well.
I would think so. Yeah, yeah. The only thing I think, if you ask Amy, I think Duke would come first.
Yeah, well, you think he'd be right
Duke
in
could be,
there?
with Amy on there. Duke could
on
be
the backside. She'd say Duke. Then,
Duke,
Then
then,
Jeff.
and then
You know what it
cows,
is?
and then Baylor, maybe a couple other farm equipments, and then Jeff. But he would be in there somewhere. I bet.
He'd make the top 5. Hey,
I don't
she's probably listening. Maybe she give us a shout out. Amy, are you listening to us? We want to know what your top 5 is on your quote that to coincide with his Baylor quote of Jeff. Hang on, we're going to let you listen to this.
The walkway in the bleachers is a fire lane that you are not supposed to stand in.
Oh, that's a boring one. I'm not going to throw that one out there. They don't want us to be on standing room only. Yep.
Just if you smell smoke, get out of the stairs.
hell out of the
Get
way.
out the hell out of the way.
Yep. Hey, if we got a fire, we're rolling out of here. Hey, you gonna? Hey, give me a break here.
Chad stepped away for a minute. We're back out here. Got them down to 2. They're walking around out here. Olivia Beeson and Kinsey Coffee. Garden Grove in Kingsley, Iowa. Olivia's got a Udell bred, a Queen Ruth, a Casino, and Kinsey appears to have a Primo. Another Udell Ellie, heifer out here. March 5th, March 3rd, and a March 5th. So 2 nice heifers, 2 nice young ladies out here. So the gentlemen are honing in on them and trying to get her decided and deciphered out here. Can't quite see them on the screen, but the Brandon and Ferris look like they're having another good time. They're coming back in. They're smiling, giving a lot of hand gestures and talking, describing, and going from there. So it's like Brandon's coming around and is going to take a look at him again here. And I'd say he's about ready to make his decision and move on here. So sitting here just peering across the ring, looking over. This crossbred steer thing is amazing. I mean, there is quality is deep and over there. There's been some absolute hammers come walking through that ring. So it's very, very cool. So very cool to see. So.
You get up high and you get to studying her. This is just probably even a better size in terms of growth curve with this animal here as well. Is she unsound? No, but still think she needs to be a little bigger at the ground and just a little more flexible and more comfortable at the surface on her feet when she goes. She stops and stands her there, though. That's still a quality one. That's a balanced one. We just decided it's just more genuine animal there than in this one. This one here, we run in second. Again, love her mobility and her looseness of movement. Her heaviness of bone is very, very good. Just got to make that call. Is there enough there? Is she big enough? And then when you get in behind her, she's a little narrow pin there as well. So she doesn't hit me as genuine as that one. Probably just never going to be big enough in her kind. I can probably relate to her in that regard. Just not quite big enough. Been told that my whole life. One here, we got here in third, long-sided. She's got some squareness there to her, and I like her look and her look up front. Just one that doesn't handle her hind leg as ideal as we want her to. I like to lay her into her shoulder a little better there as well. Smooth made one here that's got some hip in her. Just gets a little tucked up in terms of her lower body, a little rounder and deeper there in her chest and her shoulder as well. Blue tag one here rolling around. She's got a lot of depth and a lot of just smoothness and volume to her. I just want to see her front end constructed quite a bit more correctly. Want to see her get around and go in just a more mobile fashion. Female that's come around next is giving a young lady a hard time. That one's got some length. She's got some look up front. There's some real shape there up top as well. Just a little more compromise maybe in her heart, full rib, and lower body. A pair of them that we close with, I think moderation and ease of fleshing ability makes them pretty practical cattle. Just maybe not those show ring look and pieces in terms of their chest and construction of their top line like we have in some of those cattle ahead. But a good class, interesting pair there up top.
Once again, just wanted to share with you over on the female side, on the breeding side, our judges today, Ferris Simon without the hat. Him and his wife, Natalie, and baby girl Josie hail from Cathy's Valley, California. He's a show steer producer out there and also owns and operates multiple other businesses there in California. He's a graduate of Texas A&M University in animal science. And if his voice kind of sounds familiar, was the voice of the Shoot Side podcast there for a couple years. So anyway, welcome Ferris and Natalie here. Also, the other judge is Mr. Brand Callis, a longtime friend of mine. Minko, Oklahoma, wife Kelly and kids Brayden, Kylie, and Cambry are back home. He's an instructor there at Redlands Community College, where he's been there quite a while. And him and his family raise both Shokayos and Semitals. He has judged basically every show in existence, and man, just a pleasure to listen to. This is how good he is. Last night at the close of the day, he mixed into his reasons that he was hungry and had to go pee. That's how good he is. Okay, Mr. Brandon Callis, always a pleasure to have you here, and it was a pleasure to take you guys out for supper last night over to the Latin King, and let's give Ferris and Simon, or Ferris and Brandon, a big round of applause. Would you please today?
Okay, that last class, this is a tough class here. There's only 6 Februaries in this class, but holy cow, they are tough,
They look
man.
good.
So I had Olivia Beeson and Kinsey Coffey first and second in that last class. A Casino and a Primo, nice heifers. That Beeson heifer's really nice. They're both really nice. So.
Both Udell prefixes there,
Yeah.
look like.
I saw John Kroll was back here. He said they've got, they were in on this coffee heifer somehow.
Oh, he's helping those folks, yeah.
so
Yeah. Well, these guys are really
Garden
stepped-
Grove, that'd be down in there by him. It'd
Yep.
be down in there between you and I.
Well, coffee would be back. I mean, that's a coffee that Hook was hooked up with. Heat Seeker.
Is that right? Yep.
Yep. Yeah, he would have made him. But I know the girls have done a good job, and they've been bringing some good heifers.
Yeah.
They've had some out here all the whole time too.
This one's got some heat in it too. Down here's Chesney Steenhook. She's got a Conley heifer, a Sully bred, Lashmit and Wise, Lehman, some daisies, round table style, natural Primo lead the way, another Primo. So good set of heifers.
Yeah, it's a good shout out for them guys. Fun to watch. We've been paying attention to the heifer show and hadn't watching much of the. I haven't been checked any of the steer show out. This Haggis heifer show's been really good.
Oh my God, yeah. I occasionally peer up. I told him when you stepped away, I looked over there. That looks like our buddies over there in that steer ring, man. That steer show, crossbred steer show in Iowa is in good shape, man. They are woofy good. Oof. The fellas still got all 6 of them out here. They're
starting to pull down after they go to the
getting ready. I'd
conversations.
say they're getting ready to wade into them and start pulling them out of here and pull them down pretty quick. Some different sizes and shapes. As you kind of get a little more age on them, there's some more little separation. You can see some of their genetics kind of coming out as far as sizes and lengths of body and that type of stuff. Be fun to watch them mature through the summer.
So which? Yeah, I guess I looked on there. Just look at that kind of some names as we get talking out there. But yeah, we got a Conley heifer, Sullivan heifer, last minute Weiss heifer. Just looking at some prefixes. That's good. As again, yeah, he's starting to pull back down here a little bit. So we get down to, so we have basically Dylan, Chesney, and Kinley.
Then there was 2.
So now we have the Primo and Conley lead the way. So what'd he do? I just missed it. Did Steenhook go ahead and win the class? Yep.
Yep.
That's a good heifer.
Prospect type 1 to lead us off here in the breeding heifer show. Big bodied, she's bold ribbed, she's stout. This one really excels when she gets on the move. She got reach and flex off of both ends. Relative to the one right in behind her, could we trim her up a little bit in her chest and her neck and her overall condition? Absolutely. But I think just in terms of mass, combined with structure, combined with balance, that's the one that we kind of land on where we have to start. Love the freshness, love the presence of this one right here in 2. She too is sound when we get out, ask her to get out and go. Just need to pull her apart a little bit, give her a little bit more punch to get around that one right in front of her. That's a dang nice heifer. The club calf breeder in me really appreciates the foot, the bone, the power in this one that comes in 3. I think there's a lot of cool breeding pieces here. She's so bold rib, she's so stout. She's got big old feet on her, and I really like that. But we need to relax her in all of her angles to get her up a little bit further. But I think that's going to be a really, really fun one to mate on down the road. She brings a lot of good to the table. This one that comes here next, when we get her parked, she's so balanced. She's so pretty and feminine about her head. She's really uniform in her underline. She, too, has some rib shape. So when we ask her to move, where she kind of comes apart there, particularly in her rear skeleton, like to give her a little more accuracy, a little more functionality there, especially right down there in her lower joints. Bold rib, stout, powerful one that comes next. Just need to correct her in her lower joints as well, kind of like the one right in front of her. I'd like to give her some bigger feet, give her a little more iron, and make her a little more flexible as she goes, but has a lot of good chested, long neck. Deep-bodied one that comes next. She's practical. She'll make a nice cow out in production, just kind of missing out on some of the extras that some of those in front of her got.
Moving right along here, we be Class 9 coming in. The one that Class 8 would have been Chesney Steenhook with a lead the way heifer. I was just telling Chad, those are nice cattle. I've seen some of those lead the ways.
Hey, we're going to have
nice.
a heck of a lineup. We get these
And
class winners back out
Dylan
here
Dyke
in
was
Angus
second
show.
with a primo.
These things, them guys been lining them up, knocking them down, but we're going to have some. We're going to have some good stuff.
Yep.
What age are these things? Are we in the January?
Early
yet,
February.
Early February.
2nd through the 13th.
Yep.
Yep.
There.
Paradox, Udell, Plum
What do we
Creek.
do?
Keep going. Okay. All right.
talking.
Blue Chip, Dignity, Paradox. Oh, Plum Creek Paradox. He's hung around.
Paradox, he's hung around. He's too mean not to hang around.
They can be a
Got that
handful.
hot rod. Yes, they can. Yeah.
But they're obviously
good
they're
cattle.
good
He-
cattle.
no,
Some
they're
of them are
good
really
cattle.
good
Yeah.
because I mean,
Yeah.
if they weren't good, you wouldn't put up with that BS. You know.
No, you
But,
wouldn't. He'd have been done a
This
long
one
time
out here,
ago.
there's a Paradox
Yeah.
daughter out here that Hunter's
yeah.
got.
Oh, yeah.
That's really nice.
Oh, gotcha.
Small world story. Hunter's mom is from Creston. She's a Southern Iowa girl.
Oh, she is.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Go to church with her.
Yeah.
Go to church with his
And
grandma
Hunter,
and grandpa.
We talked about Hunter's heifer yesterday, right? We talked about his Hereford heifer that he showed in the 4-H show we liked really well.
Yep.
So she grew up in Creston, Iowa.
Yep.
Oh, got a little bit I'll tell you, we're about a division away from getting in the real heat over there on the steer show.
Yeah. This one's pretty good. Just pairing across the street here. Speaking of getting into the heat, how deep will this water be on our side when we get 12 class winners out here?
Oh, I said that as we walked in here. Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's going to be a spectacular lineup again of these Angus females, and I think, and I don't know which one, but it's going to be. Look to me like it's going to be a challenge for one to differentiate herself from the rest of them.
Oh yeah, no, the quality is going to be good in there.
Wow.
I think it's probably good that they only pick 2 out of each breed because, I mean, there's been a ton of really good heifers.
Right.
Yesterday, we're going to see some more today, but it wouldn't be. A lot of these breeds you could go 4 or 5 deep and be top 5.
Right. Yeah.
I mean the whole
Yeah.
deal. I mean it's just.
But there's a lot of times where you have a heck of a division and you'll have a phenomenal reserve, and the one that beats her don't even make it to 5.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, there ain't a lot of. When you take 5 spots with this many high quality heifers, that ain't many spots to divvy around.
We talked about that last year when we were up there in the crow's nest up in the pavilion, and we just started going down that list of cattle that we liked and ones that could be, we just about, you said about every one of them, that could be up. And we're not that far into it yet. We got 2 more champions to pick today in these divisions, but I think this year's lineup, I'm not so sure won't even be deeper, Chad. I mean, I just, the limb flex was good. The red Angus was good yesterday.
Yeah.
The crossbred red Angus was good. I mean, and that's not even talking about the semis and the 3 mains and the purebred semi. That one's still.
Hereford, the pure semi,
Oh, yeah.
she was incredible.
That
The
pure
foundation,
semi,
yeah.
I had a buddy call me this morning. He goes, "What did you like so far?" And not just because of being there. I said the 2 that absolutely enthrall me, the 3 that enthrall me from yesterday, and they're all just a little different, but they are high quality. Is that high semi? I think is an incredibly. Oh, I told that to Jay Steenhook this morning. I saw Jay. Chesney had a basketball game last night, so he wasn't here for that part. Anyway, I said that Hereford of Paulson's Hereford, and Abby Talak's main Angus.
Yep, right.
Those are. I mean, there's a lot of good ones, and I don't have any insider trading. I'm not
Right.
even. These guys
Just saying
can't
what
hear
we're
me.
seeing, yeah.
I'm just seeing it, but that means sheesh, them 3 are good. And I bet this Angus, this one will put goosebumps on your neck too when you gets out here too. I imagine. So. Not wishing my life away, but I cannot wait for this top 5. I just, it's going to be so much fun.
It'll be good. Like you say, you get them out here and watch them. So Hunter, that's a Paradox, right?
Pardon me?
That Paradox. I just looked at her and liked her.
Isn't that a nice?
Yeah,
Not a
she's
nice,
good.
That's like I said, them paradoxes. That's a nice one.
Yeah.
I don't know if she ends up. I don't know if she'll be bred known for a hunter, but she would be family owned for sure.
She got the prefix on the front, don't she?
It would be the same, right? But I don't know if that cow's in. I guess I could look, but yeah, that would be a pretty cool one to have in your barn to wake up and see that one every day. That would be fun.
And you know that they do a good job with one. Another Udell heifer up there in that second spot. A dignity.
Yep. That's kind of funny. Go down through, looking through these names. You and I've been in Iowa for a lot of years, and go to a lot of shows and a lot of junior nationals and judge a lot and that kind of stuff. There's a lot of names in here I don't recognize.
Right. Yep.
I'm not saying that good or it's good. It's a good thing.
Yep.
Keep bringing new people in and keep it going and stuff.
Well,
great industry, but
some of them you ask a story and you can probably piece them back together.
Oh,
who they
absolutely,
kinda go to and
yeah.
Where they're at.
There's a Udell. Speaking of Udell, there's Mitch Udell. He just walked in. He's been working on several. He's
Mitch has been working on several.
well, it looks like he's dirty.
Is he?
Yeah.
Where'd he go? Oh, he's up on the top side. Yeah. He's had a lot in here.
He's had a lot. They've had a big morning. They've had
bet.
several Angus in through here.
Hey, one of the premier Angus breeders in the country, let alone
Breeder.
But Iowa.
Yeah.
They've
Maine.
won on the high level.
They had,
their Angus are doing good. Hoya.
The
Brady Edge.
Brady Edge. I could see him. I was gonna Edge. I
Right.
couldn't think of Brady.
Yep,
Brady Edge had
Brady,
that
yep.
semi heifer
Yeah,
last
yeah.
year. She just whipped their ass
She
everywhere.
was out of that Hoya that was Supreme
Yeah.
Champion everywhere. She does a good heifer.
That was a good heifer.
Yep.
The Beeson girls, they've had a good run with them. There's been a lot of people.
We've got looks like I believe that is Udell heifer in the very
Yep.
front that they're looking at.
Udell
and,
and Hunter
and then
Anderson.
Hunter Anderson with Paradox. We've been talking about that. Sure looks good. Making his final look.
Just while we're sitting here, kind of waiting for these fellas to make their 10 now. Yep, there they go.
2-1. Yep.
There you go.
I like
Very
this
good.
Paradox heifer
I'm
he
in.
uses.
I'm in on her.
Yep.
Another good class, and two different kinds of good on the top end of this class. And you kind of, one of those deals, you pick your poison and your preference with these two, and you really can't go wrong. But again, we feel fairly consistent using this one here. Just again, the shot more moderation that we don't mind. I like her proportion, the way everything blends and goes, the stoutness of her skull, but yet still broody in the way she's put together, the boldness of her body, the big square flatness of her back, and her length of her hip all pleases us very, very well. And then you get behind her and watch her go. There's still a relative squareness and a goodness from hock to ground. As she is freaky fronted, as she is long anywhere, is what the one behind her is. No, she's not, but I think that's what lends to her proportionality out here, makes everything fit and balance with that female. Female we have here in second, I do like her length. I think she's got some length of stride. She's good at the surface, and there's still some muscle to her, a little more elevated in her tail head, a little more broken in her spine when she goes, a little more pronounced about her shoulder in terms in relation to her forerib relative to that one that leads out, but still a nice heifer with some looseness and some comfort of movement. Female here, again, just fits the mold for us in terms of stoutness. She needs to be a little softer bodied for those that like the belly draggers, but I still think this one's a good body type cattle in terms of her boldness in the center of her heart and forerib. Still high in her neck set, still big out of her hip. Just again, maybe not the same kind of belly shape we find in really cattle on either side of her, but I just respect her width and stoutness. Still has that look of quality. I love the softness of this female. Very practical, very useful here. A little frailer bone, a little plainer to look at, but I like her mobility and where her joints and angles sit just a notch better than this one. This one's a hard one for me because at the standstill, when he gets this one put together, I love her look of quality. I love the look she has up front. It's just when we get her into motion, she wants to fight a little bit and gets tighter in her top. She's just a little more vertical off either end of her skeleton, and you can call it good enough, but in this class, I still want to see her more correct and looser, more comfortable in a way she reaches out front. Got a pair of them here we close with. I think going to be good cow prospects. They're going to be easy fleshing enough, just not the same kind of look and presence we find in those cattle ahead of them, but a really nice class of Angus females.
As we get, as you listen to him talk and he's so accurate as you go through and look at how he did, really nice class. I thought it was good class winner, and then, As we get ready for this class of January heifers, we've got some ones coming in. I know Miles Shaw to be listening and paying attention, as he had mentioned. I think he's got one in this class that he's proud of. There, looks good. Several names in here. Should be a really good class. I think we get him on in here. And this is Class 10. So that should give us 2 more classes before we conclude our Angus show here today and work into our commercials. I think we're keeping good pace with the other ring. They just finished with Division 2 champion, starting over Division 3. But again, really good class. And we talk about some different sires. Quantum Leap, which has been Angus Bull, which I think that just kind of rings Simmental to me as I hear that right off the get-go. 24 karat. Gateway, Follow Me, Primo, Marvel, Good Times, Severa Style. So some similar themes that we've had out here, as you would say, but a good set of heifers. For a Sunday, we get some trickling in here a little bit more and more. This place can handle quite a few people. We talked about up here in the crowd of getting in some people in the fire lane, so that means that we're starting to get some standing room only. People want to get in here and watch. So it's been a great venue to be able to watch in here today. Again, shout out to Vermeer. Appreciate all they do for this. They're well represented here as you come in here in the ring to see around and what they have. But looks good. Got Brandon on this far end, and they kind of get back in that groove of what they did yesterday of kind of rolling back around and kind of looking, but going to work their way and probably get them ready to put them things in motion. Kick down here, we've been talking about some prefixes, and here's one. We got the Express Ranches Frontier Gal. I don't know where she was. Actually, we was part of a Frontier Gal would go back to, I'm sure she probably steps back into that one that actually I would have been part of that picture when she won Denver back there from Ernie Wallace. That whole Frontier Cow family sure been good for Express out there. Been good. Griman's got a Follow Me in there, and that's a big time Angus name here in Iowa, and then Phyllis to the far end of this group. So we'll get ready. Brandon says put him in motion, so we'll watch him come around. Jillian will be the first one. Trying to watch when you guys can see her going. She should be coming in your screen, walking across there right now. That'll be the Quantum Leap one. The Express heifer, you should be coming in your screen about now to watch. The Sinclair family that does a good job. Some of those there in that family, but they've both steers and gotten really competitive there on the heifer side. We should getting in 24 karat. I think the Marvel heifer's coming around. Should have the Good Times heifer. Kind of focus back around on that front end. Another good tough class. I'll have some debate in here before they go to pulling, because it just a lot of evenness to them. kind of still working. They have not conferred yet, so we'll have to get our get them step back, look at them, do a little conferring. Angus in your numbers. The Express heifer is out of the 37-34 West donor. Say she'd been doing a really good job. 4. Jacob Griman's got a very nice heifer too. That's a Follow Me heifer. We had Jason Minard here yesterday, the Steenhook and Minard sire that's done a good job. They're conferring now. If you got them in there, they're talking. They'll start pulling here in a little bit. With their way working down. Again, we're class 10 of class 12, so we've got 3 in the next class, 3 in the class after that. I would say, as we would, Robbie, if you can hear, I would say Iowa County is always strong. And then, yeah. Like I talked before, I cannot read their body language of what they're doing. They can talk about, at times looks to me like they talk about the one they want to win the class and talk about the one they want to maybe go ahead and pull right away. So I think they just defer top to bottom where they like them, how they want them. But they have done a really, really good job of conferring, and I know we may have one probably a little more veto power than the other one. But boy, they seem like they've been very, very engaged with one another as far as judging your heifer show here today and yesterday. All right, we're going to start pulling over here on the heifer side. They're ready to start pulling. Got two pulled out. 3 pulled out. Yep, we're rolling right on down in through here. Down to 4, I think you can kind of see all them. All of those in there. There you go. She got it panned in there. Kudos to our camera person over there. She's doing a good job. Brandon sure studied them things up real well. Got a Hannah Seek there in that second spot. Down to 3. Thank you, sir. We're down to, what do we got? Yep. Sinclair heifer wins this class. A good heifer.
Another wildly competitive class over here in the Angus show, and I think the best way to describe this one that we're going to lead off the class with here is the way Brandon just described her here in our private talk, which is she's the problem-free one of this group. Now, me personally, and I think Brandon would agree, I think we'd like to redesign their feet and structure on these top three. None of them are perfect, but this one's probably the best there. With that, she's big-bodied, she's really smooth, she's beautifully presented. And when we get her stopped right here, we really like how balanced she is, how attractive she is. But again, probably the best combination of width and structure here, most problem-free one, she wins the class. Now, standing still, for us, I don't think it's close. This one is our favorite one, parked right here, put together. Her bone, her power, her balance, how bold rib she is. She's still soft in her underline. She's balanced from the side and attractive. So when we ask her to move, that we need to put some new wheels on this one, maybe get her a new set of tires too. Just right there, a little bit uncomfortable out of her rear skeleton. If we can fix those things, that one wins the class. Lot to like about that animal, though. Nonetheless, look at this angle from her going away right here. Really impressive when you get in behind her. Really big-bellied, broody cow prospect here that comes next. She's smooth. She's real feminine up about her head. She's really balanced when we get her stopped right here. Similar story to the one right in front of her. We need to improve her foot size and shape. We need to give her more reach off of both ends. And I think if you do that, we can move her up as well, you know. But if we're going to call a structure comparable between her and the one in front of her, we're going to use the one that we think is stouter and has more mass and power. I think there's a lot of future in this one that comes in 4, and I think of the lineup, this one has a lot of upside. She's really skinny, yet she's really soft in her center body. She's got some power when you get in behind her. Of the initial 4, I probably prefer her hip length and her hind leg and the way she uses it better than the ones in front of her. However, she needs to be set back further in her knee. She wants to get a little open in her chest and a little plain about her chest. That's a really good heifer. I think we bring her along with some feed, kind of manage that chest a little bit. That's a really, really nice one down the road and can give the ones in front of her a little bit of fight. Smooth muscled one that comes here next. She's really high neck. She's really good looking. And sometimes when you get ones that this high neck, they want to get a little straighter shoulder like she is, a little more forward in her knee. But I like her long and smooth muscle pattern. Some quality there in that one. Broody, big bellied one that comes next. She's got a stout hip and she's still pretty feminine about her neck. Need to correct the way she uses her rear wheels and level her out in her hip. But something that's got certainly one that's got some cow power and some good days ahead of her. And the same could be said for these ones that are rounding out the class. This one's really bold rib. She's really soft body. She's sound structured. She just needs some of the extras. Another bold rib one here. Just kind of needs some more of those extra high points to move up in the class.
Nice job describing those cattle out there. These guys did a nice job. It's fun when they sit there and they can break them apart. That's what I said. Yep. So we're aiming in on them. We're about ready to wrap up the Angus. We'd have some winter heifer calves and some senior heifer calves. Got a Synergy, Dignity, Good Times here coming up, Supremo, Expressway, and a Primal. So cattle that we all kind of know about. So, yep. So Express heifer wins that last class. Grandma's heifer, Follow Me. There's been some nice Follow Me. That one of the Jacobs does look like a Follow Me. They're kind of a little square made and a little more compact in their body length, but that's a good thing. Not being critical. That's just kind of the way Follow Me was, if I remember right. So, I got some hood. They can Matt and his
Yeah.
cousins and stuff. They can flap over them masters together.
Yeah, they get them things clipped in smooth tight. One thing about there's a lot of pedigrees on these show Angus that are really hairy, and then boy, if you're not really hairy, you're going to have a hard time in the wintertime kind of hanging with them.
So
We got Alan Miller, PVF heifer. She's got a good look. What would that be? She's a good times. Those cattle are very, very hairy. Oh, yeah. Yep. Adam, I knew that. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, good family. I mean, just like like we talked about, you go up and down to all these places and just good people stacked up and down the line. Yep. I get a kick out of him because he Angus, true and bluest of blue bloods when it comes to Angus folks, and old Uncle Brandon's got him fired up. He likes his show steers. Adam does. Adam likes the show steer and get them things dressed up and ready. I don't know if they'd had a crew from over there, but coming on.
shout out to the Live Auctions TV crew. Margot and her crew got us up and going good, doing a great job. So tune into liveauctions.tv and keep them pulled up. She was at I think Kansas. She said she's here this week, and
Right.
where do you go next week? Where'd you go? Hey Margot, where do you go next week? Carney? No. Nebraska Cattlemen's Classic next week. So you were at Kansas last week? Watertown, South Dakota. The Winter Farm
Winter
Show.
Farm
Yep,
Show.
Forgot about that. So, yep.
And a seat fourth, Ryder and fifth to Elizabeth Finley, sixth to Hannah Wood, seventh to Jillian Aldry, and eighth
You got a little debate.
currently in the ring, class 11.
Debate going on. Synergy, dignity, good times.
Just walking by, I took a little extra to get your coffee this morning there, Chad. Sorry about that. I'll be quicker next time. But having said that, I had to talk to the Griman sisters, the married cousins, Sis and Mary. Go over there. And,
Great gals.
you talk about great gals. We talk about a larger than life. Charlie, their dad, when he was up and going.
Oh, was he? Yep.
What a dude. What a unique human.
You bet.
Garner girls up there, so it's good. Good to see them. There's only 3 in here, but this is a challenging class.
A lot of debate. I mean,
there's a lot of.
it's 3 variations, isn't it?
Oh, they're 3 different. They're 3 nice for kind of what they all are and stuff. There's the queen. There's my old queen girl. She was. We were Hampshire sheep royalty back in the day.
Who was? You guys were?
Me and Kelly. Yep.
Yep.
Kelly was the Iowa Hampshire queen, and
They're going to put these things in motion. They want to get these things right.
For the first large round Baylor back in 1971 to today, Vermeer continues to pioneer and engineer high-quality hay tools for every step of the
We'll let you listen to Brad Hook talk about Vermeer.
Rakes, tedders, balers, and bale processors and mixers that are all supported by your local dealer and backed by Vermeer. Vermeer is the proud partner of the 2024 Iowa Beef Expo Junior Shows and wishes all exhibitors good luck. Once again, keys left at the concession stand. And if you're thirsty or hungry, go ahead, Brandon.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Concession stands in the back corner
Thank
right
you.
there, guys, right?
Thank
okay.
you very much. You just saved me a lot of work there.
Just helping you out, Brad.
Thank you.
Interesting class, interesting pair, and if you stop and you think, boy, these guys are crazy, I decided if you traded hair coats, it probably wouldn't even be close because this one's the better built animal. When we park these two in terms of just shoulder angle, knee positioning, she's much squarer, more correct in the framework of her body. We get these two on the stroll. She's much more comfortable in every sense of the word in terms of her spine, in terms of the usage of her hind leg and feet. Yes, she's got some rough spots. No, she does not have the hair coat and fit job of this one right behind her. But again, I think her fundamentals are more correct. And if the only thing I can say is give her more hair and we trade them, I don't think that's fair. We're going to use that one to win. I do love this one at the standstill. Awesome look of quality, good head shape. She's got some hip and some boldness to her. I just think her problem is the way she's built there underneath. Just a little too splayed out for us down low. She just struggles there on the move and never gets comfortable, and I think that just lends to her not being as correct in terms of her build versus that one that leads. So just a function difference between those two, not necessarily a show calf difference between those two. One here in third, I love the boldness of body. I love the squareness of that one as well. Pretty functional, and in some ways more flexibility to one we set ahead of her. Just not the same kind of look and smoothness. She too's a little coarser all the way through. Good class. You can swap that pair. That's just how we like them.
Welcome to the show. Well, I'll tell you what, it's been an opportunity of a lifetime to be a part of it, and it's been something special to be here with Dylan and do it. And I'll tell you right now, Dylan walked up to me and I said, "What do you think?" He said, "Well, you know, I think there's kind of two of them that's pretty good." And I said, "Yeah, I get that." But I said, "Well, where are we going to judge? I mean, we got to place them, unfortunately." And so the more that we talked, and as we got to them, man, look at that pair of calves right there. It's just hard to make them like that, and it doesn't matter.
Now we're in the last class of your Angus heifers, class 12. Boy, nice trio of big older heifers.
Oh, yeah. October senior yearlings. Nice. That's a whale of a trio of heifers.
Oh,
right
very
there.
nice. Very, very good.
Yep. Out in motion and takes that reach and step that he does, there ain't no way I'm beating him in this class. I think that's a hustler for sure, but he beats a good one. You get back around to this black calf. Boy, whenever I step right in behind him, buddy, I don't know where
You know, we get this.
that is the biggest hip that I've seen.
Have we seen a couple primals? This primal heifer's nice. We had a couple others there, didn't we?
Absolutely. That primal's way nice. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That one's way good. Look at your old buddy, look at Miles over there on the steer deal. Now he's coming up on him. He keeps creeping in on him.
That's a pair of stallions over there.
Oh, isn't that
one and two.
Oh my God! I mean,
I got
sucked in there, and you can tell Miles is in it, man. He keeps creeping up there, and he just wants to handle him, man. He wants to get up on him.
Yep.
Most of these classes, that calf wins for fun. Square back, awesome shape, beautiful body, and a good hind leg. He's just not as burly as those other two. I know that's general, but I know if you're with him.
I apologize there. We kind of been looking over and watching that steer division.
What those two did. These are real good.
Them things are nice. Anytime when he says the best he's seen so far, you would like to pay attention.
Well, I remember yesterday Miles was kind of scolded Dylan for saying that about that class of main steers. You know, that's the best class he's seen, blah, 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 and then he uses the two from the next class to win. That were awesome as well. Don't get me wrong. You got to be
he went
careful.
for the best class you ever seen to better ones he ever seen.
Yeah, and then the next ones were the better ones he ever seen.
I think he meant by that probably that is just they were
class.
so good.
That was 8 deep. That class was 8
right.
deep. Yep, I remember that yesterday. So.
Put your hands together for all those
So our fellows on our ring, they worked on that trio in that last class a lot, and I think this one's going to cause them just as many fits or more. This is a trio of really good Angus heifers, and these young people out here, they need to be commended. I mean, these heifers are, and I think for coming big senior yearlings, are in perfect condition. Don't you think, Chad?
I think they are too. I just really commend them. You keep them that fresh and that good looking, and still have a quality hair coat about them. I think it's way good.
They are. I mean, they are fresh.
Yep, they look good. Had a little debate, which it deserve. These three are deservedly needed some debate because they've got some good. Yep, I like this heifer here to win that one of Collison.
For me, yes.
She is fresh.
She is incredibly. Oh, she did win. Sorry,
he pulled her.
You knew more than I did.
Yeah,
I just looked
waited.
up.
I didn't want to say it beforehand, but yeah, I thought she's.
I thought
way
you were
good.
going out on a limb and saying
No,
that.
I did
You're
not
picking
go on a
that.
Good class of big ones over here in the heifer show, and one that for me and I think for Brandon the same comes to the top in quite logical fashion. Love her freshness, love her body shape. I like how shallow chested she is relative to her center part of her body. When we ask him to move, she reaches off both ends of her skeleton. Like I said yesterday, I'm no expert heifer feeder, but from what I've been told, it's pretty hard to have these bigger ones like this in this fresh of a condition. So kudos to you, real nice heifer. Let's talk about these other two because I think this is where we really had more discussion. And for us, it's a little bit of reckoning back to the last class where I think if we traded hair quality, we might maybe think it's a little closer than what it is. But for us, this one is the fresher composition one. She's bold-bodied. We ask them into motion right there. We like her better, and she's stout. Now, this one's deep-bodied right here. She's got some punch to and some foot size. When you get in front of the cattle, she's opened up in her chest and opened up in her shoulder. Need to improve the way she moves out of her rear skeleton, but that's a nice heifer to round out the class.
All right, I would gather around your computer if you're not here to watch this Angus, which there is a great crowd here watching this Angus show. But we're gonna have these 12 class winners, dude. I mean, now will be legit.
We're going to have to work to fit them in the ring there, I think, a little bit, probably.
Yeah, I think they're gonna keep them
I know
walking
at
in
10
there.
and 11, we were right here.
We were out here, yeah. There's some big ones. So.
Class 11 Angus breeding heifers first place.
They look like they're going to do it a little different.
Second to Kendall Burns and third to Zachary Dow. Placing class 12 Angus breeding heifers first place. Madison Collison. Second to Jillian Moffett. Third to Clara Sinclair. We are currently entering the now for the final drive of the Angus breeding heifer division. Speaking of final drive, your supreme champion.
I kind of just in awe as they keep walking in here and walking in here, walking in here. They look good.
After whichever side finishes last. So 30 minutes after, and I'll try and keep you informed, but 30 minutes after.
So I don't know if you hear that or not, but if you're watching on liveauctions.tv, Jay Bradley just said that the Supreme, I don't know what he said we're starting with, but it'll be 30 minutes after the last class.
Of either side.
Whoever's done last.
Right.
Whoever's done last will be 30 minutes after that class, and we'll start with our Supremes.
And then we'll do I don't know which order.
I don't know.
Steers or heifers. Did they say?
Are they doing peppers or steers versus Supremes? But anyway, the
Sometimes
Supreme.
I think they do heifers and steers.
I think so. The Supreme will be 30 minutes after the last class of whichever ring.
Yeah.
So. Wow. I am just I'm an Angus appreciator. I don't know if I'm an enthusiast or not, but I am an Angus appreciator. This is a incredible lineup of females.
This state is has had a powerful set of Angus cattle.
Oh my God. We were standing here. John Crawl just kind of came up here beside me. Him and his boy Jordan down there in southern Iowa came. He's watching this Angus show. What could you do with some of these Angus, Johnny boy? We could do something with some of these heifers, couldn't you? Oh my goodness gracious. Oh.
Yeah, it's just flat impressive.
You just can't go wrong out here. They come walking by us here. Of course, you're seeing them on the liveauctions.tv on the camera walking through there. But it's just like, oh, that one could win. Oh, that one could win. Oh, that
they
one
do.
could
They
win.
keep coming at you.
Keep coming at you. Shout out to Mallory Robinson and her crew at the Iowa Beef Expo. It takes an army to put this thing on. I mean, she's kind of the head ramrod, but man, oh man, there's volunteers and people that are helping, and you know the young people out here helping around here, the beef breeds representatives, the ladies back in the office and all that kind of stuff. They were tired. Karen's been helping her 4 or 5 days up here. She's wore out. She's tired. It's
Yeah, she does good.
They do a nice job.
You know, and her focus is good. I mean, her focus is to make this an event for the kids, and when you got people that want to volunteer and help and put that and have the right intentions for our youth in the state of Iowa and country, that's when good things happen.
Yep, she does it for the right reason, I feel like.
Yep. There are a lot of scenarios you can sure get to and talk about. Kind of like you. This is like Christmas. I like to point at this one. I like her. I like that one. I like that one. I like that one.
I would just be.
And I sure thought they did a good job on. I mean, they had the very best ones of these Angus of this show that brought back out here.
Yeah, it's very logical. And when they talked about them, they came up here. I kind of laugh about it here. There's some different types and some different kinds, obviously, out here. But when you get out here, so it was just funny how they kind of migrate a little different.
Yep.
Watching which one Ferris goes and kind of looks at, which one Brandon kind of goes. Those guys kind of not showing their hand at all. I have no idea.
No, but
as an example, this Hunter Anderson's Paradox heifer right here, he's just kind of down in front of us right here. Ferris kind of likes that one, kind of broody and kind of and big boned and kind of. I'm not gonna say steery oriented, but kind of one that looks like she could raise a lot of different kind of animals. You know?
Yeah, if you just foot and bone one, the feet and bone of that curtain heifer she's huge. Sloan's heifer.
Oh my!
She comes around here. You know, the big heifer on the far end of Collison's gorgeous for a big senior. She's fresh and long. You know, right directly in front of this express heifer of Sinclair's. She's really good look. She got a lot of top her.
And I'm telling you, I tell you one, not a sleeper, but one I really am digging a lot is that the Greiman heifer, way up front.
Oh man, we loved her in that first one.
She was the very first one
in the second class.
In the second class.
Yeah, she's very.
I mean, that one is
She was nice.
And just from here at our 3/4 angle, man, she's got some hip to her and some rib and some shape.
Steenhook heifer, she was good too.
Oh, she's right down here, yeah.
That one there I thought was dang nice.
We've talked about it. We touched about it yesterday a little bit, Chad. But you get back out here. Not only are these cattle good, the breed yesterday, these Angus today, and that kind of stuff. But you know, we've got some young people, young men, young boys, young girls out here that are pretty good show people too.
Oh, way good.
I
Yep.
mean, you know, how many of the Collison girls just out here? I know Sloan's won a bunch. The Gryman kids, the whole group's won a bunch. Chesney's won, Hunter's won stuff. You know, jackpots on national levels, and that taking nothing away from yesterday. Those
Right.
kids with those other breeds. I mean, these kids can get it done showing them now. I mean, they're sticks, they're hammers.
You bet. And I will go on record again. I cannot read body language to figure out. Sometimes I'm trying to figure out their body language, what they're thinking, what they're talking about, but I cannot thing to tip it
I was
off.
gonna say, if you
Yeah.
get it, let me know what your
Yeah, I was
tip
gonna
is,
say
'cause
I
got
can't
nothing,
get
man.
it. Should have probably stuck a microphone on them this morning. Slip a secret microphone that we could listen to and have some insight.
Oh, that takes the suspense away,
It's a
man.
fun debate out there because you know that they really can't make a bad choice.
Oh.
You could justify several of them ones, however you want to do it. Would sure make it good, but
And I don't know. I bet they go back through, and this is as you know, we've had some really, really deep divisions. This is absolutely as deep as we've had, I think. Again, but having said that, though, they come back and talk to them. You know, they'll say, "Oh, this one's head, or this one's jaw, or this one's this or that, or whatever." And that's incredibly nitpicky on a great set of cattle. I mean, that would be do not. You know, if your grandma and grandpa or a neighbor at home and they say something about don't get all bent out of shape that they're being mean to that one, because that's just how close this is.
It is,
It
yeah.
comes down to it.
well, and I think like we talked about there, I said just there's so many good ones in here. It's harder for one to surface as a clear cut winner.
Oh yeah.
Where we had some clear cut winners in some of the other tough divisions,
Yeah.
but yet, but they ought to be able to tie in the one they like good. So there shouldn't be much issue with that.
I tell you one that just kind of, and I just because she's right here and she won her class and comes out here, just straight across from her, that Beeson heifer. That was a Udell heifer, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, Casino Queen Ruth.
Oh, she is. Which one's that one again? I forgot.
The right in front of Chesney, the
Oh,
Be-
yeah.
the Beeson girl that with the little green
Yeah.
shirt on there.
Oh, that's a pedigree I sure like on that Queen Ruth on them casinos.
Queen
That
Ruth.
Wheeler one from a few years ago, and
Yeah.
Langford's had one down there. I think one in Fort Worth, maybe that was a casino. I believe was right.
Yep.
Well, you can see the pan in that there in the makeup ring off here on the camera there. You know, we got a lot of people eyes
my, they
forward
do, don't
paying
they? Yeah.
attention. Yeah,
Yep.
we're gathered up here, and you can feel it. I mean, you can feel the electricity around here. All eyes to the center and lots of anticipation. 'Cause there'd be no doubt about it. You're going to have a top 5 contender of this champion of this division who probably should deserve to be in the top 5 just on the toughness of this division. So, but again, great environment here. Thanks to Vermeer
Oh, absolutely.
for allowing us to be over in this, and I sure hope that Vermeer, I hope you get plenty of good positive push out of this, that you feel that you want to make this an annual event on this side, because it's sure been enjoyable.
Well, one thing about it, you've got a bunch of yellow,
Yep.
JB, and that kind of stuff, but man, that's they make a lot of cow chow. That's
All
a lot
right,
of
we're
cow
ready
chow.
for
Here they
Brandon
go.
to give us a little get-go.
Been a fun breed, obviously. I hope for you guys watching, it's been as fun for y'all as it has been for us discussing them. And I'm gonna try to be brief, but I'll probably be more like Miles. I said I'll be brief, but we'll take a little minute here to talk through these. So this one here that wins this first class, again, that was I'll say this, a good way and an unexpected way to start. You don't usually come right out of the gate with that kind of hammer, that kind of power and hip and look that she gives you. and still handled herself in terms of her structure and her comfort level out here. And again, for us, we're just asking ourselves, yeah, you could tweak her in her shoulder, you could make her just a little more intensified there at the ground in terms of bone and foot. But there's a lot of future, there's a lot of promise to that one. She's one that's in contention for sure in our mind out here. And again, you don't expect to start them that powerful right out of the gate, and she did, and she got us kicked off in a good way with a good breed. This one that came in class right in behind her, again, thought she handled that class pretty handily. Just her body shape is what we like, just the broodiness of her. Still one when she cooperates, head and neck comes out of her shoulder like it needs to. And I like her at the ground in terms of foot and bone and the way she flexes there. You start to look at her out here, is she still that same kind of dynamic look she was earlier? Maybe not. She starts to fall apart just a little. You could change her out of her hip posture just a little there. And again, it's being nitpicky, and I'm going to be nitpicky, and I hope I don't offend anybody, but this is good enough to breed to be able to justify it in. But that's kind of where I change her right now. She wants to not maybe handle her rear skeleton and hip with the same kind of aesthetic pleasingness as she did earlier there in the day. This one's lean, but boy, I still love her shape, her boldness, how opened up she is, still good in her neck set again. Put her shoulder onto her body just a little differently, but still a good one here. One that comes around next, that's walking around again. One starting to tie up and tighten on her just a little bit, but boy, a big hip, a big centered one. I think her proportion and balance is very, very, very good. You get her back out here amongst a little more elite company. I could tweak her in her shoulder and knee. I could just loosen her in her spine ever so slightly, but a good kind of cattle. Female that comes here out of this next class, again, she was a standout in that class, and that was an awesome pair to get to study. Two different kinds of good. She still becomes a little bit of a standout out here, and too. Just study them at the ground. Her footwork is good. Her hind leg is absolutely tremendous and awesome. There's some real hip and dimension to that female, but yet her balance and her symmetry and her look still comes together. She wasn't as clean and sculpted fronted and neck, just like her classmate was probably. But where I liked her and what becomes an outlier for her out here is her shoulder and knee angle. She actually sets back at her knee. She's laid back in her shoulder. I think because of that, she's really good in terms of her spine, whether she's standing or moving, does a lot of things there. Is she free from fault? No. You got to make that gauge of that issue on her on size. At times I want to say she's a little big for her kind, and at times I want to say, boy, there's just a lot of quality there, and she's not that far off. But boy, that one, her build or the kind, the way she's put together, very pleasing to look at out here. The one that came out of the next class, again, standing still, maybe she falls apart a little, but when they're on the go, that one's truly one of the dimensional ones that's compositionally correct. I like her length and her look out there. Just again, it comes apart in her shoulder and behind her shoulder and out through her hip the longer we're out here. Good dimensional one here that's got some body, just a little tighter in her structure and the way in what she's made there. One that comes next comes into a pair of more moderate ones, and you probably got to make the conversation on these two for those that maybe don't like them as moderate. Are they big enough? Because they're pushing just a little more condition there as well, especially this one here the young lady has. But boy, that kind of hip and squareness you love. The body set in that one you absolutely love as well. Maybe just advance her in her growth curve and then lean her up just a shade, but still good, high-quality kind of cattle. This one probably is as proportional as anything, from head to muzzle, the foot and legs, like it all kind of matches and fits together with this one. Good in terms of her chest width, good in her body dimension, and her squareness, and her hip is good. Uses her hind leg in a very, very attractive fashion. Again, our discussion about her is she big enough? You go address these down the road, is there going to be enough just mature size there to really stay competitive? But boy, today there's a lot of good in that one, and that one's definitely in the hunt just for the way she puts things together and keeps them together just from a balance and proportion standpoint. You really got to appreciate that. Female that came out of a tough trio in a class there, again, not ideal in terms of her looseness and flexibility. And part of it is that heifer just likes to fight the system, but that is one deep-sided, high-volume female that's very smooth in the angle of her shoulder. She's smooth in terms of her muscle pattern. No, she's not as opened up and square as what we typically like them, but you can't call that one light muscle either when you get in behind her. Maybe pushes just a little bit of chest in relation to her front end there. Again, just at the surface, you want to free her up and make her that much looser. Again, interesting pair we had in that next class. Just her looseness and comfort of movement. She's still one that can really get out and go, and I think her outline's great. Just maybe not the bells and whistles when we come out here in this elite company and get to studying them. And then the fall, it's hard to bring these back out here and start to talk about them in relation to the other ones, because again, they're not maybe typically as cute as what they once were. At least I'm not myself. But this one here, they've done a great job of keeping this one fresh and keeping her in the right rig and condition. I love the body shape of her. I love the squareness and correctness of her, and probably where I like her the most is when she gets on the move, she just puts a lot of good together in terms of flexibility and correctness. And the deal we're trying to ask ourselves is stay true to type and stay true to what we like. Is she totally our speed? If you've been watching us for the last day and a half, no, probably not. She could use just a little more husk and bone and stoutness of feature is what we typically like. But good cattle come in all shapes and sizes, and that one's still very, very good cattle in terms of just her look, her posture, and what she does. She does very, very, very well, and that's what's going to keep her in the hunt out here as well. So interesting group and conversation. I'm sure everybody's got their favorites, and that's what makes this extremely fun. We definitely got one we locked in on in terms of just building quality cattle, making them go, putting some width in them, and still keeping their skeleton function. Young lady right here in front of us is going to be our champion here in this Angus division.
Yep. There you go, Sloan Curtin. Nice heifer. Nice heifer. Bring the second in that class would be that was that Thorson heifer. That's a good heifer too. She's a dignity.
They took a lot of debate on this heifer in that class.
Yeah, they did.
They
took
did.
a while.
They took a long time and went back and
they're
forth on both of them.
Half sisters, both sired by Dignity, which is pretty cool.
Yep. Different build though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a little different build.
Yeah, that one us slow. I mean, just her foot and bone and great structure.
And as we
muscle.
bring this second in, I think she warrants some discussion here because she becomes a player as she enters as well. Again, very, very neat fronted and refined about her head and neck. And there's a good, true shape to that one that I like. And I think down the road, this one, again, I think the future is really bright for her as well. Like we discussed in class, not only do I want to make her just a little stouter at the ground in terms of just her bone and foot, but I'd still like to just tweak her knee and shoulder ever so slightly. But again, that chest, that front end, that neck, the shape of body and hip is very, very, very good in that one as well. And she, again, becomes an instant player in the mix with another one that's built kind of a lot like her. Again, 5-6 years ago, I probably would have done this a little different. It's hard to keep these big ones looking fresh like this one is. She's going to be our reserve here in this Angus division.
Yeah, good choice.
That Collison.
Collison, that's a fresh big one.
I mean,
yep,
that is
that's a good heifer.
Wolfy good big heifer, man. I tell you what, I think.
No,
again, you can't do it
no
wrong.
doubt for me, your favorite on that one, was she?
She was one of my top two, top 2 or 3, absolutely. I just like them. That one's kind of built like me. That's the ones I kind of like. She's not built like me. I'm way fatter and shorter
like
and
her
smaller,
build.
but I like her build. That's my speed. Well, congratulations to the Collison family. Congratulations. An awesome lineup. They had 2 of them out there, you know. That takes a lot. Imagine that. Have a family, have 2 of them out there in that championship drive.
How are you? Well, you know.
Hey,
so I looks like they got a tough class over there. Hey, we're just looking across on the steer show. We'll see you. They've got a nice
Over on the heifer side, we just
side.
concluded.
And we talk about them steers a little bit because I know that he's won quite a little bit, but Wade Rogers' daughter has got a good, nice gold calf that's really done some good. There's a stout gray one up there in the very front. Looks pretty good to me too, but just from over here, look like a nice set of steers. On our heifer side, we're going to start our commercials. As we're going to start in here, just a pair of these commercials. Let me get my sheet and get caught up over here. But just 2 in this class, then we jump into a big class. 400-pounders, 416, 446. and then we'll be good. So we've got, when the commercial heifer show today, we'll be picking divisions. So we'll have a Division 1, a Division 2, and a Division 3 commercial, and then we'll have champion commercial heifer. So we're at six, 9. Looks like we got about 9 of these commercial heifers to get through. As we rotate out around here. This pair, I don't think it'd take them too long as they get worked around. I'm still back over here taking a look on what's going on the steer side. Do I have the steer program? I know you have for exhibitors, you can kind of watch along on this pair, but I like good cattle. I like quality, and man, we've got some quality over there on that other side. See if I can get figured out what we got. Riley Rogers, there you are. That's what I was looking for. Jared.
Sets, obviously, but this is what makes the job tough. Make sure
Gonna listen to.
it's not about the money. It's just obviously about being out here and being involved and just trying to do the right thing, man.
Good class over there.
They got a pair up in this division. It's going to be one of those deals where it's just got to hit you good. When they come back in, and it's going to be a little bit, in my opinion, unfortunate that a few calves are going to get left out in this division. But I think it's been real good. And here's what we see. There's a completely different pair of steers. And neither one of them lacked in terms of shape of their hip and the mid of their back. We thought the orange steer is set up better in the floor of his chest. Thought he had a little neater look to his crest. Calf just a shade bigger in terms of the way that he went to the surface off of his foot. Just a shade more comfortable as well. Thought his hip was just a little longer. From his hooks back to his pins, that allowed that calf to balance so well from the profile. And he's turning from a prospect into a nice fat. And that's the only thing that he and I continue to talk about. If I'm nitpicking that calf, he's a rib long. Rib and right in behind his blade, he's got muscle and he's got power. It's not an overabundance. Rib shorter right here is going to allow this calf to square up real good. Now, that's getting incredibly nitpicky on an awesome calf. You bust him one time right there. If he gets fat right up over his forerib, then I'd say that one right there is just as good as you can get. In terms of foot, bone squareness, look lines, and quality from the side, and then yet still out and in motion, good calf to win. Steer that's in second, no slouch. We spent a lot of time talking, and I like Dylan's description of this calf. Because he is a rib shorter, that steer comes down his back line with power. He's incredibly big in his hip and square in terms of his, round and bold in terms of his lower hip and quarter and stifle. He's a really stout-featured kind of a steer. On the go, he's a little bit more awkward. I don't think that calf handles his rear skeleton is comfortable. I read him just a little rounder from his hooks to his pins. He's got a shade of crest, got a shade of chest, but I'm talking little things because that's an incredibly good pair of cattle. Very, very nice one sitting in 2. 1 in 3rd, beautiful from the side. A little more upright in terms of his joints. Needs to be stouter in terms of his rib cage and bolder as you get right in behind him. Orange one's the same way, a little too straight. Gray one here, good in terms of bone and foot. Needs some body and flank. Structure sorts these other 3. Awesome class. Congrats to them.
Nice start to the commercial heifer show over here, and 2 really nice heifers. They're both real green and fresh in their condition. We like this one here. She's more attractive in the angle to her hock, a little more up head, a little more relaxed in her spine. Certainly a nice heifer. Now, it's nothing to take away from the young man's heifer here in 2. He's doing a killer job out here. She's long-sided. She's really good looking, and I think there's a world of potential in this one. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Test. Hang on, let me get that down there.
All right, so we got Brian Whaley with us up here with Chad and I. Saw him sitting in the stands, north central Iowa. Brian is the new, I always say the name's wrong, but ICA leader. I don't know what that is. Executive secretary, vice president, treasurer, or I don't know what it is. What is it?
Yeah, so Iowa Cattlemen's Association Chief Executive Officer.
There you go, Chief CEO. You couldn't even you couldn't even spell CEO last week, and now you are one. Yeah. What the hell, right? Huh? All right, very good. Give us a quick update on the ICA and Iowa Cattlemen's, please.
Yeah, so I started in December as the CEO for the Iowa Cattlemen's Association. Been out visiting with a lot of producers across the state, visiting a lot of different forums and a variety of events and activities. Right now we've been really heavy into the legislative session. Funnel week just ended here in Iowa, and so we've been very involved in a lot of different bills and things that have been going through the legislature right now. We've been active in Governor Reynolds' foreign egg ownership land issue that she's been working on with the Attorney General's office and Mike Naig as well, or Secretary Naig. We've been doing some things related to obviously the fake meat deal, and so working on some bills with some legislators to tie into the national side. Also working on some tax issues, but just a variety of things that have come up. Not really anything real big, but then obviously we are advocating for the cattlemen out across the state and across the country as well. So paying attention to all those things to help limit the amount of regulations that sometimes we have to deal with in the cattle industry in all aspects of it, whether we're in a seed stock operation, a backgrounder operation, or a feedlot operation as well.
All right, cool. Yeah.
Oh, I think it is huge. I did see on social media where you're on the floor there in the State House here and talking about that. And, you know, and as you talk about that, I just think about, you know, as a cow guy, I just want to go out and take care of my cows. I want to feed my feeder cattle. I want to do that. But what you do in there, that ain't necessarily what I would call a lot of fun. But, I mean, that is vastly important. I mean,
yeah.
we've got to have that.
Yeah, and so when we talk about, you know, one of the things, you know, it is a membership, right? You do become a member of the Iowa Cattlemen's Association, and some people ask me, well, what do we get for that? Yeah, we put out a magazine, you do social media posts. You know, we do education throughout the state where if you're a member, you don't have to pay for any of that education. We're working on some things, obviously, on the social media side. We're going to be doing some increasing. We're going to be doing some additional things on the communication side as we do some of these education forums and then potentially tie them back into a member forum where you can get access to some of that stuff as well. But you hit on a big point, and you know, all our producers across the state, and I'm one. We have a very small operation in north central Iowa, as Tim said, but you know, one of the biggest values that we provide for you is we're your voice. You're out doing it every day.
Yep.
We have quality staff. Cora Fox is our government affairs person, and she's very well known and does a great job keeping everybody involved. We just got a new lobbyist to assist us this year, Jake Swanson. He's kind of from East Central, Southeast Iowa there, and he's a cattle guy, and he's just been tremendous for us and helped advocate for us. And so we're your voice, and so you're the members of the organization, and we want to work for you and how we can help impact your operation. We want to make sure all the cattle guys are profitable, right? And we don't have all these regulations and different things that we have to worry about adhering to on a daily basis.
Well, I think so. And there's a lot of things that we take for granted out there that we think there's no way they could pass legislation that would not allow us to do that. But boy, if you don't, they really do. But we're under attack in the sense of how they want to change how we do stuff.
Oh, for sure. And the one thing that just absolutely grinds my gears, I just about said a dirty bad word. But anyway, I know you find that hard to believe, boys. But, you know, you sit there and somehow they got through. We let the EPA get through on the stupid DEF stuff. The DEF tractors, DEF pickups. And I never really thought I had old enough trucks, I had old enough tractors. I didn't have it. You get into it and that stuff. Now I got trucks that have it. They're corrosive and they do this. And it's like, what good does that crap do? That is something we were asleep at the wheel on. And I'm not just not. This is
No, I
not
know,
directed
but-
toward the Iowa
right,
cattlemen.
no,
Do not
I
take that.
just-
I'm not.
yeah,
I'm
but
just saying.
talk about the importance of how they have to
I
defend
feed my
us.
cows. I get up and do my job every day. Go do my thing. You got your cows. Chad and that kind of stuff. Again, if we don't have somebody like the associations, corn, soybean,
Right.
The pork, the cattle, watching, helping out for that kind of stuff. Dadgum, they're going to slide some of that stuff through on us, So that's
Right.
where it's at. We got to watch that shit.
We had a meeting you guys put on that we went to, and then we tried to get to as many of the educational groups you do, but they talked about fence law. And we had it down there, and you had the attorney there that come talk about that. That thing was awesome. We had standing room only, and you get there because so much of, even in Iowa, don't care where you're from, we have urban sprawl, or however you want to talk about it, as folks are coming out. And, talked about definitively the laws in Iowa that maybe other states don't have, where we have definitive fence laws that stay there that they have to maintain. And just that was, as I went there, and you knew it, but it was a really good eye-opener for me to say, hey, they are looking out for what is common sense for us, And I thought that was one last spring. I thought that was a really good, well-attended one.
And I'll tell you what, and Iowa fence law is one of our biggest priorities, that we want to maintain that the way that is right now. And if you look at any of our one-page sheets that we've got are our priorities, we are always monitoring that. And with the urban sprawl thing, there was a few things that came up, and nothing ever grew of it, but we were paying attention to a couple of these communities that are growing and wanting to do some things with some fences around the perimeter of their cities and different things that would have affected that fence law. So we were paying attention to that and got involved. It was kind of on the down low, on the quiet side,
Right.
But that eliminated some of those conversations up front because they knew they couldn't mess with it, and they
Right.
didn't want to open it up.
Yeah, they knew
Good.
they knew that. Yeah, they knew they're not going to go nowhere on there.
Oh. Well, very cool. I know that the county cattlemen, a lot of the local county banquets have been going on. I know you made that circuit. I went to the Union County one. That's my home one. I went to Ringgold County, Mount Airy, to be my right south of me. Good bunch of young guys running that Ringgold County. They had over 600 people at their county cattlemen's
it's good.
banquet or
proud of our-
barbecue or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Phenomenally.
Iowa Cattlemen's. I mean, it's a well-run.
Yeah. So.
They just do a good job of promoting and do some things. And you guys head up the Governor's Steer Show. We can talk about Governor Reynolds. I think she does a good job. But you guys, I mean, that is professional, and that is looked about as promote our product, because we still promote our product.
Right, you bet.
To the world.
Actually, we just started conversations.
Yep.
We're leading into the state fair, believe it or not.
Oh,
February
right.
and August
No,
is
you
right
got to
there
plan
away.
that stuff out.
And we're starting to look at how we can do some different things and improve that as well. I mean, that's a great service project for our association to promote our cattle industry, promote obviously beef, obviously has tied in with the Iowa Beef Industry Council as well. But number one is to promote our young people and the partnership that they can create with some of these business leaders or industry leaders or legislators that partner with us to do that and showcase what our next generation of youth and ag is all about, and know that it's going to be good down the road. And that's why we do that. It's a promotion thing as well, to raise some money for a good cause for Ronald McDonald House.
And you get a lot of press. I mean, it's a lot of. I mean, there's a lot of eyes put on that, and I think you just handle yourself really well. And I always said that forever, our youth are a natural resource that we don't have much of. Because if you do the numbers, I did give that one time before, we're just short of 1 million livestock producers, and then that's less than 1% of the U.S. population are actually livestock people.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So, I mean, and the trend is for less and less of them to be tied there. So there's, less and less, young people to pull into it. So we need every single one, and it's important to keep everyone. And that's what we like, that's why we promote, this event, this venue. There's a lot of other ways to do it, but I think it's so good.
Well, watching the young people out here and looking at the cattle is just really impressive. And the partnerships that go into not only this event, but as I look around, one of the things that I've been fortunate with my two kids is they've had some great individuals to look up to. And there's some really good people in this cattle industry. And I don't care what level you're at. If you want to talk about the show side of this and the industry, there's still seed stock producers in the long run, right? So
right.
They need to be involved in our association just like anybody else. Then you even continue on into the feed side. I always say I want to have cattle that are pretty to look at too. And so
Oh,
that's a
yeah.
piece of it. They
Yep.
got to be structured. They got to have quality structure. They got to be functional. You know, especially as I'm watching the female side today, they got to be maternal and they got to have some power because obviously they're going to produce our product, right? That we're going to put back into the consumer's hands, and we want that to be a good, consistent, quality protein product.
Yep. Very
We
cool.
want to teach these young people. In this, it's hard to base profitability off of a show calf, but you still want to understand the basics of that. So we'll have them talk. We'll take a break. We'll go back some more here.
There you go.
Here on the commercial side, again, a solid, a bigger class, but pretty distant class winner here amongst this group, just in terms of her look of quality and her usefulness of her feet and legs out here amongst this crew. Again, knee bends right, feet land the right way. Get behind there, there's still a big hip and some squareness there. Little neat chest and little front end on her. Maybe gets just a little worked up in her spine ever so slightly if you're going to pick on her, but still a very, very nice heifer here in this class. Closest one to her is the one here in second. Like her length of stride, like her smoothness of shoulder, neatness of neck there. Want to change her hip posture there. Maybe just not the exquisite look and extras we find in that one that leads out ahead of her. Really sound-made, loose-moving one. We sit here next. Just needs more to her. Like to open her up and give her more width. But I like her female character amongst this crew. I like her flatness and smoothness. Big hip one here that's got some boldness. Just want to change her in the way she handles her feet and legs. A little tighter, more upright. Another one that's got a ton of muscle and a ton of width to her. Just want to stretch her out and lift her up, make her a little neater in terms of her shoulder there as well. I really like this red one on the standstill. Boy, up fronted and neat necked, got some boldness and stoutness to her. Just doesn't handle her rear skeleton quite as appropriately as she needs to. Kind of gets up on her pasture and then gets outside of herself, a little tighter up front as well. A really stout one here that's got some shape to her, just a little more compact and rounder off either end. Big hip, gold one here, just doesn't assemble herself together quite as well. And then we end with a trio of them here. They've got some length, they've got some grow relative to their counterparts here within this class, just not the same kind of look, a little shallower in their bodies maybe, not the body shape we find in those cattle ahead of them.
All right, we'll give you a quick update. Our judges got done with class 14. Brenna Wilkins wins that one with a safety first that was way good. I mean, she comes up through that thing. There's a nice class of commercial cattle, commercial breeding heifers. We're coming up on class 15. So we're sitting here on liveauctions.tv talking to Brian Whaley. He's the CEO of the Iowa Cattlemen's Association. Been on the job, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 months, 6, 7, 5, 6.
December, he said.
December, 2, 3,
yeah,
2, 3.
we're
Time
just a
flies when
couple-
you're having
yeah,
fun, right? CEO type. So very cool.
yeah.
So yeah, we're Brian.
He's been publicized everywhere, so we've seen him everywhere.
Yeah,
We've seen his picture
absolutely.
around on social media.
He was sitting up here with his lovely bride. I'm sure the kids are around here somewhere, right? Probably doing something fitting or something, I might imagine.
Yeah, Quinn's been fitting all morning, all weekend, actually.
That's good. So, yep. So he was sitting up here in the stands with his beautiful bride, and we brought him down here. So, he's just talking about some legislation stuff that's coming through. So, Chad had a question for him, so we'll let him ask that.
Yeah, what I was going to talk about too, we talked about some of the state stuff, and then we talk about the National Cattlemen's Association. I just curious, how good a job they do, or what do they do as far as interact, as back into the countryside on that with National Cattlemen's, because we're still a branch of that. But if you want to touch base on that a little bit.
Sure, yeah, and actually we just 2 or 3 weeks ago we were in Orlando, Florida for CattleCon with National Cattlemen's Beef Association. And we are, the Iowa Cattlemen's Association is an affiliate of that, and that allows us to be active and to have a voice at that level. We actually, based on our membership from the state, allows us a certain number of votes, right, when we're dealing with policy. And so they have been very active, obviously, on the federal side. And the thing is if you think about NCBA, they have an office out in Washington, D.C., And if there's ag legislation that's going to happen, you better have NCBA behind you. That's how
Right.
powerful they are. There's about 18
Yep.
staff out there that work in that. And then, we took some policy out to NCBA, to the Cattle Con this year, and had some really good policies that we brought forward related to specifically dealing with federal student loan and the FAFSA deal and all the new exemptions and things that went into that. And we worked on some other things as well, and I really interacted. That's where it's kind of like a mini Congress, right? Where I was able to interact with other states. Cora and I worked together to help advance some policy. We helped Minnesota get some policy through that's going to be beneficial for our cattlemen as well.
Yep.
And so they're active at the federal level, but they obviously, it still is a grassroots organization, just like the Iowa Cattlemen's Association.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, and I think you talk about grassroots of the whole thing, and I think this whole show thing is based on the grassroots and county fair level. And you talk about the cattlemen that have the county level to have all the support at the banquets, but I mean, you have to get those kids to start somewhere. Every expert starts as a beginner, so we got to have that. If we don't, if you don't keep our focus, I love to hear that, because if we don't keep our focus on grassroots, we're going to have no base. We don't have a base to grow.
Yep,
And
for
that's
sure.
one of the reasons in the first 3-4 months I've spent a lot of time on the road, traveling and going to different meetings. And I've got a banquet. You talked about, we still have banquets all the way up through sometime in the end of March. And I've got one. I'm going to be in Monroe County on Saturday night. I don't remember where I'm at March 2nd, but I know I'm somewhere.
Yeah, right.
This week I'll be back at the Capitol again. We've got our Young Iowa Cattlemen's Leadership Program. We're taking them to spend Tuesday morning, so I'm going to be back
See
at the
you in the
Capitol
Capitol,
with
yep.
them, and then talking to some of our legislators on some things that went through and that they supported us for, and thanking them for that.
Yep.
We've got some really good friends in the Iowa legislature on
Cool.
the cattle side.
Yeah, which is
we-
good.
we-
Good to
we-
hear.
We're strong. And
Good to hear.
And I'll touch base on that. But Governor Reynolds, she's huge for us too, isn't she? She does a good job.
Yep. Oh yeah, she is awesome. I mean, we appreciate all that she's done and the work that we've been able to do with her.
Right.
You mentioned the Governor Steer Show, but it's more than that. And even all the
Oh,
way
it's
up
everything
the
every
federal
day.
side.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I was at a banquet and sat with Zach Nunn, and him and I joked after the meeting. Some people in the crowd probably wouldn't have liked our tabletop conversations, right? But the political side is where we've got to be active in. Again, going back to what we talked about before, that's how we engage and support our producers and our members to help, so you guys can do your job.
Hey, we raise cows.
Yeah.
Yep, and we can help on the action side.
Yeah, we do what we do, and you guys help
Do
us
what you
on the
do.
backside,
Yeah.
and you do what you do and do it well. So that's awesome.
Now,
Very cool.
Now, is your position a term? Do you have so long you are, or just as long as you want
Hey,
the
as long as
headaches?
The Iowa Cattlemen's Association board wants to keep me.
Oh, I got you.
So we do have, we're a member governed organization. So we have a board of
Yep.
directors. It has 7 executive members, and then there's 20 district directors, and they run the operations. We have a board meeting actually coming up this Wednesday. We do live stream those, so if any member wants to get on and listen to it, they can get the link, and all they have to do is call our office, and we'll give them the link.
I was going to say, I get those text alerts pretty regular as being a member for, I think it's text alerts that you get into the
Yep.
into the, like, I don't know if it's a Zoom meeting or
Yep.
or a conference call or something. I mean, I know I get those pretty regular, and it's
Right.
nice to see. I don't partake in all, but
And we also have a feedlot council that we're involved in too.
Sure.
We have a cow-calf council, and so we have a group of guys that have been appointed to that from across the state that help us and provide us input into what we should be doing and what we should be paying attention to as well.
Well, I'm not going to jump up and down, but I do think if you're a member of a association, I think if you don't to participate, you can't bitch. So
Sure.
if you're going, oh god dang, but this is happening, well, if you're not a member of the NC, the Nationals or the Iowa, but specifically the Iowa one to start with, because you have our local business or our best interest as cattle producers. But that, if you're not a member of that, you can't bitch. And so with that, and I know we're not making this a plug for memberships, but at the same token is, that's what
but
it
you
comes
gotta
down
have
to.
that, yeah.
You got to have, we're a team, and this way it all works on that kind of stuff of it. I've done a little bit of that backside, not very much, and I'm not tune horn, but on our local level, you got to do that. You got to be an advocate. You got to stand up and do it, because we're becoming fewer and fewer and fewer of us out here, and we need, like Chad, we got to stick together. We got to try to work at this together.
And
So.
what's the saying? If you're not at the table, you're going to be on the table, or you're going to be on the menu.
I hadn't heard that before. I like that one. Yeah,
that's something we think about. We better make sure we're at the table.
Absolutely.
Because our numbers continue to of total cattle producers in Iowa continue to drop.
Yep.
It does.
So we've got to pay attention to that and be an advocate for ourselves.
And I know we don't like to spend money and say some of that, but we need that, because I hate to say it, in this world, you need money to fight money, because they've got more money than we've got.
Oh, yeah.
So we have to be creative on every dollar we spend, but we need all of you to make sure you pay your membership and keep up on it, and even though you think you're a cattleman, but it's huge.
Yeah, and Chad, I'll tell you, and I wasn't going to go down that path, but Chad's 100% right. The amount of money that some of these organizations that come out against our
that don't like
industry,
us. Let's just say it. They just don't
like
like
us. They
us.
don't like us.
No,
they don't
they're
like what we do, right? At times, they have a tremendous amount of money, and we don't always can compete on the monetary side. But I'll tell you what. There's something that still lives strong in this country, and it comes from the grassroots, and it's a voice. And our voices can speak louder sometimes than their dollars.
Right.
And that's what's helped us over the course of the years, and I think that's very important to remember. And that's why. And again, I wasn't going to come up here and plug memberships, but it is important to be involved, and it is important. To continue to teach our kids about being an advocate for ourselves. And as producers in the egg industry, sometimes we are the most humble people. We don't talk about all the good that we do. We want to go out and do our job, right? And we do it well, and we pay attention to things. We pay attention to the science. We pay attention to everything that's going on. But we have got to sometimes come out in front.
And that's what Brandon and I are discussing, and there's differences in these cattle, and that's good. We elected to go with the extra bone, the extra mass, the extra power of this white heifer to start. She's big footed. She's big bone, big bodied. She's impressive when you get in behind her, and she's every bit as flexible, if maybe not a shade more than the one right in there behind her. Now, where I want to get critical on her, and that was part of the discussion, is, what's this one's mature size? What's her growth pattern look like? She got a little, extra maturity about her head and neck. And I think the answer is yes to all those things, but it's still a very, very good animal. It does a lot of good things. And ultimately, when we boil it down to it, we feel like that's the harder animal to make of this pair. Now, that's nothing to take away from this one that's here in 2. She corrects our class winner in a lot of places. She's laid in flatter in her shoulder. I'd say she's better chested. She's more feminine about her head. I like her maturity pattern a little better. I like her condition a little bit better. When we ask her to go, she too is flexible. Relative to the one right in front of her, she gives up some foot. She gives up some bone. She maybe wants to duck her pins ever so slightly, and she's maybe not as mature yet in her center body. I'm not saying she's shallow. She's just not as mature and far along as the one in front of her. I think another 30 to 60 days on feed, that pair maybe gets a little bit closer. Old Holstein here that comes in 3, when we get her parked and we get her stopped and she's not thrashing around, there's a lot of good in this animal. She's really balanced in her underline. She's high neck. She's big bodied, and she's really, really smooth. Really hard. She looks flexible. It's hard to get a good look at her when she's going. These little glimpses, though, we like her hind leg. Need to intensify her foot. Love the power. Love the stoutness. The one that comes next. Need to improve the way she uses her hind leg and front end. Another stout one. Big bone. Oh, missed this one over here. Really long-necked one here. Normally ones that are this long-necked and pretty about their head aren't very stout. This one's deceivingly stout. She had more power than I thought she did. Just need to collect her a little bit as she goes out of her rear wheel. I'd like to lay her shoulder back and her knee back a little bit. That's a nice animal with a lot of quality, a lot of upside too. She's still pretty skinny. Stouter one that comes next, really wide between the eyes, big feet, big bones. Just need to make her a little more functional in her skeleton. Another powerful one that comes next. I like how high neck she is. I like that she's got some flex to her hock. Just need to give her some extras. Long-bodied, smooth-muscled, practical kind that comes next here in the red heifer. I think this is one that can go out and pasture and excel. Just kind of lacking some of the extras and extra stuff that the ones in front of her had. Now, the last one that rounds out the class, love her power. She is so bold over her back. She's so impressive when we get in behind her. Just need to correct the way she uses her skeleton ever so slightly.
All right, Class 15, Division 1. Haley Hinman was in that. Holy Ghost heifer wins that class of the commercials. We're coming into Class 16. This will be the last class of Division 1 commercial breeding heifers. Got 8 entries coming in here. With these, they did weigh these cattle up. That's how they split these classes up.
I wish I could put both these
838
calves
to
together
87.
to make just that easy class winner. There's pieces of them that I like.
And so again, coming in there. So that was we were just hitting on. Brian took off, but we had Brian Whaley, the CEO of the new CEO of the Iowa Cattlemen's Association. Been on board for, I don't know, 2-3 months. December, I think, is when he said he started. So talking legislative issues and talking stuff that the ICA does and helps us with and that type of stuff, so, as cattle producers. So great dude, North Central Iowa, good family's involved in showing cattle. He's here watching, spectating, so we picked him out of the crowd. I'm looking around here, see who else is out here that's got a potential to come up and say hi. So appreciate him taking time out of his schedule and coming down here and chitty-chatting with us and going through it. So our judges are right here in front of us, Brandon and Ferris, doing another great job. These guys look like they're having a blast again today. They're looking through these cattle, going through them here in a pretty good, timely fashion. We do have 3 divisions today within the commercial breeding heifers. We will have Division 1. After this, the Champion Division 1, Champion Reserve Division 1 will be after this this division of, this Class 16. Then we go into it. We've got 17 and 18 will be in our Division 2. And then we got 3 classes in Division 3, and then we'll pick a champion commercial breeding heifer. So, again, Jay Bradley said that 30 minutes after the last class of whichever rings last. So I don't know if it'll be our breeding heifer ring or our steer ring. I don't know which one will be last. But within that 30 minutes after the last class, then we'll do our Supreme Champion drives, whether it be, I don't remember, I don't know what he said is going first. I don't know if it's the steers or the heifers, but with that, so we'll be here to do that. I'm sure we'll go down to 1 live feed. Let me ask the girls. Hey, Margot, when we do the Supremes, are we just going down to 1 live feed? Will we just have one spot so the steer boys will come over here? We're going to. Okay, so we're going to stay in the same spot, so we'll just have 1 feed. So when it's the steers, Ryan and Noel will be doing the steers. Chad and I will be doing the heifers on this side. So we're going to stay on our chairs. But anyway, so thanks to Margot, liveauctions.tv, doing a nice job. So, again, these guys are finishing up the last class in Division 1. These cattle weighed, 838 to 870, pretty small window. It gives us some of the sires, not as obviously not as in depth as the purebred cattle, because these are the commercial, but Marvel appears to be one on the mark. Safety First, that's a popular bull. Smooth Whiskey, got you covered. County O, that was not a lot of County O's yesterday. Miss Maine, Lexi's a Benelli. Benelli's a Maine bull that Chucky and Karen McCullough, then it's Drew's out here. Miss Maine Aim, Lexi is a Benelli. They owned that bull. Believe I can't remember his pedigree for sure, but he came down out of Canada, I believe. And then Asher Short's out here with an end control. So again, some differences in the sires out here. That's the ones we know about. So guys are working through these and doing nice. Another nice class of commercial heifers out here. 2 or 3 kind of coming up through here. There's a few that look really nice out here.
So what do we have?
Catch my partner up here. He had to step
Yep.
away for a minute. We're in Class 16, last Division 1.
Last of Division 1.
Yep.
I gotcha.
So I just
got to get, did we get any updates on that steer side over there? George Sinclair wins that one, and Shala.
they'd have a good one, wouldn't
Wow. So Riley Rogers would be left standing in that there. Yep.
they? All
That's
right. I
pretty
had
good
a
stuff.
had a nice talk with Wade this morning. I was over in the barns and walking through. Wade was having good. I said, I figured you got a pile today. I think he only said he had 5 or 6 today, and he had several yesterday. So
Yep.
nice guy. We were chitty-chatting about some bulls, and not that I don't trust you, Chad, but I was asking him his opinion on a couple, and he agreed.
I bet you if you ask him about how great thou art, I bet he was as excited as I was.
He
wasn't
was. That was his.
I think he was like,
I,
yes.
I asked you off air yesterday.
Did you bring it up that I told you? That I told him I was a fan.
Yep.
And what
I
did he
did,
say?
yeah. He
He
goes,
laughed?
"You should be.
He
You should be."
should.
Said you should be. And so I said, I quizzed my buddy Chad yesterday and off air and what works, and he was a fan of that and of several other bulls that are out there as well. But he thought that was a nice one, and I brought it up to Wade, and he agreed.
That wasn't me. I'm just like
Well, I
hanging
know,
my
I know.
shingle
Well,
on
I'm
him.
trying to be a little more political. I'm trying to spread it out a little bit.
Hey,
so.
there's nothing wrong with the truth.
Yeah. But he's a good supporter. He was when we had the
Oh,
main Key Junior
huge
National,
supporter.
him
Yeah,
and his
he-
wife and family, and his tribe, his group, his
Hey.
families. I mean, pitched in big time. Everybody did. We
Yeah.
had a
Oh,
great
I know,
time when
but-
we were in Iowa.
but we've
did.
got,
you
you
pitched
know,
in.
I know
they
he's a
come
semen
together.
seller, but some of them steer sellers, they're good people. Handle
Oh, yeah.
handle themselves well. Handle business good. Handle their people the right way. Couldn't say enough about him on that side there too. But
Yep. Karen needed a little
we're down
help,
to
and
2.
she needed a little help setting some stuff up, and I mean it was. She never had to ask twice. I mean, she
Right,
had
yep.
they pitched in. So they get this weeded down. That's a nice trio of heifers out here in this
It
class.
is. I like that white-tailed one there in the front.
Yep.
What would she be?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not sure, man. I haven't been.
I
keeping
got you.
up.
Well, she'd have to be the earlier ones. Hey, one thing I like about this too, as good as that was, we wouldn't know, but if he come through like that first one, and not her, but like a Marvel, but we'll have several purebred Angus that'll come over here to play in the commercial side that they won't play in the purebred Angus
Oh,
side.
all
Yeah.
about it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say there would be.
And they're just at a different stage, you know. Maybe they're not as far along and still a little skinny. Maybe not quite the same size, you know. Then on down the road, they're going to get there. Well, I know there's a main Angus or two coming today.
I bet so. Yep.
Probably a few Angus coming today. And these kids have a lot going on. Yesterday was a lot of ball games.
There is, yeah. There's a lot of them. Yeah, they did. Yep, yep,
I know,
yep. Kudos if we had any state finalists out here. That I'm sure we had some that are finalists that are
There's
cattle people.
Boy from back home ends up 7th in his weight deal. Austin Evans, 7th in his weight class in 2A. He's going to have a steer, and he maybe has shown. I don't know. He's going to be out here. He was a senior from Creston. Chad Reeks, Carson Pepper's going to have a heifer later today. And he was, yeah. And I'm not saying those are just the ones I know of that are around here. So
Right.
let's see who this one is coming around here. That's a nice heifer. She is a nice heifer.
57. Smooth whiskey.
Smooth whiskey, yep. We had a little of that last night.
70.
That'd be Asher. Asher Short.
Yeah, I know who that is.
His beautiful mother's standing right over here beside us. She's right down here talking to us. Good supporter, good main people. They're good around. Here's Drew McCullough right here, Chuck and Karen's son. He's gotten big, and he gotten tall. So that Benelli, she would be, I don't know how percentage-wise she would be, but I know Benelli was one of Chuck and Karen's bulls. He'd be a main bull, so that would be a high main or a maintainer or a main angle or something probably.
Yeah, Short's got that in control, but I like that bull really well. That's a 3/4 mean bull.
Yep.
That Tyler Whitehorse had raised.
Yeah.
Yep. I like several of them I like good.
Brandon knew he had a chance to slow up a little bit because old Miles is thorough on giving his sets of reasons. He will cover it all and every one of them.
He's going to do it. He's all about it, which is good.
So passionate.
They hire these guys for all day. That's awesome. These kids deserve it. These classes are tough. They're deep.
Oh, they are.
What time is it? 11:30?
15.
11:15.
Yep.
We should be close to probably 1 o'clock, I'd imagine. We're down to 5 classes.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I think we'll go. Yeah.
See if Margot's got a head count.
And it looks like the steers are probably finished.
Hang on.
Steers should finish before we do.
Good class and kind of a pair I get torn on here, going back and forth between them. Just you get an initial impression of one of them, and then the other one, at least on the standstill, and then the other one you love on the move, and neither one of them do you hate there in the other regard. And so we're going to keep it consistent, mobility and stoutness, and that's where this one wins. You get on top or in the front 3/4 of these two, she's more opened up there, the top of her rib cage and boldness, and then we go to walking. That one's looseness and flexibility and knee placement and hind leg is much, much better. And foot size and the way it lands is better. She's a little more pronounced in her shoulder. She can get lazy out here, maybe not hold her spine as tight as you would, but that's kind of give and take when you're that loose structured and that good. Now, at the standstill, there is not a close one here that is one in second. She is so pretty headed and pretty necked. Still has probably more to her from behind than what you anticipate. You get right on top of her in front, though. She's just a little more peaked and flatter about her upper rib cage. Just a little more upright and maybe not quite as sure-footed as that one that leads off the class, but that's a good pair. If that one's sound enough and stout enough, you need to start her. We chose to use the bigger bone, bigger-footed, more flexible one. Female that comes here in third, long-sided, good-looking in terms of her front end. Kind of comes apart when she's on the move, gets a little awkward out of her hip and hind leg as she goes. Not as durable in her lower body as what those two cattle are. Really, either than the silver one behind her. Really stout and punchy here. Just starts to get a little masculine, almost market heifer looking for us relative to our contemporaries out here. But for that kind of power, I think she handles it better than what we have stacked in here behind her. Snip nose one here. There's times she can get this one put together, and she gives you an awesome look in terms of just neck set and the way her lines come together. It's when we get her into motion. She wants to fight outside of herself up front. She ducks out of her hip and her pins when she's on the move, and consequently wants to elevate in her spine as she goes. Really stout, punchy one here. Just needs to be more mobile off of her front skeleton, and she's just a little shorter and choppier there. Got a black one here that's got some shape, got a good look up front, a little frailer, needs more foot to support everything she's got up high. And red there, again, muscle's not a problem. She's got some width and got some substance to her. Just want to clean her up and balance her up all the way through as you really get to study and analyzing her. But interesting class, awesome pair there up top.
Let's give him a shout out.
Oh, yeah. That's right, yeah. What's he doing? Got a baby Hereford. He's a new dad. Did you know that? He's got a new baby. Yep. He was here last year. All right, here we go. Division one champion. We should have 3, maybe not. Maybe we should have 4, shouldn't we?
We should have had one of them red one 400-pounders maybe.
Oh, maybe they opted out.
Boy, nice
I think
trio
you
out
were.
here,
I think
though.
you slipped away, or we were talking to Mr. Whaley that Brenda Wilkin wins that second class in this division.
Yep.
That one's a Wolfie.
Wolfie,
Good. That's Brenda, young lady up there in the very
I
front.
like that in Galway. Yeah, I know that. She's a great show person.
Oh.
Hey, I'll tell you one thing she can do. Okay, now I kind of dissed on the goat side, but getting to watch some of these showdowns, that girl can show a doe goat.
A go-goat. Yes,
doe.
she
can
yes,
show
she can.
a goat.
That one was a safety first.
Jason Minert, sire, raised
Yep.
by Talax.
Yep.
What's a white one? It's got to be the guy we trust in the middle. Just kind of go down there.
Holy Ghost.
Holy Ghost.
Which is what? That'd be up your wheelhouse. What's a Holy Ghost?
Holy Ghost is a clean bull from Brandon Horn, which
There
is
you
the God We Trust son. I do like him.
Yep.
Yep, we've used a little bit of him. That's a nice bull. And then I know this white-tailed one I found out was Phil Hallback. You know Phil Hallback?
Yep.
He'd sold the white-tailed one, went to that last class.
Okay. Yep.
So he had that.
Smooth whiskey. So here's our, we had 4 in this run, but there's a class of little lightweight 400
Right.
pounders, 4 16s and 60s. They're not out here, but so it'll be class
Yep.
14, 15, and 16.
Simon are selecting
Gonna
your
talk-
champion
Ferris gonna
Division
talk
1
these.
commercial breeding female.
Real good way to start the commercial heifer drive. I'll briefly discuss these cattle real quick and we'll keep it moving. The one that wins our first class, you like her from this angle right here. She's so high neck. She's so bold and deep in her body. She's balanced and good looking from the side. When we ask her to move, she does so quite well. Maybe has a pinch extra set to her hock, and maybe that's why she moves real good. Maybe if you're being nitpicky, wants to be just a pinch short in her hip at times. I can't quite tell what I think of how that is all assembled up there, but I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's a very, very high quality animal. She's very smooth. She's got some rib shape. She's got some depth. She's got some look. Hard cattle to make. Similar thing can be said here for the one here in the middle, and that's why she won that class, is because she was the hardest one to make. Big old paws, the big sound wheels, deep bellied. She's got some power. She attaches her neck high, even though she's a little plainer in her chest and plainer in her throat. We question her maturity about her head a little bit, but that's still a good animal. I think that one's going to be good in production, and you know, as a show steer breeder or whatever, I could see one like that laying down and having one day. It's one that wins the last class, and it was a competitive pair between them two, but she does so because she was the best combination of both width and structure. Big feet, big sound legs. I was telling Brandon earlier, I really admire the way this one's hind leg is assembled. I really admire how far back she's set in her knee. If we want to get critical on this one, she's a little bit plainer about her head, a little plainer about her chest, maybe a pinch further along in her condition, and that's where the one that was in second in that particular class excelled her. That one in second's really fresh. She's really good looking, really youthful, but she wanted to rock a little more forward in her knee and her shoulder just a little bit, and probably more immature in her center body. We've discussed the cattle. The young lady out of the first class is going to be your champion, and class 3 will be your reserve. Congratulations.
Well, just a really high quality individual to lead off this particular classic. This steer just does so many good things. When you study him from the side, I love his extra foot and bone in relation to the calf in second. He's got a great shape to his quarter when you study him from the side. And when you get right in behind the cattle, he comes with the most spread out of the backside of his blade and in through his hip. His body shape's proportional.
There's my boy Tyson Gretzka, comes in there, leads out in this class, commercial heifers. So this is class 2. Nope. First class division 2, class 17. 12 heifers total would be in this class. think this class here, we got a few of them Angus crossovers in here, I think. Sometimes. Well, these classes are tough. These are tough sorting too. There's just a lot of good cattle there, top to bottom.
When they get a little bigger, a little more weight to them. There's only 2 classes in this division, 17 and 18. And there's only about, in the 2 classes and the 21 head, there's only about 70 pounds difference.
Yep.
In this class, there's just a little over 20 pounds. It looks more than that when you're just looking at it, but as they get a little more on them, a little more condition, a little more advanced in their age and a little bigger and stuff, these things are really coming together, man. I mean, this is going to be tough here. There's a couple pretty good ones out here. There you go. Brenna Wilkin one's up.
Holy Ghost. Holy Ghost white one. Heidman.
The second.
Reserve.
Yep. Yep.
I think I ought to have you just judge this show. You keep picking on them ones they use.
Don't. They're good. These guys are doing a nice job again. I'm not saying that because I agree with them. I'm just saying.
Yep.
I agree. I just agree with them. They're doing a great job.
Oh, they did a good job.
I think one of the cool things was Brandon said it out there when he was evaluating those Angus heifers for the champion Angus heifer, those 12 class winners. I know I've changed the order I've gotten. I'm not as tangenty. We kev them out. We work with them. I was going to say that yesterday that, I think there should be a law. You should have to kev out, 200 head of cows before you judge a show. Not all in the same season, but 40 or 50 a year for 2 or 3 years, just from the standpoint of
have an idea as how
what it takes and what's in there. And there's a lot of guys that do, and don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of people that don't.
Discussion that we do get into.
Just because you're out there. But Brandon's comment when he was judging that was the young Brandon Callis would have done this.
Right.
Today's version,
show dad cow raising,
show dad,
making
cow
cattle.
Kevin out, show dad, is going to do this.
Realizes that,
and we change. We get older, we get I don't know about mature, or not wiser, and I think his young Brandon Callis pick would have been very reasonable, very justifiable, not a problem.
There's a lot of big shows as young Brandon.
Yeah, as young Brandon, but now as dad Brandon and cow dad Brandon. You just change a little bit. You just change things up a little bit.
Hey, and that's what somebody's doing. They're just giving you an accumulation of their life experiences and raising cattle to give you an opinion. Yep.
Somebody was talking to me the other day, and he said, I think I'm going to use this bull. What do you think? I said, good luck. I'm not going to say the bull. I'm not going to throw anybody on him.
Right.
I said, yeah, good luck. Why not? I said, nope, I'm out. I said, I've had a few of them. Hard pass. Thank you very much. But, again, I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
Different cow herds, different
everything works different
thing.
And I always tell the old young Chad Hocamp story on that is had a guy, when we didn't have as many, we'd go find them things and talk to a guy about breeding them cattle. He had bred this couple of them cows I liked really good to a maiden bull called Dart back in the day. Yep. Rod Green did. And he's like, what do you think of that? And I was like, oh, that's a terrible idea. I don't know what the hell you're thinking about. I would never do that. And I was very vocal about my opinion on that.
Yeah.
Well, that next spring I come back there and I begged him to sell me that calf out of Dart. I had to have him. He did. I did get him, but it was I had to beg for it because I was like, the year before I was like, boy, that's a dumb idea. And then afterwards I was like, there. So after that, I've always kind of said, I may not do it that way, but
good
it
luck.
could sure work for you.
Yep.
But I laugh. I thought that was a lesson I learned right away too.
Yeah.
Got some stickers here. I don't know if that's going to do much you guys at home much good, but Brad Hook's talking about getting some stickers out there. I know we got five classes to go, but boy, it's been a pleasure to work with you.
Oh, yeah.
It's been such an enjoyable show.
Yeah, it's fun. Thanks for the invite back. I truly appreciate the opportunity. It's fun. I like to come here. I hope that keeps growing. Keep inviting me back. I sure get it. If you want if they want different opinions, by all means. But I enjoy it. I got the best seat in the house with no pressure. Get to work with a good friend of mine and somebody that I truly admire and appreciate your ability to breed cattle, but also to sort them and evaluate them. It's fun to sit up here and compare notes with you, go back and forth.
Well, that's a lot of nice stuff you say there. Hey, let's talk a little bit about we could talk about, I guess we could talk about our supper last night.
Yeah, absolutely.
They talked about the jobs, but we had an interesting chance to go with. We had some guys up here. Bray Haven, who is, I don't know what his title is. I should probably pull up his title.
I had his card.
CEO of Cattlemen's Congress, OYE,
and
California Youth Expo.
Yep.
And he's a part-time lobbyist in the state of Oklahoma. He was down here representing Cattlemen's Congress, trying to see how we do things, how to recruit more cattle to want to go down there for their prospect shows for their show. I thought that was awesome in that conversation. And then we had a Mr. Herzog, who was doing a good job of telling us some good stories, and he's a advocate and supporter of very successful and outside business.
Yep.
Loves to bring it back here on the cattle side. Kenny Herzog.
Well, and started in our business. He was talking about.
He did, yeah.
He started commercial guy going to Denver and working on them and working for $25-$30 a day.
Yeah. We talked about they had to steer win Kansas City and win Louisville in '85, '86.
Yep.
Back in there and won and that Herzog family in Texas won quite a little bit, but he was good. He donates money to the champion steers at Cattlemen's Congress and just loves this business, doesn't he?
He was very passionate, very into the youth, and both of them, it was a great evening. It was fun. And both of them were very, very complimentary to the Iowa Beef Expo, the exhibitors, the
talked about the
quality.
Facility, and I love the quality of the cattle we had brought out here. And
if they come around here today, we'll try to catch them guys and get them out.
Seen him a little bit earlier. Yeah, Bray. Yeah, he.
I saw Mr. Herzog. He was back here. His coach right there. He'd probably be coming back.
He'll be coming back around. He's probably over there watching the steers. He's a steer guy by heart.
Yep. So we, it worked out.
But just the kind of folks. But the kind of folks that you could have around here for the cattle industry that take eyes. We just think of Iowa and we think of see our neighbors up here and. Yep. And faces we see back home that come up here and show and exhibit, but we got a lot of eyes on this state.
Oh, absolutely. And that's good, though. Those guys are the cattlemen's. We've been there every year. My family, we've shown bulls, we've shown full bloods, and been in the pen show and that kind of stuff. Very well run. But those guys were asking, like, what can we do different? What can we do? Kind of like what Mallory's doing here. Not sitting still, trying to do, and their legislation passed a big spending bill. They're building a new state-of-the-art facility. They have gazillion horse shows down there.
Yep.
They said that I'll probably get this kind of wrong, but the Oklahoma State Fairgrounds there at Oklahoma City is the number one money generator for that city. Isn't that kind of how he said that last night?
He said,
the horse shows.
Tyler Norvell, for the complex they're the number one customer for the city of Oklahoma City.
Yep.
Yeah, because the city owns it and they measure it off of revenue from all their different events, which is like the Horse World Congress, OYE Division 4, and actually the final class. So it is a big deal.
Yep.
And they're trying to. long story short, they're trying to recruit cattle from here to be able to try to go down to that show.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Have as many there. They want to have a footprint from everywhere.
Yep.
And there's been a lot of Iowa cattle that have showed down there. And you talked about
Yep.
that, but we get a good, strong contention.
He said that the new facility will be close in January of 26, but didn't think they'd probably be able to really move in until, I think he said March, April. Don't hold me to that, but it was something early spring, early summer.
I thought they'd have it ready in 25.
I meant 25.
After Congress,
25,
but they
after
didn't figure they
Congress, yeah.
weren't planning on showing in it until
Right.
26.
Right, that was it, yeah.
Okay.
Should be ready kind of late spring, early summer of 25.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, they thought they'd be close, but they thought it'd be a little bit of a bottleneck around there in 25 at probably more. I think they talk more like OYE than they did Congress.
Yeah, I think that is probably what they're really shooting for, yeah.
And OYE there in that facility, they talk about that as the largest junior livestock show in the country.
It's crazy.
Crazy.
Have you ever been down there? You probably judged it.
I'm judging heifers this spring.
No shit.
Yep.
Good for you. Led right into that, didn't I?
Yeah, it's an honor to be able to go down and do that. But I think there's like 70, 80 heifers.
It's an interesting class. Lots of give and take in here. Easily the most mobile, gives you the highest quality look and presence is the one we're leading off with. Does she have enough? We're going to say she does, but would we like to see her with more? Probably so. Just open her up a shade more, intensify her bone. But the way she utilizes her structure, her skeletal correctness and the way she stays in terms of her motion, her body dimension is still good. Give you a feminine look. Nice way to lead off. This one we'll bring here next in second. I like her hip. I like her boldness. Hind leg usage is really good as well. You can strengthen her up right behind her shoulder. You can pick her up in terms of her growth curve a touch. But, boy, that kind of body and mass, still some flexibility, and little necked and little headed still makes for a good combination for us. Deep-sided one here that's got some hip and some bone in her. She's just a little awkward in the way she handles her structure as well, but we thought that pair right there needed to kind of stay together as far as types and kinds, and that's kind of why this one ends up a 4. If she moves better, we probably roll her in the second maybe, but today she's a little more upright in her knee and shoulder for us, a little frailer at the ground, and just doesn't hit as comfortable and loose there at the surface is what we like to see. Streak face one here, big hip, lots of muscle, lots of boldness here, a little short, compact, and round off either end. Another big-bodied one here that rolls around next. In terms of depth of side, just want to open her up, make her more, give her more angle to and posture to her neck and her shoulder, and the way she handles it. Silver one here has got a ton of meat and muscle. She's where we made that call on femininity. Thought there needed to just be more to roll her up, maybe set her down more consistently on those back legs. Really a nice colored, nice looking one here we bring next. A little high topped, a little tighter in the way she handles herself as well. Really bold, dimensional one round in the corner. Just needs to be more stretched out, needs to be longer and looser in the stride. And then 3 of them that we conclude with. All 3 could use a touch more body and softness. We felt like this one probably operated out of her feet and legs in a little more correct fashion. The red and white one's probably the stouter one of those 3. Just needs to be better in terms of her knee. And then the one we close with, we'd like to see just a touch more balance and look and presence. But a good class of commercial cattle.
Division 4, if you would, give them a nice round of applause. Job well done, each one of these kids once again. Well, it's been a good steer show. And again, just kind of going to be interesting as we get them back together. Dylan and I, we were in agreement here on our champion in reserve very comfortably, but we know that there's big pieces out here. And in each one of these divisions, we wish that we could get a few of these other ones, a piece of it, just so you could go home and say, hey, I had a piece of that division. But those 2 that were champion in reserve were just a little stouter or moved just a shade better, whatever it may be. We're the most confident in these 4 steers that end up winning their classes and starts in the first class in this division. I talked about just his foot size, his comfort level, his look and presence. Obviously, from the profile, calf's still very good right in the center of his hip. He needs a little more to the lower side of his hip, not stouting him just a shade as you get in behind his blade, but awfully neat looking, great big in terms of his lower cage, maybe a rib longer, but that calf's got an immense amount of quality about him. Just a real neat one right there. I'll be honest, he pushes that line in terms of maybe being, and I know it's probably a little harsh, but almost a little feminine looking. And to me, relative to the calf that had more muscle that was second, we've talked about build, balance, and proportions, and that calf just did that better in that particular class. Steer that wins Class 2, hey, a lot of shows that calf could win. Great big back, great big hip. Probably as honest in terms of his upper cage and the shape of his lower hip as any of these cattle in this lineup. On the move, he's upright in his shoulder. He sets out wider in the center of his shoulder blade. He'll harshen in his forerib and mid-body. Just want to soften that guy up. Think to me, only time will tell. If he gets the cover that he needs, calf could be pretty darn good and one to be a force to reckon with, if you want to call him that, long term. Angles, maybe a little upright, a little tighter in terms of his body, but a real neat calf as you get in behind him. Dylan talked this young lady's calf out of Class 3. I thought that was a good pair of cattle, and where this one just set down easier off of his rear foot, really bold in terms of his rib, little neater look right up there through his crest. Beat a real powerful calf in that class in terms of hip and back. Just didn't think that he had as big of a foot and column of bone. Wasn't just as neat right up there at the top part of his neckline as what was this steer. Calf's really nice, not a big hole in him, not a big wow factor, just good cattle. Black and white one comes in, absolute monster. Huge feet, big-ended, incredible in terms of his rib cage. Dylan said it right. That calf's big, but for his size, he fits his weight very well. Things have stayed fresh. Things have stayed consistent. That calf is so good on the move. I watched him walk. I got in behind him. I thought, man, maybe he gets a little narrow. He opens up and squares at the ground as good as any of them. He's got a beautiful look from the side. Incredibly good in terms of just that presence and pattern that we're looking for, and then yet still spread whenever you step right in behind him. Good calf, and beat a nice one in that class. They just need to be stouter. We'll go out and get your champion reserve in Division 4. Crossbred steers have been real good. Congratulate them with a nice round of applause once again, if you could.
Sorry, we were just kind of in awe watching the. There we go. Crossover. We're just watching the Division 4 champion steer over there, and not taking any thunder away from the brothers. We're just watching, and appears Abby Talak is going to win D4 in that kind of a chromed up stock and leg. It's her. Nice calf. Nice calf. I have no idea what he's. I guess I could look. I don't know if they have him sire in there or not. Look. Is that what you're betting?
I'm betting.
How great they are out. How about that? Would that be a chance?
Too big.
Too big. Too big, he says.
I'm saying, here I am.
All right, let me look. See if it says. Division 4. Well, we'll just assume you're right. Doesn't say.
It doesn't say?
Uh-uh.
Oh, they don't have to? Yeah, I would bet he sure would be. What nice set of commercials here in this class.
On that steer deal over there, did they pick a champion crossbred steer, or did they bring them just two?
Two crossbreds, yeah. This show, they only picked two out of the crossbred because that's rules of the Junior Beef Breeders Association. And then that's why the market heifers are involved here. State Fair, they do Division 1, 2, and 3 back for the top five. Yeah.
Top five, yeah. Okay. Yep. I forgot about that. You're right. Yep. So, again, that'll be not putting words in anybody's mouth on that thing, but you wade through them crossbred steers, and then you only take two out of that. Them would be two salty little devils.
Yeah, they'd be good. But
Be
I
way
think
good.
Miles had said that. I overheard him say a time or two. There'd be a lot of good ones, and the crossbred gets set back because we only picked two. But that's why your Keys and Mays are so tough if you want to make a top five.
Yeah, you
on
get
that
out of
side,
there.
the
Yeah,
Charolais
yeah,
and
get
the
the silverbacks and that stuff. Yeah, you get the shit out of there. Get the hell away from some of those crossbreds.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, like we've talked about too, is they don't have to put anything down. We just weigh these up in our commercial breeding heifer division. There'll be a lot of, here's a Baldy. That might be a foundation semi for you, Chad.
Boy,
right here in
could
front
be.
of us.
Yep.
It's a primo.
Oh, it does have it down there. Yep.
Maybe
so you got to have some semi back in there somehow to get that white on the face.
That's not that one. This one is a primo. There's a one out here that's is an Angus. It's got an Angus number. There's a appendix registered, so that would be there'd be a.
Hunter's got a Dameron first class. Well, that's some good stuff.
Yeah, and there'd be a When in Doubt. There's a Shorthorn Plus out here somewhere. I'm assuming I'm on the right class.
Yeah, you're right. Class 18.
Okay.
I don't know where'd you see Shorthorn Plus at?
Well, the Taylor Jackson. It's a AR. Which is usually appendix registered. Bunny's Money.
Oh, there you go.
Just from the association, that's usually how they classify as an appendix.
Gotcha. I just learned something new today on that one.
Oh, Hunter, that one's probably an Angus. That's a Dameron first class. That's an Annie Lou. What was his Angus? Wasn't she an Annie Lou?
No, I believe she's a Rosebud. Did you find that? I think that's what she was. I asked somebody back
Probably
here.
right.
I think she's a specialty Rosebud that come from the Watskis out in
Rosebud.
Indiana.
Yep, you're right. Sorry. Yep.
Boy, I've never been right very often. We got a couple times in a row you said that about me.
You were nailing it, brother. You're knocking it out of the park.
Some of them ones you like, you like to go ask questions and learn a little bit more about them. See what they are on the backside. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, we are over there on the steer side, not to take away from this here. Now, we're picking champion crossbred over there right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Aren't we? It's game time over there, right?
4 divisions. We're down. This is Tanner T-Money. Tanner Curtin won the Class 17, the first class of D2 here. We're going to have 2 class winners out here for our commercial Division 2 commercial heifer, Chad. Then we've got, so we're down to 3 classes. Margo, what's our count? How many cattle we got left, Margo? We're on 18.
I would say
We're
they're
ready for-
on your heifer side. They're just
we got 24.
debating and talking.
So we're winding down. Jay Bradley did say we're doing heifers first, sounds like. So we will be in the Supreme deal. Will be our feed will be up and going first, and then we'll do that. And again, that will be the way it looks here. They're on Division 4 steers.
Hey, we'll do that. A question: Will we do this the main spot right here, or do we bring them guys over here? Far side. So the steer guys, when they're done, they'll use our microphones. Gotcha. They're not going to take the center down? Oh, okay.
Sweet.
So we got that. So they're going to take the center down. There's going to be a lot of them out there.
Be a lot of them out there.
On the
Yep.
heifers more so than the steers.
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
Yep.
But we turn down, they'll take the center down. So it'll be a half hour after our last division. So our Division 3 champion, or I guess champion commercial heifer, and it'll be 30 minutes after that.
30 minutes after our okay, because yep, I got you.
Because they're going to be done. They're done after this class, right?
Yep.
Or not, I'm sorry, after this, the picking champion crossbred, right?
Yep.
So just trying to keep update. Hook said as of 20 minutes ago, we're going to do heifers first, so I'll be good.
Yep, we're getting down. I'm still watching over there on the steer side. I'll let you listen to maybe if you want to hear Miles. And maybe you've all kicked off the heifer side and went to the steer side, or
kind of walking again.
If you don't care about the steer side at all, you've probably hit the mute button, so you don't listen to me anyway. So we got. Did you place them, or I thought it was walking? Oh yeah, yeah. So who do we have?
Well, Hunter Anderson's obviously that one.
I know that one. Who's this little girl in the front? She got a nice heifer.
95.
195.
Michaela Betts. From
Oh,
Atlantic.
Atlantic, Iowa. That's your part of the world,
Yep.
Rosebud.
We got Hunter.
Taylor Jackson.
Taylor Jackson. That's an old money.
Yep.
I'll tell you something.
Would that be your appendix, you think? I think she could pass.
Yes. Yes, it is. Yep. Yep. She's got an AR number.
Yeah.
And then Hunter's would be an Angus, and I would say the Betts
Yeah, she's
heifer.
a Dameron's first class. You look at that. That's
And then the Betts heifer.
semen.
And the Betts heifer is a Primo.
Primo,
And
yep.
I bet she's an Angus.
I think she's
She
probably
looks like
straight
she's
bred.
got she looks like she's got a long number, 207, long pedigree number there. So I would say we've got 2 Angus and a Shorthorn Plus out here.
Yep. Yeah.
Here's Miles. We're going to listen to him for just a second, everybody.
He's emotional.
Guys,
He's
we
into
tried to do the best job that we know to do. And you can argue placings and you can do whatever, but at the end of the day, you can't say that we didn't put our heart and our soul into it. We know what this thing takes. We understand the time and the commitment, the money, the effort. We get it. And I truly mean this whenever I say it. I'm so glad that God gave us the opportunity to be here. And I know that we've got a champion drive later, so I won't talk just too much more, but the passion for the industry, the passion for cattle and pigs that runs in my blood and Dylan's, it's all we do. It's all we know. If there wasn't anything else, I mean, I wouldn't want to pour concrete every day. Don't tell my dad, but I wouldn't know what else to do. And I know that some of you are probably a little hesitant to say, good job. And I'm okay, all right? Because for the last 2 days, we gave it everything that we knew how to do. You may like stuff different, and that's totally fine with us. But we know what we like, and they come back out, and I'm damn proud of the lineup. I know that maybe they're not just your favorites, but those cattle all look the same. These champions out each one of these divisions look almost identical in terms of foot and bone, their quality of width, the skeleton, their body type, their shape. They're all different sizes. That one, he could feed around for a while. That one, probably the same way. These two, power and stout and great big feet. The reserves, incredibly good as well. And we're nitpicking on cattle. Hey, I'm going to be real honest with you. I know a lot of families in the state of Iowa that show cattle, okay, because we're involved in it. I don't want to nitpick on kids. I don't want to nitpick on families. All we're doing is judging the stock. Never would I ever, and Dylan the same way, do anything that we didn't want to do, placing-wise, but I don't ever want to lose friends doing it. I know it's a harsh reality of judging a show, but I'm telling you, we're passionate about it. We feel very, very comfortable in what we're going to do. But it's been an amazing lineup. It just sucks that some of them aren't going to make it back in. But I do think that, man, it's incredibly good. You folks should be commended. The Iowa Beef Expo is 100% as good as it gets for prospect cattle, and as good as it gets as you continue on into a state fair. We're happy to be here. We'll get you your champion in reserve. I'm not going to talk anymore. Thank the kids one more time if you could.
Back over here on the breeding heifer side, a really competitive top pair of cattle. I'd say the top 3 or 4 of them are all really good. And I know we've been saying this a little bit back, throughout the days. They all have good, and that's not us just being nice. That's us telling the truth and being pumped up out here to be here. The more we work these cattle, the more we like this heifer here to my right to win this class. Beautiful look of quality. If you guys can't tell, I like high presence cattle, and she's high neck, she's flat shouldered, she's really relaxed in her spine, she's good looking. When we walk them from the side, I call this one attractive in the way she moves. If you get on the 3/4 in the front of her, she wants to maybe paddle just a little bit, but really when you get 3/4 behind her and watch her go away from you, she does want to get a little bit uncoordinated out of her rear wheel, and there's no question that we would like to make her a little softer in the center part of her body. I'm by no means calling her shallow, but relative to some of these ones right in behind her, comparatively speaking, she could be a little deeper in the center part of her body. But that's a high-quality animal. And then just kind of top it all off, if I'm going to bet on some future on one, this one with a feed bucket over here in the next few months, I think we really like her, calf in her belly, whatnot. I think that's a really nice animal. Love the hind leg, love the length of hip of this one here in second. She's really big. Ooh. Nice work by the catch pin over there. One here in second. Love her hind leg. Long hipped. She is more accurate and stable in the way she uses her hind leg relative to our class winner. She's really big bellied. To me, maybe a little bit too much. She's good chested. She's really good in her throat latch and head. When you get around front this one, you see how she's assembled in her chest and the way she kind of drives in at her knee. That's where we need to fix her. Maybe relax her in her spine ever so slightly, but it's a very, very nice heifer. Love her hind leg. Bold, stout one that comes next. Deep body, young lady, if you want to bring your nice little heifer around here. She's bold, she's stout. We really like this one's proportions. But it's when we ask her to move, it's where we would like to readjust the way she's assembled. Need to set her back in her knee. Need to give her more flex out of her rear skeleton. But it's a high neck, good looking one. Really, really like her rib shape. Another stout one that comes next. She's bull bodied. Like this one a lot on the stand. Young man gets her put together. Her neck shoots up high on the top side of her shoulder. She's stout. She's well presented. Need to readjust the way she uses her rear skeleton. Front skeleton's good. Got some flex in her knee right there. Just really need to redesign the way she reaches out of her hind too. Really deep bellied, practical, kind of easy doing looking one that comes second. For how soft bellied she is, she's still really good chested. She's feminine about her neck and she's got a balanced look from the side. Just need to open her up a little bit, both underneath and when you get in behind her. The one that comes next probably does that. She's the stouter one of that pair. She's bold rib. She's got some belly depth. Need to pick her pin set up, give her more reach out of her rear skeleton, but a really good looking heifer. Another stout one. Really impressive when you get over her back. Really impressive when you get behind her. Moves relatively well for how much power she has. Just like to stretch her out everywhere. Give her a little more some of those extras. Nice, practical, sound structured one that comes next. Kind of like the one in front of her. Need a little bit of the extras. And a stout one here that we just need to adjust the way she moves out of both ends. Congratulations.
All right. Yeah. We're going to put him on? Yeah. Let's get through this division. Let's do this division. Let's do this division, and then when we do the next class. Yeah. We get out here for our Division 2 commercial breeding heifer. Again, only 2 classes out here, only 4 cattle out here, but I mean they are nice, nice, nice. The fellas are talking about them. They're doing a little pointing and head bobbing and that kind of stuff. These cattle look incredibly, incredibly good.
is different, no matter what you like. But there's still one out here. We feel the more and more you look at them, the more and more you study them, you find least things you want to change about her amongst this group. Yep, make her a pinch stouter, but in this division, we feel she's the standout. That's the one out of this first class, and she'll be your champion. Gets a little closer with those other two, and again, both of them are stout. Both of them have some good things about them. A real big body one that was second. We like the extra bone and look of this one over here. Yes, she's a little greener in her body. She don't have the big swoop that's probably in vogue nowadays, but I don't ever call that one a shallow one. I still like her look and her presence. We're going to use Class 2 here to be reserved.
Well, very cool. Team Money. Tanner Curtin wins Division II commercial heifers, and then our class winner out of Division II was, I know what it up to your mouth. Hold it up tight. Division II, Class 18, class winner was reserve in Division II. Moving into Division III, we got 3 classes, 19, 20, 21. We're down to about the 22 cow warning. So, hey, again, we found somebody to chitty chat with coming up here. Come in there. We got Mark Core with Vermeer, Boyer Core Show Cattle, the husband of Deb. Do you know Deb Core? I've met Deb Core. He'd be the husband of Deb Core, who was former executive secretary of the CEO of the Beef Expo.
Who we had. I was so tickled when she did Kansas City steers.
Yep.
I mean, thoroughly. I watched her start to finish online, and she just had. You could tell her body language. She said it, but she thoroughly enjoyed it.
Oh, she
had a
soaked it
blast.
up. Soaked it up.
When they had said that, nobody qualified as qualified or passionate or just had earned it as much as she did. And I know you was probably proud of that for her, but just to see that was.
Yeah, I was really happy for her as well. She actually turned a lot of shows down when the kids were young, kind of right in that time frame where you're gaining momentum.
Right.
As you
Yeah.
guys know. And so she turned those down to stay home with the farm, and as we're getting to the later side of that, to get that opportunity. And she did exactly what I knew she would do, and she took it 120% serious with high passion and high respect.
Yes, right.
I think I heard Tim mention yesterday that we can all just our stomachs can roll just a little bit when we get started in these shows if you take it serious and understand the levity of the situation. And so, yeah, I was excited for her. So I've loved listening to you. I just got here because I'm such a hard worker, as you both
Work. Yeah.
We actually had a set of twins a little while ago and had a chance to come up. So I've been trying to watch online as much as I could, and I've enjoyed your commentary and your respect for the exhibitors, respect for the judges, respect for the facility, and so it's been fun.
Yeah, so I saw you. I was just down here chitty-chatting with some buddies and that kind of stuff, the Rosenboom family from Bussy, and Mark and I go way, way, way back. We worked together at Syntex Animal Health.
Yep.
30 years ago-ish.
It
Don't
would
want
have
to
been-
date us, but long time ago. So
Judging team a couple years apart, year apart.
Yeah, he was on Dave's team. Him and Dave DeWello were on
right,
team.
I knew him and Dave were on the team.
2 years later, I was on Dave's team.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
So,
I knew Dave was your coach. Yep.
Yep. So anyway, so I saw him and it's like, hey, we got to get you up here. We brought him in. So we had, I don't know if you're listening, we had the CEO of the Iowa Cattlemen's, Brian Whaley, was on just a little bit ago. We're going to try to get a couple more on as we go. But again, no disrespect or not ditching Boyer Core at all. You can talk about them, the twins. I brought you because of Vermeer. I want to thank you for you and Vermeer and going to bat for our youth and the Beef Expo to help bring us up here to this pavilion. So thank you very much.
And your spot to say "Go big or go home."
Yeah,
That's
go
what Mallory
bigger.
said.
We've
She's
used that
like,
a couple times.
Yeah,
I
she
don't know if
did
you've
say
heard
that. She
that, so,
said
yeah.
when she
Go
asked
big or
you,
go.
you said, "No, if we're going to do it, we're going to do it right."
Yeah, for sure. And when Mallory called, I just had so much respect for her willingness to try something different.
Yep.
And I said Friday night to some people that, Vermeer has made a history out of being aggressive with innovation and trying things different. And I'm pretty sure we're all glad that Gary Vermeer didn't try to make a better small square baler and make some all change. But he invented a round baler that, we all enjoy with that brand and many other brands. And, Vermeer is not truthfully a big marketing splash company. And I was thinking about that last night. If we found an extra $10 in our budget, we would spend $9 on innovation and $1 on marketing, or maybe $9.99 and $1 on marketing. Vermeer's got a great history of giving back through their foundation and community and churches and young people, and so for me, if we sell some more product, awesome. But if we make any little extra difference to these young people in this world that we all enjoy and we raised our kids in, the three of us and a host of others, then that's the fun part of being able to support Mallory. And I think we have to give a lot of recognition for Mallory. She walked into this with big risk. It all looks great now because there's huge accolades for this, but for her to make this move, and I could see the stress and tension in her Friday, when I got here, and over the last couple weeks as well, as she was asking questions. And so I just said, hey, I appreciate taking the step out, making change, and we'll support it from Vermeer's perspective because we're supporting back to people like that. And of course, it's been fun to have, it was Balana Putz's idea to use some high-profile people, truthfully, in the state that are well thought of. And we certainly talk a lot about Jeff Boddiker's quote, but I'm looking right here at Chad Holtkamp, and I love the picture of him with the microphone in his hand, and a good customer of ours, and as well as Jared and Tyler Long and others. So it's been a fun project for sure.
High profile people, and then John, and then JB. And Duke, Duke's dad. So
I told him this morning that we're going to have a sequel next year.
That'd be awesome. That'd be great.
And I'm pretty sure Duke will make an appearance on a banner.
Well, Chad's been.
We got a Snapchat picture of Duke from Amy. She's been corresponding back and forth.
We've been going back and forth with the Duke and that kind of stuff because we all love the dogs and that kind of stuff. So again, congratulations, and we're not done yet. Well, thank you very much. I too we'll talk about the products just a little bit. You guys recently acquired another company. By recently, it's probably been a year and a half now, probably, the way time goes away. But down to my part of the world, south of Atlantic, I say it wrong anyway, Schuler. Okay, I was going to say Schooler, but Schuler feed wagons and vertical mixers and that type of stuff. But I think the self-propelled baler, you got one. That's what you need, Holtkamp.
Do not have a self-propelled. No.
That thing is badass. That is badass.
I'm excited.
About 4 or 5 of those heifers and steers he sells would buy one.
Oh yeah, and he'd have a change left, so it would be all good. But no, some of the innovation and some of your engineers, talk about some of those products. Those are phenomenal machines, man.
Thanks, Tim. We're excited about the self-propelled baler, and it's worked incredibly well. We have a group of people that the family essentially funds outside of our normal engineering. Their job is to work on things that don't exist today.
Yep.
So as a matter of fact, last week in Florida, we were down there with our autonomous bale mover. That product looks incredibly well. If anybody's listening actually enjoys moving around bales after you make them, I'd like to meet them.
Oh, not it. Not it.
That's the most miserable part of it. And, labor's a challenge as well. We launched just recently the first ever temperature sensing on bearings on balers. It'll be on the self-propelled balers initially, but I'm pretty sure everybody watching that owns a baler's had a bearing go out and sometimes didn't get it caught. And so we're excited about that. And then just regular innovation. The Schuler thing has been unbelievable. It was a family that we really connected with between the two families, a faith-based, just very deep principled family with the Schulers down there. And we've been able to maintain manufacturing down there, and we've grown with our distribution. We've grown that product line without changing it much at all, just by having distribution around the country. So I was just talking to Bart Elder this morning, one of my colleagues that many on the online will know, and it was fun too. So
we'll let Ferris talk this class here.
Good class of commercials over here, and Brandon pointed out something that I was thinking is this one's presence and the way you draw a line from her pole to the top of her shoulder out to her tailhead, and when she moves, when she's standing, how relaxed she is in her spine, how high neck she is, how much just presence and look and rib shape she has, and the upper part of her skeleton is really, really awesome. It's what I really appreciate in cattle. I like high presence cattle. I think I said that before, and she does that whether she's moving, whether she's standing here. Young man's doing a great job getting her stuck. She's flat shouldered. Look at that. We get our ears pulled forward and everything. Brandon's helping me out. Wish we had, should have a cell phone video or something right here. But, price just went up. She's bold. She's balanced. Now, do I think this one is 100% ideal in her foot shape and size? No, but I still think it's an improvement over this one that's here in second. This one that's here in second is a real broody female. She's deep-bodied. She too's flat-shouldered. She too's balanced. She too is good looking. Compared to the one right in front of her, I think she wants to get longer and narrower in her toes. She wants to get a little more restricted in her rear wheel. And then while she is high-necked and while she is good-looking and she is balanced, she does not have the presence. She does not have the extras of that one right in front of her. That's a very good heifer to go second. Another nice one here coming in 3. She's bull-bodied. She's got some punch. Just relative to those ones in front of her, she needs to be set back in the angle of her shoulder ever so slightly. And again, just doesn't quite have the extras. Like the foot size, like the bone, like the flexibility of the Charlet colored one that comes here. She's bull-bodied too. Just need to flatten her out in her muscle shape. I like how wide she is, but just give her a longer, smoother, more muscle shape, more depth to her underline. That's a really nice heifer here to come next. If you like power like we do, you'll really appreciate how powerful this one is right here. Enormous when you get over the top of her, really stout when you get behind her. Like to just make her a little more comfortable, like to make her come together just a little smoother than what she does, but a very good heifer. Here's the one that's smoother, and she corrects the one that's right in front of her. Just need to free her up in her rear wheel, but she's soft-bodied, she's long and smooth in her muscle pattern, and I like that. Got some power and some punch with this one right here. She's got big legs too, I appreciate that. Just need to give her some more of those extras to run with those ones right in front of her.
All right, very cool. Just catch up real quick. Ooh, Scapey feels good. Very athletic on the way out. Carson Reek wins Class 19. Creston Boy was a wrestler, was on that good football team. Avery Belcher, those guys are good friends.
Which one was the wrestler?
Carson Reek. He didn't
How
make
did
state.
he do?
He didn't
Oh,
make
he didn't
state.
make state.
He didn't
Okay.
make state, but he
Yep.
was on the champion. They won team
football?
title, 2A team title for Creston Panthers, so that was fun. He was in there, and then Avery Belcher was in there. I would say I know Carson's. I shouldn't say no, but I'm pretty sure that's a main Angus. He wasn't able to show her yesterday because he was finishing up the wrestling tournament.
Is that the one that had the new era ear tag in her? Was that her? Flanked one? Was that right?
I don't
Yep.
know.
Yep.
I don't. You're the tag reader. I don't know. I
we
don't
kind
know.
of pay attention to a few of them things.
And then I imagine Belcher's, Avery's that's a prime time with a Kindle deal. I bet it's a maintainer, main Angus,
prime time,
main,
which you're
whoever's
get
think of
there.
that. So
Yep.
anyway, we're back here. We're
What
the gentlemen. We're
class?
going into Class 20, Division 3. There's about 1,100 or 11 of these, 1,005 to 1,095, and we got Mark Core. Here with Vermeer, we just kind of were talking about the Schuler manufacturing, the self-propelled baler and that kind of stuff, and we'll continue on. Mark's always a good talk about his family and Deb and son-in-laws and daughters. So we got one son-in-law is big into obviously the cattle with the Boyer Core and that kind of stuff. And then a son-in-law that's a racer. Let's talk about that just for fun, just a little bit. I mean, I know your lifelong dream, knowing you, was to own a sprint, to drive a sprint car. Have you got to drive one yet, Core?
No, I am not brave enough for that at all. Deb just told me can't hear me very well, so I guess I'm not
hold her
talking
close.
into the mic well enough. But yeah, I often say that had 2 daughters, and I've always had kind of 2 addictions, and that's sprint cars. Kind of growing up around Knoxville, my dad being on the school board, and then obviously the show cattle thing. And so I just set my daughters out and say, go hither and bring back.
This is 2 I'm after.
Yeah, bring back a husband for each, and so yeah, very proud of my daughters, obviously, and so what Jared does and running the operation at home, and his talent, I think, as most people know, and his brothers, is just extreme, and what we get a chance to do there, and then we get to go on Saturday nights and with Sawyer to Knoxville and some other tracks as well, and just have always enjoyed that. If it was safe, I would really enjoy it, and I always get a little nervous about that, and if it's cheaper, I would enjoy it a little bit.
You do have 2 expensive hobbies.
So you're down there in the pit crew with them down in the trenches, dirty, and
kind of love it because I don't know enough about it to be stressed. I just do what he tells me to do. Like,
right.
I'm not making any decision. at all.
Yeah, the tire guy. Do you get to do tires? That'd always be fun.
Tires, at times, change rear end gears.
Oh, yeah.
Some of those kinds of things. I mean, obviously not touching anything significant.
Pretty safe.
And I've talked Deb into making a little bit of an investment at times with the car, but somebody
good.
asked me what those motors cost, and I said, well, about the same as a really good heifer. And
Oh, boy.
We all know what that what all can be. But no, and four grandkids that are all close to us, so we're really blessed with that. So as long as everybody's healthy and
it's all good.
And it's all good. So
I enjoy the one thing about social media. We get to get Bailey on Snapchat, so you can keep track of the two girls and the little fella getting attacked by the two girls and the two sisters.
Yeah, I would imagine they are around here.
I bet they would be.
Maddie Caldwell come over to help, for the weekend, and they love hanging out with her. So.
Yep.
And then Deb was up here for just a little while yesterday, and I left her at home.
I did see her yesterday around. We didn't get to talk to her.
Yeah, I left her at home with some cows calving, and I'll be here for a while. So
that's good. Well, you'll be able to sit here and watch the Supreme deal as we gather these back up in here, and we'll have a lot with the weekend. A lot of folks there'll be a lot more of them tuned in maybe than being here. Because everybody headed back and getting back with their life, but I mean everybody's gonna be paying attention to who does what in here.
So they were saying yesterday, Margot said we had 5,600 tune in from around the country, 5,600 and change, which I think is pretty cool. We tried to spread it out. I don't know how far and wide it was, but
I'd say we'd be fairly wide. Yep.
We've been getting some nice comments from the people and that type of stuff. And
hey, we've been talking about this whole class out here. Commercials here. Now this thing is way good.
Yeah,
this home heifer on this far end.
We kind of said that once we got into these cattle had some weight and some age. And
several of them are good.
There's some wolfing ones. Those two heifers that win that last class are pretty nice. Those are really nice.
That'd be the lock girl, I believe, making the corner there with that black and white one. That one. That one looks good.
A primo here on the end, a paradox. That's a tame paradox, at least.
There's a neat story here, not to get personal.
Go ahead. No, you bet.
This is a great young man from our town, from Pleasantville. Great family, and so he raised that heifer out of. Come from Jared. And
nice.
So I don't know where she'll end up in here, but I love.
Doesn't matter.
And I think the state fair has went to a bred and owned.
Yep.
Oh, they did.
They did.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So
Awesome. That's a great.
That's probably way late doing it. And I know the
I know they did, but
right. With that, but it'll be exciting to be able to see. And I heard you mention, I think yesterday, Tim, like the number of cattle maybe being exhibited that were raised by the families. There was some
raised by juniors, yeah. So Karen was kind of going through,
yeah,
and she on the main on the main side. So, and I know it'd be Angus and Scimitals and stuff, but just in the mains, I think she said there was 13 or 15 junior exhibitors that have aged out as the junior division, 22, 23, 24 years old, but are breeders of some of those cattle that were in the main. I think that's cool. They've come in, and we need those. We had Brian Whaley on just a little bit ago from the ICA, and he was talking about that. We need these young people. We got to have them come back. You need them to buy yellow equipment or roll up couch out, and we need them to feed the world too. So we got to keep these kids coming back. And this is a small slice of the cattle industry, and we know it, but it's still morphs into. Not every one of them makes a show cow. So there's a lot of commercial cattle out here.
But no matter where you go across the country, the show cattle become a focal point of the youth because it gets out to the front of them, and even if you're not into that, people still pay attention and watch. And it just becomes a big part of of the industry too, and it touches so many of the ones. Even if in everyone's important, first to last, it doesn't make a difference. That they show up and do this.
And that's what I think our judges, both rings, the steer guys
Quality
and these
people.
guys, they have done a great job of working with the youth all the way down. They've made good comments, constructive comments. We haven't been. Yesterday was a long day for those days, a long day for us, but it was. They were giving good comments and good feedback all the way through. This is a tough
thought it was
time.
interesting. Mark Hogue was at our house a few days ago looking at the falls last weekend, and one of the things he said, and he's getting great accolades for judging Fort Worth.
He did,
And a lot of times he'd have a few more than what was going to make the sale, and he said, part of your job as a judge is to sell hope for the future. And one of those huge classes, one of those kids to know they were so close at times, to be able to make the sale, and for all of us, it's about selling hope, in the future as well, and so. I probably get accused of this at times, but I know it works. And about hiring a lot of cattle kids at Vermeer. You know, have got just a lot of people at Vermeer that have been heavily involved in this. And, you know, it's kind of like grade point. I don't know one grade point of anybody I've hired, and I don't care if they had a purple banner or if they have more 7th place ribbons. If they were passionate about what this does from a competitive spirit and just livestock stockmanship in general and competition, then it works.
It works. It does work. You see it everywhere.
Well, we brought that up as we were talking now. Now, outside of an engineer that's building one of your balers, or my heart doctor, or a doctor, or something along those lines, they need to be pretty good. A veterinarian, they kind of need to know their shit. They got to kind of have their stuff together. But the rest of us is hard work, knowing how to get up, put your hours in. You can't be a ding dong and have bad grades. But at the same token, is if you got 4 years to put it out there and go through it, stick to it, and this, I think, as you know, not trying to put words in your mouth as an employer, as hiring people, but I think that goes a long ways. And these kids have that. They get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get these rascals ready. You know, so that's good.
And one thing about show cattle, you don't have to ask how hard a kid worked. If you
can
talk
see
to
it.
them and watch, you can see what the product they bring out to you if they put the time in, because it takes a lot. There's a lot of monotonous labor goes into before you get here today. I'm not kind of come back to the cow thing a little bit. I just was making some not cut Mark off here, but man, there's two something about Mary's out there, them 2 red ones, and that front one, isn't that a pretty red? Oh, that dark red,
that
yeah.
dark, we talked
I
about that.
I like that dark
that
color.
mahogany.
Oh.
This is a tough class.
There's a good set. There's a good set of black ones in here too.
Oh well, yeah. I'm not. Yeah, for absolute sure about that. So
yeah, I guess it's a not being here watching the steer show, just seeing the pictures on the pulse, and then seeing a lot of the class winners at Fort Worth. You know, pretty white and yellow on one side of the ring.
Right.
Still
Yeah.
pretty black on the other side.
It
of the
is.
ring.
Yeah.
right.
And even here in Iowa, it was light
Looked
colored
like it.
over there, wasn't it? Yeah, because he had a gold one, 2 white ones, and a
stock
black
and
and
legged
white
one.
one.
Stock and legged
Yeah.
one. Yep.
Yeah, and I think we champion Division 1, champion reserve Division 2, white yellow type steers. So interesting changes for sure.
Hey, let's ask a question here, because you talked about Mark Hogan doing Fort Worth. Now, you did Fort Worth a long time ago.
Yeah, exactly.
And actually, I
With
thought
the cowboy hat.
I thought you really looked good in your hat. I really did. No, I
thought you looked like a dork. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, I thought you looked good. I think you bring the hat back in there. Yeah, it's good. So, what would be one of your favorite? To me,
We talked about that
show
yesterday.
there would have to. I mean, even been a long time ago, and you've done a lot of good shows before, but that had to be pretty neat one there too, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that like to be able to do that one again would be amazing. And Houston was fun, and San Antonio, and those heifer shows down there, and you know, some of these Eastern State fairs have all been awesome. But there is something special about that. And, you know, it'd be fun. Deb said, "Do you really think you were ready for that back then?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. Maybe it was good that I didn't even realize that I,
You
I wasn't ready
realized-
for it." You know, but
Yeah.
I was talking to Mark. I remember back then it wasn't class 10 or 11. I think it was class 9 that was expected.
It'd be the one where you had that window.
And I remember getting down from 60 or whatever to 19. And whoa, the first year particularly, take a big breath, you know, and settle back in, and just and what else I love about down there, and I noticed it even when I was down there, even judging an open show in Fort Worth a couple weeks ago, the crowd excitement is amazing.
Yeah.
And, you know, I get it for Fort Worth where, you know, you're making the sale, so there's huge excitement of getting pulled off the rail. But Deb will go down and do a really good county fair down there by Houston here in a month or two, and I've done that one before, and the crowd noise and the excitement is just amazing.
I was just south of San Antonio here just a couple weeks ago, and wasn't big numbers, but I mean it was like a sporting event.
Yeah.
I mean, because they like 4 or 5 make the sale in a class, and I mean they'd cheer, but but that Fort Worth, I just had to be, I mean, just to lay in there and just get in a groove and just start pulling, and
for sure.
that'd be good.
No
And
doubt
how old
about
were
it.
you when you did that one?
Well, I don't know. It'd have been, I think they said it was 20,
Need a calculator to math.
4 years ago, so I'd have been
20,
mid to late 30s. DeWello had done it. I think Jack Ward had done it for 2 years ahead of me. DeWello had done it for 2 years, and I think I backed up to DeWello, and I did it for the next 2 years.
2 years,
after that, and a couple years off, and then I did Houston. So
Right. Yep.
Well, very cool, man.
That
Thank
is
you very
awesome.
much.
I just saw that with Mark, and Mark did watching and what everybody said, high energy. I mean, his energy. And, and you talked about there, and I watched him. He had 20 of them pulled around the rail. He'd go back again and pull another 10. You knew that they were not going to make his 10 for sail slots. But like what he said, how do you tell somebody with a calf that's fit to a T, that looks good, that maybe just missing one area, that, hey, you're not good enough to get pulled off the rail? It didn't cost him nothing to pull it off and send him back in there.
It was one of the really hard things for me to learn, whether it's heifer side or steer side at those Texas majors, is getting comfortable with some of these kids just having a very few minutes in the ring.
Yeah.
I think it's every species obviously down there. In fact, some I think sorting, pre-sift outside of the facility and not even get to the facility. But there's high risk, high reward, I guess.
It is. Now we did have all that Texas love and field. Now I did want to go through there, and we'll get back over an Iowa plug. Now they do have more numbers, but we talk top end elite though. That we do not take a back seat to them on that show either.
No, I think we all know that.
The
Iowa State Fair, the Iowa Beef Expo. I think anybody in the country, if they were to put where will the very elite livestock be, livestock probably in general.
Species,
with the State Fair, Purdy, really, really proud. We grew up loving this state fair. Our family, it was our Disneyland, and still is for a variety of reasons, facilities and management and everything else. But we chased that heifer thing so hard. That was the show we never could win. We had 500 overalls, but that's the one we wanted to win because it was the hardest one.
It was, yep.
And still is.
Still is.
So competitive, and numbers are good, and
yep. And we're back in here, and we put them cattle, and then we started talking about that, but just to be in this facility, and you're committed for next year too, aren't you? For keeping us in here.
Oh, nice job, Ted. No pressure on that.
Because I did say that the other day. I said, "Boy, Vermeer needs to make sure somebody needs to make sure we stay back in here again and again."
Well, it's interesting. When I told her I would do it. I was thinking, I said, I'll do it for 1 year. And I was thinking last night with listening to how everybody has been excited about it, that I'm going to get the second year locked up.
You have to get that there.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Because I think I did make a pitch out there. I said, make sure you buy a Vermeer. I don't care if it's a baler, a mower, a rake. Support Vermeer and tell them they need to kick it back in here. So you bet. Hey,
very good. Thanks, Mark. Again, thank you and Vermeer, and thank you for everything and your family. It's awesome. It's an honor to call you a friend and know you for this last 30, 40 years. It's very cool. And Deb, and I think I was kind of maybe along on one of the first dates, I think a long time ago at
you was,
I think Stockman's maybe, if I remember right about that. Is that maybe Barrel?
Pre-work.
Pre-rec. Yeah. I never did get a thank you for that, but it's all right.
Like any other stories?
Oh, okay. What? That one was safe. That was a good one. There was nothing bad about that.
Sit and adjust. I'll say there's probably not a bag of winning field left in the barn if you just look at the bellies of these things and how much they got in them in terms of volume, and then start to make some concessions here. Are these two just a little cute and cuddly maybe and a little quick? Wouldn't argue with you. The late matured one's probably the red one in third, but is she structurally sound enough in terms of her spine and front skeleton? We decided to leave her there, and so this is where we land. Two cattle that, probably could stand to be bigger in their kind, but two cattle that for their build, for the stoutness they bring, I still think their mobility fits them best amongst this group. And then you start to split those two. There's just more look and more presence and just more it factor in the one that leads off. Again, body shape's good, back leg's good, maybe tighten her up in her throat, make her just a touch more extended, but a good kind of cattle. This red one just grows on you. The more and more you sit and compare and study things, the less you want to pick on this one. Again, she's robust, she's stout, she's useful in her rear leg. There's still enough look and proportion to her. I like to lengthen out her hip. I like to give her the lateness maturity look of this red one here. If this one's front end is square enough for you, if her spine is loose enough for you, that's probably your class winner. And just talk about sheer female show. Femininity is good, well belly in this one, still big in her hip. I love the usage of her hind leg still. Sets it down very, very well. Just for us, a little turned out too much up front. To me, that affects the way she handles her spine, just not loose enough in terms of her shoulder. This one's interesting. To be as powerful as she is and as broody as she is in terms of just width and stoutness and ruggedness, there's a relative high level of flexibility with that. She still wants to push out up front. For us, we decided she was just a touch steerier than the rest of them in terms of her coarseness and her muscle, like the refiner just a touch. The black and white one here, probably not a bigger bellied one in here, really deep and soft, and still gives you a nice look up front, just too little down low. Want to see more foot and bone to match everything we got up high. Want to see her sit and step with just a more authority and more confidence. Another one that's built with a lot of muscle, a lot of width and bone is this one that comes next. Still wants to come apart in her shoulder when she's on the move, comes apart in her hip when she's on the move, just doesn't assemble herself as correctly moving as she does at the standstill. Another one here that's got a nice positive posture and look to her and a look of quality when she initially walks in. A little too short and restricted out of her rear step for us. Big bodied, big opened up one here, and the red one that comes next. She is the one, though, that doesn't hit you as well in terms of her look in construction. A little loose in her spine, gets underneath herself in her hind leg. You want to pick her up a bit. Alongside one here, that if you want to make that switch and say this one's a little late in maturing, I wouldn't argue with you. I like to open her up, though, in terms of her base and her body shape. She just gets a little flatter all the way through, a little weaker there in her loin end. Two cattle here that are still good cattle. I think skeletally and structurally, they're just as loose as some ahead of them. They just ran into the barrel in terms of not having enough anywhere to run with their classmates. A little frailer, just not as powerful, not as stout as those cattle ahead of them. Interesting class, fun one to sort.
Placings for Class 20, Division III Commercial Breeding Heifers. First place, Kenley Holmes. Second to Dane Fraker. Third to Regan McClure. Fourth, Austin Evans. Fifth, Scout Locke. Sixth to Gentry Johnson. Seventh to Colton Metcalf. Eighth, Chris Dodds. Ninth, Clay Bruce. 10th to Sam Greiman. And 11th to Ashlyn Hosbon. Those are your placings for Class 20. Now entering the final class of the 2024 Iowa Beef Expo. Class 21, Division III, Commercial Breeding Heifers.
Well, that's a really good class there. I knew we was talking to Mark Core there, and great to have him in there. We get talking about a wide variety of topics to talk about, but you know, it's still, you know, still good to talk about. We like Special Cattle Interest Group. We're passionate about every bit of this industry, and we talked about, you know, he wears multiple hats, as we talked about. It was good, and we love being in this spot here. So we're in our last class of the day, Class 21, commercial heifers. We get out here, and like I say, the class before was way good. There's some really good heifers here, and these big stout ones out here, and we've got basically 1,200 pounds, 11 to 1,200 pounds, 1210 on the biggest one there. You know, I would think some of these could be some senior yearlings. Look like we have a few, I would guess 1, 2, 3 purebred Angus, I would imagine, just looking off of numbers. Got a Gronk, crawl heifer would be good. So this should be a real good class as well. As they get out here and put those things into motion. And just a little quick reminder for you guys on there, we're going to get done here. We'll pick a Division III champion. After this class, we'll have 3 classes back out here for Division III. Then we'll pick a champion commercial breeding heifer. And then at the conclusion of our champion breeding heifer, we will take a 30-minute break to take the center out and get ready. And then we will pick our Supreme and top 5 in our breeding heifer show here at the Iowa Beef Expo 2024. So we want you to tune in there. I don't know if we'll probably stay live the whole time, that 30 minutes, but just know to check in and check back, and we'll be ready to go here in the ring. And it's going to be, man, it is going to be a phenomenal set of breeding females to come back out here. And its quality, even with the last of the day, it's not let up. With 6 of them, these, them top, really all 6, but I would say of trying to break out some recognition, there's 4 of them that are way nice. As he gets 2 pulls out here, slide them other ones up. Go down to 3. Simon Thorson, Taylor Foss. And I lost track of which one is up to the very front. I think you can see all 3 of them in there as they talk and discuss them. Yep. And still, just like we did the first class of the day yesterday, the first class of the day today, a lot of debate between these two, making sure they get it right, make sure it's a collected effort between the two. Brandon Callis should sure be our what designated our lead judge. Ferris Simon be his associate, but I think he's given him as much chance to have as much opinion as a co-judge, what it looks like and feels like to me, than it would be probably anything else we've had. So, been good.
Yeah, those guys.
Timmy, them three out here too are way good here for this last class.
What are you doing? Them are good, aren't they? Right?
Yeah, they are. Big stout. Oh yeah, they're going to put them in motion.
Again.
I could see that again.
Well, as we wrap up here again, just to kind of keep everybody updated, tell your friends, text your buddies to come to liveauctions.tv to watch our Supreme Drive here. We will start 30 minutes after our champion commercial breeding heifer. They'll take down the gates down the middle. We're going to do this class of 3 to champion division 3, and then we'll do a champion commercial heifer, and then 30 minutes later we're going to start with our Supreme or a top 5. That will be heifers first, the way I understand it, and then steers. So tune in to that. I'm assuming. Hey, girls, if will it be? Do they have to go into the heifer side to listen to the heifers and the steers to listen to the steers or Supreme, or is it just one? It'll be a whole new stream. So you just
stream.
X out, whatever. If you're watching steers, X out of the steers. If you're in the heifers, X out of heifers. Margot says there'll be a link there to go to Grand Drive.
All right.
And you'll watch both of them there. Right? Very cool. All right.
Taylor Foss looks like she's going to win with the all-me heifer. Cool. Very good. Good trio. We'll listen to Ferris talk this class.
My feet are telling me it's been a long couple days, and it's been fun. And we end the commercial show, and I guess what sounds like is the last class of the heifer show with a very nice class winner. Big paws, big sound wheels. She's high neck. She's got some presence, and really puts a lot of good things together. Now, when she moves, she wants to roll up in her back a little bit, and maybe relative to maybe some of these other ones further down the line, are some of them a little prettier about their head? Sure, but that's a very nice heifer, well presented, high quality animal, and wins so for me and I think Brandon in a hurry. Now the heifer here in between second and third is where we think there's some sort, and where we were kind of having some discussion. This one here in second is considerably wider than the one that comes in 3. She's laid back better in angle of her shoulder. She's set back further in her knee. I think she's bolder and probably more genuine in her condition. Really, when you get in behind her, she's really, really stout. Now, do we need to redesign the way she hits the ground out of her rear skeleton? Specifically right there in her passer, she flexes her hock, but she doesn't have as much cushion as we'd like there at the ground. Absolutely. And I think this one here in 3 does that better. Here's a softer footed one that's got more cushion there. She, too, is big-bodied. This one probably has a body condition score, 1 too many for me. She's big-bellied, and then just really giving up a lot of power, in our opinion, relative to that one right in front of her. I think you open that one up a little bit. I think you slide her into second. Another nice bull-bodied one here that's fresher than the one right in front of her and better looking than the one right in behind her. She's got some depth. She's got some look up front. Need to redesign her rear skeleton there to get her to move up any further. Big-bodied heifer here, really practical in her kind. Should go out and perform really well as a cow. Just need to amp her up with some extras to get her to move up. And then round out the class with one that's got some exceptional length of body. She's really bold in her upper rib. Just need to make her a little softer right there in her middle.
As we get ready to come out here for Division 3 champion, we've got another guest here for you today, Bray Haven. You can tell me your give me your title, but you're coming down. We've talked about you, even though we didn't have you here, that you've been here. I would say you're representing Cattlemen's Congress.
Yeah.
Doing a newspaper. You run Cattlemen's Congress, OYE.
You bet.
Tell us a little bit. You'd do better than I would.
Yeah. Bray Haven here with Cattlemen's Congress, and we came up to visit, and really impressed with what you guys are doing here in Iowa, and really just came out to visit, listen to some folks that have been to Cattlemen's Congress, and see what's going on up here, and maybe try to recruit some folks to come down and show at our show. And
hey, and when you talk about recruiting, you want them to come down. You have good attendance from Iowa anyway.
Yeah, we have great attendance.
You'd like to have them make all of them. Hey, bring them all.
Yeah, bring them all. Bring them all. That's right. You know, one thing that we keep talking about is what areas of our show have an opportunity to grow, and one of those areas is our prospect and market steer shows. And I know there's a lot of interest for that up here in this part of the world, and so we wanted to come visit with people and ask them what changes we need to make. You know, I keep telling folks we're just going to be in year 5 of Cattlemen's Congress. You won't find a more responsive group than our board and our show team to trying to do the things right that exhibitors want out of a show, and we still have the ability to do that. And so, you know, that's why we're here. We keep talking about the potential of, you know, trying to recruit some not only exhibitors, but maybe some contributors and some sponsors to our prospect show that we could turn into a voting for a judge system. And so I think that would be kind of a unique deal. To try to make it, you know, the national championship of prospect steer shows and prospect heifer shows, and try to get the folks from the north and the south together there in Oklahoma City, and just have a good show. And so we're talking about maybe, you know, adding some other events to the show that might keep some people there. So lots of good fun things.
Hey, me and Tim talked about that. We're going to brag a little bit on some things that we like about that show. Is one, you know, it's low keyed, doesn't cost anything for parking. It's easy to get to hotels. You don't have to fight a lot of the town. Plenty of places to eat. I absolutely love going down to Cattlemen's Congress to get in around there. It feels good. I think those are some things that are huge for like folks. You're talking about this country coming down. It's easy for us to get around and go see. So I think that's awesome.
Yeah, we sure appreciate the compliment, and I think it's some of the good things that you guys have going here at the Iowa Beef Expo. And it was easy to get down here. The people are great. I like the people of Iowa. People of Oklahoma are great too, you know. So we've got a lot of similarities in what you guys are doing up here, and it seems to be a pretty exhibitor-friendly show here too. And so we want to keep those things in mind as we go forward with Cattlemen's Congress too. But we've got one of our big supporters, Kenny Herzog, here with me, and we're just going around listening to folks and seeing what's on their minds.
So yeah, we've been down there since the inception of my family. We talked about it at dinner. We had dinner with Barry last night and Mr. Herzog. So we had a great time, but we've been down there. So tell us about the new arena. Maybe kind of fill us in about that. That was hang on one second. Yeah, so as soon as these guys come in, we'll bail out. But so just kind of fill us in on the new arena. It looks big. It looks awesome. Had a lot of eye candy there last month when we were down there 6 weeks ago. So fill us in on that just a little bit if you got time.
Yeah, a little bit of the timeline of that is it looks like it's going to be done late spring 2025, which means we won't be in there for the 25 show. Potentially OYE, but it looks like it'll be our 2026 shows. I'll continue on that in just a second.
Yeah, we'll let your fellow Oklahoman get some talk here.
Fun division here in this Last division of commercials here. Obviously, different types and kinds, as you kind of expect in the commercials. You get all kind of tricks in here, and so I'll describe them just real briefly. This is a tough division. This one that came out of the first class, again, that was a good pair that kind of elevated themselves. And in terms of just this comfort of movement, presence, whether it's standing or going. This white flank one does a lot for us in that manner. And probably the coolest thing about her amongst our contemporaries here, she's probably as late maturing as any of them out here. She's got the better shape, and then compositionally and from a condition standpoint, she's probably the skinniest one out here. And so the squarest built, the most dimensional, the skinniest, and still's got some look and got some presence to her. I like her flexibility. Like Ferris commented on it, she's not the biggest, best foot design, but it still works for her. She still handles herself. So as we've learned the last 2 days, this surface is not the most forgiving for cattle that aren't good-footed, and that one still can get and go and be comfortable. So we call her good there. This one that comes out of that next class, just for lack of a better phrase, she's just the cowy one of the crew. That kind of body and shape. There's a lot of squareness to that female. When you talk about chest and open up in her hip and pin, you like that. Still one I think is mobile for the amount that she has on her. Like we discussed about her and even her classmate here, a touch more conventional, a touch on the cute side in terms of size. You like to clean her up maybe right there at the base of her throat. But you talk about one I think that's got a lot of value in a lot of different ways. She's got that. Just make her a frame score or two bigger. Opposite conversation with the one that wins that last class. She starts to approach the other end of the spectrum in terms of bigness. Now, there's big feature with this one. Big paws, big bone, geeky neck, pretty big in terms of her hip there as well. As I study and break this one down, and I'm one that likes to look through the presentation when I can. You guys are so dead good at it up here. Blame it on my nature being from South Texas originally. This one I want to open up in terms of her forerib. I want to square her up in her chest. So there's a lot of freaky pieces. I told Ferris, that's the breeding piece out here. I'm not sure it all comes together and stays consistent forever, and that's my concern with her. This one's the cow out here, but she's just a little chubby and a little quick in her pattern there as well, and this one's just the good one out here. And so we're going to use the one out of class 1 to be our champion in this division. I'm going to use the little girl out of class 2. She fits my style just a little better to be the reserve.
All right, we got done with our Division 3. Carson Reek comes out of the first class as champion D3 with a really, really nice heifer. Kenley Holmes was first out of class 20. She'll be reserve D3. We'll bring those 3 divisions champions and reserves back out here, have our champion commercial breeding heifer, and then as soon as we're done with the champion commercial heifer, we're going to take a 30-minute break. They're going to get the ring ready. We'll regroup a little bit. Again, if you're on liveauctions.tv, you will X out of the steer side and the heifer side. Come back in under the champion drive side. So do that. So anyway, back into it. We were talking to again, I get mixed up, but one of the head chiefs at Oklahoma City, OIE, California Youth Expo, Bray, was talking about the new facility. I think is kind of where we left off. If you want to just kind of update, you were move in spring of 25, full go probably in 26. Just kind of maybe some updates, capacity, some ideas for that.
Yeah, it looks like the 2026 Cattlemen's Congress and Oklahoma Youth Expo are going to be in that new Coliseum that the OKC Fairgrounds has been working on here, I guess, the past year, just over a year since they broke ground. So about a 2-year project, and then we're hoping to be in there in 2026. I think some of the amenities that are going to be really nice about that is going to be, it's going to have an upstairs lounge area, a couple of different suites, an upper concourse, and then it's going to have, that really nice, round, big arena feel. And so a lot of good things, and going to give us an opportunity when they tear the old arena down to have a connecting facility there that gives us some more flexibility with trade show, but potentially rotate around some of the things we do with the Herdsire Alley at Cattlemen's Congress, and just really give the whole facility a different feel. And we hope it's we hope it's a state of the art facility for people to come and market their cattle. And so we're really looking forward to 2026 and what that's going to bring.
I bet you are. Yeah. Would that say you still say the same name, Jim Norris?
Jim Nork. It was the Jim Nork Arena.
Yep.
Is where we currently show. They'll have a new naming right sponsor on the new one.
So that'll get a new name, so
yes.
it will not be when I go with there. Yep, I got you. Very good. One thing I always get intrigued for, and here we talk about. Oh, hang on.
That we feel fit the basics for us, and then do some extras. They're high quality. They're big-footed, sound structured. There's a little bit differences here and there. Won't go through the details. Brandon has discussed these cattle and these various drives. We'll just kind of tell you, just go out here and pick them. Division 3 is going to be your champion, and then Division 1 is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
I would say. Bray, I was going to ask just real quick. We'll kind of finish up there, and get so intrigued to what they do and talk about there. But tell us about how it came about at OYE, and I'm more interested in how you bring the kids in a limo, the lights, the trophies and stuff all come down from the ceiling, and just give them an overview of what you do for your kids down there the Oklahoma kids.
Yeah, we just a couple of years ago just celebrated a 20-year anniversary. Even though the show's been going on for 100+ years there in OKC, was previously the Spring Stock Show, now Oklahoma Youth Expo. We just celebrated a 20-year anniversary of the Grand Drive that we call it,
yep.
and when all of our champions come into the arena, and so. That really was started by Justin Whitefield, Jimmy Harrell, and that crew that kind of started the Oklahoma Youth Expo, and then it morphed into just a huge event. I mean, we take the lights all the way down in that arena. It's a light show, loud music. We bring all the champions in a limo, and they get out one by one. We have pyro, smoke, fog, whatever you call it, and so it's really a grand event. And as much as it is as a reward to get into that premium sale, and get a decent premium check for your accomplishments for the year, I think a lot more kids look forward to just getting in that limo. Looking for a ride in that limo than they do anything else, and so it's really turned into something a lot of shows across the country look to try to mimic for their Supreme Drive event.
And I like listening to the OYE Steer Show. Do you have Brett Carter does some of the announcement at times there, and you're like, oh God, he said we got to show steers, and I've got to get them boys a limo drive. That's all I hear about. But you can hear the people. You can see that where everybody does it. There's no layup in a division. I mean, everyone, you've got to earn your right to get that spot in there.
That's right. No reserves get in. All the breed champions and division champions in the goat deal, and and so it is really revered, obviously across the state, but kind of across the country to what we have.
Everybody tunes into that, and everybody in a complimentary way has tried to copycat that too. At a lot of different shows have done, and that's great too, because that's a sort of a form of flattery by trying to do it. But we want all the kids to be able to experience that. But it's a neat event. If you haven't watched it, I'm sure a lot of them have. It's really good. But we loved having you here. We love the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, compliments to you guys on what you're doing here with Iowa Beef Expo, and we just hope that the viewers online today and that maybe the exhibitors here will give us a chance down at Congress.
Head on down, yeah. And these are the same prospect. Their prospect show is the same size of cattle, same kind of cattle that we showed right here, right now. And you show in January if you want to go down and get to it. So,
Sounds good. Thanks again. Good to see you. Nice to meet you. Appreciate supper last night. Appreciate it.